Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 4488 under Committee Report number 10, or an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. The parliamentary status of which is we are now in the period of interpellations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Under the agenda is the interpellation on the budget, on the judiciary, which includes the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunals, and Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and Court of Tax Appeals. With that, may we now recognize the sponsor, Senator Angara.
The sponsor, Senator Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have for consideration this morning, good morning, Mr. President, to the Majority Leader, to our colleagues. We have for consideration this morning the budget of the judiciary, which includes the Supreme Court, the lower courts, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals. The budget of the judiciary for the proposed budget for the judiciary for fiscal year 2023 under the Senate Committee Report is 53,370,176 pesos. Senators Escudero, Tulfo have expressed their support for the budget of the judiciary, along with our Majority Leader, Villanueva, and of course, the members present are all supportive. Senator Francis Tolentino, Vice Chair of the Committee, Vice Chair Mark Villar, acting as Majority Leader, and Vice Chair Nancy Binay. So, if we may dispense, since no members present would wish to ask questions, we move. Maybe we can make the appropriate motion. One of our colleagues can make
Yes,
the appropriate motion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. First, I would like to acknowledge the visitor of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Congressman Noel Rivera of the 3rd District of Tarlac.
Mr. President, forgive me for I forgot to mention that we have with us our eminent members of the bench, Honorable Jose Maidas Marquez, Associate Justice, Honorable Samuel Gerlan, Associate Justice, Honorable Raul Villanueva, Court Administrator and future Justice, Honorable Remedios Salazar Fernando, Presiding Justice of the Court of Appeals, Honorable Edwin Sorongon, Associate Justice, Honorable Amparo Kabutahitang, Presiding Justice of the Sandigan Bayan, Honorable Carl Miranda, Associate Justice, Honorable Kevin Narce Vivero, Associate Justice, and from the Court of Tax Appeals, Presiding Justice, Honorable Roman Del Rosario, and Attorney Debbie Jean Dihamco, and from the Sandigan Bayan, Honorable Arthur Malabagyo, also Associate Justice. Good morning to their honors.
The members of the judiciary are welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget on the judiciary, which includes the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunals, Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and Court of Tax Appeals to be deemed submitted for the body's
Also, Mr. President, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel has also expressed his support for the budget of the judiciary.
There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the judiciary. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Motion to suspend.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to include the speech of Senator Tulfo for the record, for the judiciary. I'd like to move to include it in our, for
The
the record.
manifestation of support of Senator Fulvo is inserted into the record.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget on the Office of the Ombudsman and its attached agencies and recognize the sponsor, the distinguished Senator Angara, and to interpolate Senator Pimentel.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, once again, good morning to our colleagues. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ombudsman Samuel Martirez, along with overall Deputy Ombudsman Warren Rex Leong, Deputy Ombudsman Cornelio Somido, Deputy Ombudsman Jose Balmeo Jr., Deputy Ombudsman Dante Vargas, Deputy Ombudsman Anderson Lo, Assistant Ombudsman Wio Mark Leison, Chief Administrative Officer Christopher Lim, Project Evaluation Officer Manolet Eugenio, and Planning Officer Francis Mayoralgo from the Office of the Ombudsman, Your Honors.
The Ombudsman and the deputies and the rest of the Office of the Ombudsman personnel are all welcome in the Senate. Senator Angara is recognized, our chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget of the Office of the Ombudsman for proposed budget for 2023 is 4,721,331 pesos, Your Honors. Mr. President.
Yes, at this point, I move we recognize Minority Floor Leader Pimentel.
The minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairman, and first of all, welcome to the Ombudsman and his deputies and his team. Welcome again to the Senate. And thank you for a very enlightening discussion during the subcommittee hearing. And naman din po. And I do not recall now if I was there from start to finish. So, Mr. President, the budget for the Ombudsman, Office of the Ombudsman under the GAB is 4.7 billion pesos. Senate subcommittee does not increase nor decrease this. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, but this is without prejudice to any increases we may make during the period of amendments or the BICAM because historically we have supplemented the budget for the Office of the Ombudsman per their requests, Your Honor.
So, wala tayong wish list. Did the Office of the Ombudsman submit a budget augmentation request list during the committee hearings?
There is none as of yet, Your
Wala.
Honor.
Okay. So ano ba yung when that is the case? Is that already a message to the legislators that they are content with their budget allocation? They can live with that. They can use the amount properly, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, distinguished Minority Leader, Mr. President, the Office of the Ombudsman, under the leadership of Justice Martirez, has always maintained that it is willing to live within its means, so to speak, meaning to exist with its present budget given to it by the DBM in the National Expenditure Program. But I'm sure they would also welcome any amendments that this body would wish to make, as it has done historically. So once again, we will communicate with them and ask them if there is any aspect of their office that we wish to augment, given that the fight against corruption and the fight for good government is something I think that whether in your place as the minority or in our place as the majority, we should unite behind, Your Honor.
Yes, that is one cause that at least we find common cause in. All Filipinos should find common cause in.
Yes.
But may I know, just in case the chairman knows, if the House supplemented the net amount of the ombudsman, or is
No, Your Honor, it's
the
the same amount
Okay,
in
sige.
the
Okay.
GAB or the General Appropriations Bill which they passed. Your Honor.
Sige po. That's very important information. I have noticed because, Ombudsman, we listed the agencies with confidential and intelligence funds objectively. Kahit sino ilista namin doon. Ang point namin is because these funds are in the nature of lump sum. We prefer itemization rather than lump sum amounts for transparency's sake. And because we believe that that is the direction of our, or the directive of our Constitution, as much as possible, itemized. Pera ng taong bayan yan eh. In the case of the Ombudsman, your office is a recipient of not intelligence funds but confidential funds. I will just state it for the record para malaman din po ng taong bayan. 51,468,000.
Is there anything specific? Yes, Your Honor, that's the same amount as 2022, the same amount proposed for 2023 is the amount you mentioned, Your Honor.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Ngayon siguro, there is ang susunod kasi nito, COA yata. We will hear COA later. And then of course, I will ask this representation, will ask COA on the liquidation and reporting of confidential funds. And I'm sure since the Ombudsman has been given this fund since, as far as the records are concerned, 2018, meron ng entry. Lumalaki lang, 20 million noong 2018. Now it's 51.4 million. Maybe even before 2018, pero wala na po sa records ko. So, the Ombudsman already knows the rules, no, on how to report or liquidate the use of the confidential funds and on what items this can be used. So, if ever the confidential funds for the Ombudsman would be retained in the 2023 budget, siguro ang appeal po ng this representation, if the Office of the Ombudsman could be the model agency in the reporting and liquidation of the said confidential funds. Okay, Sara, kasi kung talaga hindi natin maiwasan, hindi natin ma-zero ang confidential funds all over the government bureaucracy. At least there is a model agency which the COA can point to and then tell the other agencies with confidential funds, this is the way to be more transparent in the reporting and use of the confidential funds.
Yes, Your Honor. But the Ombudsman, Justice Martres, whispered to me that it's up to us if we wish to, what level we wish to set it at.
Yes. Thank you for that manifestation, Mr. Ombudsman. And then, sige, we have to give credit where credit is due. One good example, Mr. Chairman, si ERC. Para malaman na rin po ng mga ombudsmen natin. Si ERC, the Energy Regulatory Commission, meron din po yung confidential fund, 15 million pesos. But sa subcommittee level, yata winave na niya kaagad so that the subcommittee report already re-allotted the 15 million, put it in some other item within the budget of the ERC, but not under the line confidential fund. So that's siguro si ERC naman ang pwede nating ma-cite as another good example pursuing our call for more transparency, which can be achieved through more itemization of our budget entries. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we have heard, and this representation still remembers the sharing of the Ombudsman during our subcommittee hearing. Medyo sharing yung ginawa ni Ombudsman sa atin eh. ano siya talagang he gave us a lot of personal information or information based on personal experience, how difficult it is to fight corruption in this country, uh, that we have to start in the family. Parang ganun yata yung isang insight ni Ombudsman eh. Our religious system can also help us in the fight against corruption. Siguro if we can, if the ombudsman or the office of the ombudsman can come up with the publication, yun mga on his ideas, elaborating on the ideas mentioned and shared by the ombudsman during the subcommittee hearing, i-publish nyo po yon so that the whole nation can read your insights. Bigyan nyo rin po ng copy kami mga senador, lalo na po this representation because as stated by our chairman, we are in full support of the number one, the existence of the office of the ombudsman. Number two, strengthening this office of the ombudsman so to make it more effective in its fight against corruption.
Yes, they're willing to do that, Your Honor.
Yes, maganda po yun. That would be very interesting reading. At saka insightful. I'm sure insightful kasi coming from the incumbent ombudsman or someone who has
Yes.
been an ombudsman.
Certainly, Your Honor. And there's a dearth of information or literature on this topic, I think, Your Honor. So, tama po kaya.
Ano itong 6 point something billion? Mr. Ombudsman, isa na lang po, were you correctly quoted? I read in the news that you are requesting for the repeal of the ARTA, that law?
Yes, he mentions he was quoted correctly, Your Honor.
And the reason is you feel that this is an encroachment on the powers of the ombudsman?
Duplication. He feels it is unconstitutional, Your Honor. It encroaches onto the mandate of the ombudsman, office of the ombudsman.
Okay, so maybe it's kasi pinasa po namin yan eh. Therefore, yung law, pinasa namin eh. Siyempre dumadaan din naman sa isip ng legislator ang initial question namin kung constitutional o hindi. Therefore, sinagot namin sa sarili namin na hindi. So maybe that argument that it is unconstitutional, if the ombudsman can elaborate on that and give to us a memo, a briefer, position paper para po we can appreciate your point of view. Kasi the mere fact na pinasa po ng ng Kongreso, kami mga lawyers dito, yan din isang angle. Siyempre hindi kami na-sway na it is unconstitutional. But with the second look from the point of view of the ombudsman, this representation, I'm willing to do that.
They commit, the head of the agency, Ombudsman Martires, commits to submitting a report in writing as you requested in a week's time, Your Honor, if that's permissible.
Baka ito na rin yan, computer na rin ito. Yeah, but given that position of the ombudsman, that the law is unconstitutional, this led to the ombudsman filing cases against some people, Mr. Chairman? On the theory that the law is unconstitutional? Ito. Kanina ito kaya. Okay.
There is a private party who filed a case against the ARTA or the Anti-Red Tape Authority, Your Honor, and that was taken cognizance of by their office. Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you for that critical information. Hindi ko alam yun na ganun pala ang nangyari po. So it's treated just like a normal case or complaint filed with the office of the ombudsman. Basta due process, rules of procedure, yun po ang ating gagawin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so with that, Mr. President, this representation just makes the manifestation that should the office of the ombudsman, given the limited time that we still have, desire to submit a list, di ba, a budget wish list, we are very open to entertain it and examine it with the predisposition of granting it, Mr. Chairman. Yan ang nasabi yata natin sa subcommittee. Pero but should the ombudsman choose to exercise restraint, knowing the limited fiscal space, and then that other offices also need priority funding. So we will also perfectly understand that. Kasi kailangan talaga sa gobyerno natin to succeed, mayroong mga disiplinadong tao din na alam yung sitwasyon, na will exercise self-restraint, no? Na not desire everything. So, yes, Mr. Chairman, any reaction?
That is most welcome indeed from on the part of the Office of the Ombudsman, and they're very appreciative of your offer, Your Honor. That's very kind of you, and really, you and your father have been paragons for good government in your lifestyle, in your advocacies. So I think the whole world knows that, and so it's really most welcome, Your Honor, this initiative coming from the minority, from you and Senator Risa.
Basta,
Your Honor.
ang importante malaman, magkasama po tayo rito. Majority, minority, when it comes to supporting the ombudsman in his fight against corruption.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your
No
Honor.
debate po yan. Details na lang po yung pinag-uusapan po ron. Details up to centavo, pwede pag-usapan. Pero for the cause, magkaisa po tayo. Salamat po, and we wish all the best to the ombudsman and to the office, the entire team, the office of the ombudsman. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Again, that is most appreciated and very statesmanlike of the minority leader and Senator Risa to make that offer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There's a motion by the majority leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the ombudsman. Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Tita. No problem, tita. Baka ninenervous sa kinakabahan sa mga dati.
Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget on the Department of Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies and recognize the sponsor, the distinguished Senator Angara, and to interpolate Senator Ontiveros. So moved.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Angara is the chairman of the Committee on Finance is recognized, and likewise to interpolate Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. And once again, good morning to our colleagues. We'd just like to share with our colleagues that we are sponsoring or we will be interpolating on the budget or receiving questions on the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and the attached agencies. This includes the Office of the Secretary, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Local Government Academy, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the National Police Commission, the National Youth Commission, the Philippine Commission on Women, the Philippine National Police, and the Philippine Public Safety College, Mr. President. And with us is the Secretary of the Department, Secretary Benher Abalos, the Undersecretaries, Yusek Iringan, Yusek Villanueva, Yusek Gutierrez, Yusek Barreto, Yusek Valenzuela, Yusek Llamas, and Asek Aldana, Asek Cruz, Asek Pasaraba, as well as the various directors and heads of and technical personnel, as well as PNP Chief General Azurin, General Cambay, Colonel De La Cruz, Lieutenant Colonel Cuico, Ma'am Josefina Sanchez, Attorney Alberto Bernardo from the NAPOLCOM, Vice Chairperson, Attorney Chito Bustonera, Attorney De Castro, Attorney Almirante, Chief Puracan from the Fire Director, Bureau of Fire Protection, Director Iral from the BJMP, Attorney Yuson Chavez from the Philippine Commission on Women, the Executive Director, Chairperson Ronald Cardema from the National Youth Commission with EA Riolin Namnama, President General Sevilla of the Public Safety College, Commissioner Yusuf Mando, and Director Tahir Ledasan of the Commission on Muslim Filipinos, and Executive Director Telma Vicina of the Local Government Academy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary Abalos and the rest of the Department of Interior and Local Government family and its attached agencies are welcome to the Senate. Majority Leader? Senator Tiberos is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good Chairman, magandang umaga po sa inyo. At sa DILG family headed by Secretary Abalos at sa heads ng lahat ng mga attached agencies. Mr. Chairman, I just have a few questions about the Philippine National Police. May I also make it of record that I appreciate the early policy statements of Chief PNP Azurin and yung openness po nila to maintain lines of communication with us as legislators. So maraming salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair. My first question, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, may we request an update from the Chief PNP on the investigation of the hostage-taking incident of our former colleague, former Senator Leila De Lima, in the custodial center of Camp Crame. Marami pa pong mga tanong sa isipan ng publiko tulad ng how did the detainees manage to get hold of a dangerous weapon? Paano sila nakalapit ng ganaong kalapit kay former Senator Leila? At kahit pa nga alam na ng publiko na meron po tayong PNP personnel na nasaksak sa insidenteng iyon at sa huli isang PNP officer din ang nakarescue kay Sen Leila, meron pa ring mga tanong na may mga lapses po ba na naganap sa seguridad ni dating Senator Leila? Have these lapses been identified? Ultimo mga tanong sa isipan ng publiko na may inside job ba, may involved ba ng mga bantay, Mr. President?
Your Honor, just some brief points and then we'll go to the more specific questions, Your Honor. These are the actions taken on the hostage taking of our former colleague, Senator Laila. The NAPOLCOM initiated the revalidation and investigation of the incident. They've required the PNP Custodial Service Unit, the PNP Headquarters Support Service, to submit pertinent documents to the Internal Affairs and the CIDG. And the Internal Affairs of the PNP also conducted a motu proprio investigation, and the forensic group conducted a drug test to apply to all the custodial service unit personnel. And the security inspection and threat assessment were done at the PNP Custodial Center. And personnel from the Commission on Human Rights also conducted an interview with Police Corporal Roger Agustin. This was the policeman who rescued Senator Laila, Your Honor. And of course, I think it's public knowledge that they've tightened up the security for Senator Laila, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Na-appreciate ko po na bukod sa PNP mismo, yung iba nating law enforcement agencies, may kinalaman sa public safety, ay nag-weigh in din po sa investigasyon. So narinig ko po yung pag-cite ng naging papel ng NAPOLCOM at pati yung mga unit sa loob ng PNP, yung custodial center, yung Internal Affairs Service ng PNP, yung forensics group, pati po yung nag-conduct ng security inspection. And indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, pag alis ko po sa pagbisita kay former Senator Leila, nagkasabay din po kami ng pagbisita ni Chief PNP, and I know that Secretary Abalos was one of the very first, if not the first, to visit her right after she was rescued from that hostage taking. Paglabas ko po, nakita ko nga po yung mga personnel ng CHR na papasok din, naghihintay lang ma-admit para mabisita si Sen Leila. And it is good to hear po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na indeed hinigpitan na po yung security precautions or arrangements para kay Sen Leila. Sa alinman sa mga investigasyong ginawa, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na-establish na po ba kung paano napanghawakan yung sandatang iyon ng mga detainees at paano sila nakalapit kay Sen Leila?
Sabi ko parang saan. Paano nakapasok? I think you're saying there was a lapse in the sense that one of the improvised weapons was not found on the personnel, so it was able to, kumbaga naipuslit ho, Your Honor. And I'm trying to get more updates on that. But I'd also like to share, it's not strictly within the budget of the DILG family, Your Honor, but it was also mentioned by when we were hearing the budget of the Office of the President. It was mentioned to me by the Executive Secretary and the Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Guevara that they personally, or the Senior Deputy Executive Secretary, also went to Camp Crame to investigate, to personally check on the arrangements of Senator Laila, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, sa ES din at sa opisina nila para sa investigasyong iyon. And in fact, habang nandun po akong bumibisita kay Sen Leila, ay siya rin po ay nagsabi na mismong si Presidente ay tumawag sa kanya at ikinumusta sila. So tayo po as legislators and as citizens, we appreciate all of these expressions of concern and expressions of, lalo na sa pamamagitan ng mga investigasyon, yung intent na malaman anong nangyari to prevent a repeat of such an unacceptable incident. Earlier also, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, nung binanggit niyo po yung CHR investigation, I heard yung binanggit na pangalan nung sa huli naka-rescue kay Sen Leila. It's a different name from what I recall or read also in the media, pero sa kung anuman, kung sino man po talaga siya, nais ko pong ipahayag for the record na talagang lubos pong ina-appreciate yung ginawa nila. Dahil sa huling sandaling iyon, nung hostage-taking incident, para sila yung naging guardian angel kay Sen Leila and saved her life. So para din sa kaalaman ni Chief PNP at lahat po ng mga opisyal at kawani ng Philippine National Police, pakipaabot pong muli sa kanya yung taus-pusong pasasalamat at pagpapahalaga sa kanilang ginawa. In any of the investigations also, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na-establish po ba kung paano nakalapit in the first place ng ganong kalapit yung detainees kay former Sen Leila?
Open. Magtatakip bukas yung counter. Lagi bang bukas yun? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for the question. I was told by the PNP chief that the compound is like a maze, and at that time the exit was locked. So the suspects, it so happened this was around 5:30 in the morning, and it just so happened that Senator Laila, that's the time she also walks and exercises. So bukas po yung kanyang area. So yun na lang ang nakita ng suspect na mapuntahan because they had locked the exit. So tamang-tama, I don't think it was a planned hostage taking, Your Honor, in that sense, no? Parang nadatnan na lang nila na bukas po yung kay Sen Laila. Kaya in their desperation, they took her hostage, Your Honor. Yun po ang nangyari.
Salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure that the PNP will take this and all the other details of the findings of their investigations into account sa pagsisiguro na kung ano pang paghihigpit na dapat sa security arrangements para kay Sen Leila ay ipinatutupad na nila given yun na nga po their findings about how this unbelievable hostage taking was actually able to happen dun sa pinaka-secure dapat na custodial center natin sa buong bansa. Kaya I really feel it's important to be updated on the investigation, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, not only to clarify doubts in the public's mind, but also to ensure that former Sen Leila's safety will not be compromised again. Sabi nga po ninyo, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na such security is being tightened. So any broad strokes update po, and most of all, can Sen Leila's safety be guaranteed moving forward?
Yes, Your Honor, they've increased the security presence. They have a buddy system between the security to ensure that there is someone always in the vicinity. Your Honor, they've also increased the CCTV coverage of the area. Your Honor, these are just some of the precautions, and they, to borrow your language, have learned their lesson and instituted safeguards, additional safeguards, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So, ang sagot po ay yes, that Sen Leila's safety can be guaranteed moving forward.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. And bago ko po iwan itong paksang ito, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I hope nag-survive po at gumaling yung PNP personnel na nasaksak. Okay.
He's recovered, Your Honor, but he's resting because he obtained wounds to his abdomen area, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. It's good to hear na nag-survive sila and sana gumaling po sila ng ganap at saka mabilis. Pakipaabot din na lamang po sa pamamagitan ng ating PNP leadership. Salamat po. Moving on to another question, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, noong November 3, 2022, pinaslang ang incumbent Municipal Environment and Natural Resources Officer o MENRO ng Dumingag, Zamboanga del Sur na si Butch Kabilan. And he was shot inside government premises in Dumingag in broad daylight during a COA entrance conference in which the municipal mayor and vice mayor were also present. Wala man lang nagresponde that day, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. At nabalitaan din po namin pagkatapos na may mga banta na sa kanyang buhay na inireport niya sa Municipal Police Station ng Dumingag. Ngunit walang ginawang hakbang ang mga otoridad sa Dumingag. May I ask the PNP now, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, if they have leads on the murder?
There is an ongoing investigation, Your Honor. We will inquire if they have leads. They can furnish the details, but they prefer that it not be made public, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the PNP for the details that they will furnish this representation. Dahil gusto ko rin pong suportahan talaga, malaman yung katotohanan dito sa pagpatay kay Menro kasamang Butch, kapwa kasapi ko po sa Partidong Akabayan, at suportahan din na makakamit ng hustisya ang kanyang pamilya, ang kanyang mga kasama sa municipal government ng Dumingag at kanyang mga kaibigan. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I will also furnish a copy of the letter of Butch's wife para po sa PNP authorities natin. Salamat po.
Thank you for
Yes,
inquiring
Mr.
into this
Chairman.
case, Your Honor.
No po. And lastly, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the PNP to share their efforts in combating OSAEC, or online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. The new anti-OSAIC law requires the PNP to act with dispatch in cases involving OSAIC and actually gives additional and new powers to our law enforcement agents. But I'd like to know if the PNP has the present capacity to match these new responsibilities.
Yes, Your Honor. For instance, last August, the PNP was granted 2 warrants by the Manila Regional Trial Court Branch 24, which ordered social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, to disclose or submit information on an online account named Usapang Diskarte, which promotes the exploitation and sexual abuse of minors. According to the PNP's anti-cybercrime group, Women and Children Cybercrime Protection Unit, the account has over 250,000 followers and was created and uploaded with contents promoting sexual abuse and exploitation of children. So they have taken action on that front, Your Honor. And sabi rin po ng departamento na plano po nilang bumili po ng forensic software for online investigations and to look into the provision of child-friendly facilities in anti-cybercrime group offices and to coordinate closely with the DOJ for international complaints, Your Honor. Tapos nung September po, merong entrapment operation ng DILG and PNP sa Sampaloc against cyber sex traffickers, which led to the rescue of 15 children as young as, some were as young as 13 years old, Your Honor, Mr. President. They are the alleged victims of online sexual abuse and exploitation, and they have arrested 2 alleged sex traffickers, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. It's always good to hear kapag yung mga bagong batas na ipinapasa natin dito sa Kongreso ay talagang ginagamit at nagagamit ng ating mga law enforcement authorities. Kudos also to those courts that granted the 2 warrants used by the PNP to compel the social media platforms na binigyan din ng ating bagong anti-OSAIC law ng dagdag na mga responsibilidad to compel them to fulfill those responsibilities. Talagang yung binanggit niyo po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, na usapang diskarte, notorious sa public imagination din nung buwang iyon ng Agosto. There was really a public online outcry against them. Umabot din po sa opisina nitong representation, and that's why we also got in touch with our law enforcement authorities to request them to take action against this usapang diskarte. And I'm glad that in particular the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group was able to take action against Usapang Diskarte, and hope that they will continue to take action against similar groups. Mabuti po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, binanggit nyo yung pagbili ng forensic software. Ito po isang point of conversation din ng opisina ko sa NBI, na isa pa sa mga agencies natin na talagang minamaximize yung paggamit nitong anti-OSAIC law. And moving forward, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, kahit sa mga susunod na taon nitong Kongreso, I would be one of the members of the Senate who would look kindly on continuing to support sufficiently ang PNP at yung iba pang mga law enforcement agencies natin na kailangan talagang humabol sa pag-unlad ng teknolohiya at paggamit ng teknolohiyang ito, hindi para sa mabuti, kundi para sa masama at laban din sa ating mga bata. I've taken note also of the efforts, the ongoing efforts to establish and run child-friendly facilities para protektahan sila at i-rehabilitate mula sa OSAIC at iba pang paglabag sa kanilang mga karapatan. And I'm very glad po to hear about the continuing coordination, of course, of the PNP with the Department of Justice. Maraming beses po sa nakaraang mga investigasyon natin dito sa Senado, talagang malaking bagay na kahit habang dinadaos pa lang natin yung mga investigasyon tungkol man sa pogo-related prostitution or mga krimen din laban sa mga bata, kahit habang idinadaos pa yung investigasyon, nagte-take na rin po ng action yung mga executive departments at agencies natin. And last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that Mr. President, the good chairman recounted yung entrapment operation. Naalala ko po ito yung isa sa mga unang mabuting balitang ibinahagi din ni DILG Secretary nung mga panahong iyon. So buwan nga po ng Setyembre ba, tama po ba, rescuing 15 children and arresting 2 traffickers. I hope that the PNP and our other agencies and the department itself will continue to make use of the fruits of our legislative agenda alang-alang sa ating mga vulnerable sectors. So yun lamang po yung aking mga tanong para sa DILG and particularly sa PNP ngayong umaga. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Senator and Vice Chair, Senator Risa. And kudos to you for your continued advocacy for the vulnerable sectors, our women, our children. Salamat po ng marami.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
Yes,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Estrada to interpolate.
Next to interlate, the gentleman from San Juan, the better one. Senator Lingo Estrada.
Palakpakan naman.
Thank you, Senator Goody. Good afternoon, Mr.
Magandang
Chair.
umaga po, Your Honor. Senator Jinggoy, Mr. President.
As per the 2023 DBM staffing summary for the Philippine National Police, the manpower complement of the PNP is total at 221,419, composed of 15,666 police commissioned officers and 192,565 police non-commissioned officers, 1,082 cadets, and 12,106 non-uniformed personnel. Are the PNP cadets considered as uniformed personnel already?
Currently, Your Honor, they are not. They have the status of being under job orders. But our Chief PNP, General Azurin, said that the PNP is working with the Civil Service Commission to come up with a regulation that would allow PNP cadets to gain the status of government employees on a temporary basis. This would allow cadets to receive benefits if something untoward should happen to them during their training, Your Honor.
Is there an ideal ratio and proportion of commissioned officers to non-commissioned officers in the Philippine National Police?
Ratio, commission to non-commission. We're awaiting the answer. We beg your indulgence, Your Honor.
It's okay, no problem.
Sure, that's not the first one. 800. Pero ano yung idea? Ano yung rate ba? Pero yung anong sabihin naman, hindi naman yung population. There is not. There is not. There is no idea. So wala. Wala. According to them, there is no ideal, Your Honor. But the current situation is 1:8 ang ratio ng commission to non-commissioned, Your Honor. What they mention is that there is a ideal ratio for policemen to public. That is the more important ratio to them, which is 1:500, Your Honor.
Right. Of the total number uniformed PNP officers all throughout the nation, how many are assigned in the field? And how many are doing administrative office work?
Approximately. It's around 85% of the
Police
PNP, the PNP police force, Your Honor. We're just awaiting the exact number, but that is the approximately 180,000, Your Honor.
85.
180,000, which represents around 85% of the manpower component of the PNP.
Ilan ba total police force all throughout?
226,000, Your Honor.
226,000.
Opo.
Nationwide?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, this is quite interesting. The amount of 1,662,976,000 pesos is appropriated for rice subsidy allowance of the Philippine National Police and equivalent to 20 kilos of rice per month in the form of financial assistance to the uniformed personnel of the PNP. Ito bang 1 billion plus na ito, 1.6 billion, binibigay ba ito sa lahat ng kapulisan nationwide?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much is this rice subsidy allowance per month? Is this allowance clearly indicated in the payslip of the PNP?
Per policeman. It's 650 pesos per month per policeman, Your Honor.
650 pesos
Opo.
lang?
20 kilos per policeman, Your Honor.
So, wala pa isang kaban yun. So, how much is one kaban of rice? 2,000? Baka naman pwede
More or less,
natin,
Your
baka
Honor.
naman pwede
Wala
natin,
pang isa pang...
baka pwede naman natin dagdagan na gawin 50 kilos isang buwan. Kakayanin ba?
We'll look into that, Your Honor, at the appropriate time.
How is this rice subsidy allowance given? Monthly? Quarterly? Or
Monthly, Your Honor.
monthly? 650 pesos.
Apo.
Gano'n na po katagal na itong rice subsidy allowance na binibigay po sa ating kapulisan? When did this start?
Began during the previous administration, Your Honor.
The start of the term of
Apo.
former President Duterte.
Opo.
And it is being continued right
Magaling
now.
ho yung chief PNP nung panahon na yun, sir.
Yeah, I believe so and I agree with you. Okay, 790,764,000 is appropriated for personal service, which shall include the regular pay and allowances of the uniformed personnel of the IAS. How many PNP uniformed and non-uniformed personnel are assigned to the IAS?
Yes.
Because as per PNP Internal Affairs Service Guidelines and Procedures, uniformed personnel strength is maintained at 1,000 and civilian employees are maintained at 297. Do we still maintain this number?
Okay. Ganun. Siya na lang. I'll break it up. Pero continue. So, DLG. Tapusin.
There are 806, Your Honor.
806?
Opo.
So kulang.
Kulang yung alin po?
Kasi based on the, as per the PNP Internal Affairs Service guidelines and procedures, uniform personal strength is maintained at 1,000 and civilian employees are maintained at 297. So, ilan yung sinabi niyo po? 800?
806
So what is the current case resolution efficiency of
yes.
the ES?
Walang pending. Walang pending. 100%, Your Honor. There's no pending case.
There's no pending case.
Wala po.
Very good. So, gaano po kabilis o kabagal ang isang ES case against an erring police official?
Your Honor, they say the fastest resolution is around a month. And then pag medyo komplikado yung kaso, 3 to 4 months. Oh.
3 to 4 months.
Opo.
So right now, there is no pending case before
Wala
the
po.
ES. Okay, I have mentioned to the Chief PNP several weeks ago that there is a certain policeman who was assigned, I don't know, as chief of custodial when we were still incarcerated together with Senator Bong. And this police official has been visiting us without, I never knew this policeman. He kept visiting us and asking for favors. And of course, I, together with Senator Bong, gave in to all his favors. And when he was assigned to head the custodial center, he never showed up. And in fact, this scalawag, this policeman, I will not mention his name. I think the chief PNP. Yes, this police officer never showed up, and in fact, began his power tripping. He never allowed our lawyers to enter our inside the premises of the jail. And and you and I know that lawyers are allowed to visit are allowed to visit us 24 hours. Even our immediate families, even yung mga priests, whatever. But this police officer never allowed our lawyers to enter our premises. So what can you say,
Parang
Mr. Chair?
initially, without even conferring with the Chief PNP, Your Honor, that seems to be a violation of your human rights, Your Honor. But I was told, Your Honor, that policeman, if we're talking about the same one, is already stationed in the barm, Your Honor, sa Cotabato City Hall.
I hope he will not be given that opportunity to be promoted if ever that time comes.
Well, certainly we share with you the sentiment. If there is any deprivation of your rights or anyone's rights for that matter, that should be reflected in the record of the officer, Your Honor.
Yun lang po ang pakikiusap ko sa inyo, Mr. Chief PNP. And anyway, going back to the rice subsidy allowance, no, if we are going to increase the rice subsidy allowance to 1,000 pesos per month, PNP will be needing additional more or less 80 million pesos. No? Tama po ba ako, Mr. Chair?
Thereabouts, Your Honor. Thereabouts.
Hindi ba natin kaya ibigay?
Pagka kayo po ang nag-request, syempre,
Well, pwede natin
mapipilitan
ibigay.
ho tayo hanap ng pondo,
At
Your
the
Honor.
proper time, maybe in the period of amendments, we will just increase the rice subsidy allowance of all the members of the police force. Because
Yes, Your Honor.
that is what my father, when he was president, did to the soldiers, the members of the military. Meron silang isang kabaw na bigas monthly. That's why I want to expand it na masama rin yung ating mga kapulisan.
That is well taken, Your Honor. The committee will work with you to find ways and means, Your Honor.
So with that, I do not have any other questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Your Honor, to Senator Jinggoy and for his concern for our men in uniform. And again, may commitment po si Chief PNP sa kanya regarding the matter he brought up. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jinggoy. Probably with this indulgence, probably can include also the men and women, men in uniform of the BJMP and the Bureau of Fire as well, with the PNP personnel. Next to
Thank you, Your Honor.
interpolate-
Thank you, Mr.
Next to
President.
interpolate is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, we welcome our any queries or concerns from our distinguished minority leader, Mr. President.
Sana yun, dapat yun. Ha? Ganun tayo. Kasi nga, bigyan mo pa, victim rights ang bibili.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission now of our very hardworking chairman, who is the source of all of our information about the budget. Lahat po ng mga plano natin, mga desires natin na sa budget, parang bola ng basketball, pinapasa lang natin kay chairman. Chairman, bahala ka na dyan. Assist na yan. Ikaw.
Magaganda naman ho yung pasa, kaya
Opo.
malaki yung chance na ma-shoot ho natin
Opo.
ng ating Kamara, Your Honor, especially with the brilliant ideas from you, and you keep the majority on our toes, certainly, Your Honor. Siguro kami na yung may kasalanan kapag hindi namin napaganda ito.
Salamat po. And if I may start now, the DILG and the attached agencies or the DILG family receives one of the largest chunks in our annual budget, Mr. Chairman. Kaya medyo siguro naman we have to do justice to their budget and justice to our people by scrutinizing such a large sum. Pero ang nagpalaki talaga ng budget ng Department of the Interior and Local Government ay yung ating sa budget sa PNP. Tama. Alam
Yes,
po
Your
yung
Honor.
Philippine National Police. Apo. And then even yung committee report po natin na nagdagdag ng 1.08 billion para sa DILG, ang kalakihan ng dagdag doon ay 1 billion para sa PNP. So pwede na lang po nating malaman ano po ang para saan po ang dinagdag ng ating subcommittee sa PNP na 1 billion.
Your Honor, we added 5 million to the Office of the Secretary, 15 million to the Local Government Academy, 15 million to the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, 30 million to the National Youth Commission, 21.29 million to the Philippine Commission on Women, and 1 billion for the new national headquarters or NHQ building of the PNP, Your Honor.
So building din po ito.
Apo.
That is not the final cost of the new national headquarters. 1B is not going to be the final cost.
Anong estimate natin talaga? Magkano pang kulang? Pagka nabigay yung one. It's just the initial funding, Your Honor. They're looking at around 9 billion.
9B.
Opo.
Sige, para lang po malaman natin sa multi-year obligation and this 1 billion coming next year is the first
Yes, Your Honor.
funding of the said multi-year obligation, which is a construction of a new national headquarters that would be in Camp Crame. Yun po.
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
But what's wrong with the old one or the existing one?
Anong year ba yun kinonstruct?
Sir, we over
Ano ba?
Tanongin ko na itong Spanish case.
I was told the current building is during the time of the PCINP pa ho. So
Oh,
that's
Ram-
60s and 70s
Yes.
vintage, Your Honor.
But to the credit of the builder of that building, medyo ano pa siya, di ba? Good for use pa yung building.
It's still a baby compared to the office of the COMELEC, Your Honor, which is the Palacio de Gobernador. But yes, you're right. You're correct, Your Honor. Well, it has lasted this long, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Sige po, can I raise this issue, Mr. Chairman? I think gusto mo rin ito because you were confronted with this when you went to Belgium before the European Parliament to negotiate on behalf of the Philippines. Si Chairman na ang aming head of delegation to negotiate on behalf of the Philippines for the extension or possible extension of the GSP Plus accommodation with accommodation given by the European Parliament to the Philippines. Ang isa sa raise po doon is ng member of the European Parliament is this case of the Spanish national Diego Bello Lafuente. Does this ring a bell to the Secretary or to the Chief PNP? Talaga. Ano issue dito? Hindi nahuli, no?
Isa lang sa yung team leader sa
Pero how many ang kinasuhan ng nakon? At yata, o dalaw? Your Honor, involves the thank you. I was I was with Senator Mark Villar, Senator Sherwin, Senator JV, and it wasn't really to negotiate, but really to give the side of the Philippine government on the issues. Yes, Your Honor. So not so much as negotiators, but more as to present the side of the Philippines to the European parliamentarians. But that aside, Your Honor, the case you mentioned was brought up to us personally. I think on 2 or 3 occasions, Your Honor, by the Spanish member of the European Parliament, specifically from the Galician region of Spain, Your Honor. This pertains to a tourist who was killed in Siargao, Your Honor, and there was a subsequent conviction of a police officer. According to the Chief PNP, that police officer, there was a manhunt. There is a manhunt rather for this policeman, but they have received surrender feelers, Your Honor. So they're willing to provide you with details, but without prejudicing the case, Your Honor. That is the gist of what has occurred since then, and we have committed, at least on behalf of the Senate, that we would, the members of the Senate there who listened to the request of the Spanish member of Parliament. So kababayan niya po yun, kumbaga kababayan niya sa region ng Galicia ng Spain. na talagang very important issue po sa kanila yon. And nakasalalay po dito yung reputasyon ng ating bansa. So talagang we join you in your concern for this the resolution of this case kasi our reputation, it's not just our reputation for justice, but ang nakasalalay ho dito, pati yung trade privileges natin as you mentioned earlier, Your Honor.
And then we raised this before the DOJ family din naman eh. So we're raising
That's
it
correct,
now
Your Honor.
before the DILG family. So
Sure.
the mere fact na aware si Chief PNP and maybe even Secretary about this case, and that's good news. Pero ang pagkaalam ko, tatlo yata ito. 3 PNP officers or members are the accused.
Yes, the information given earlier pertains to the leader of the group, Your Honor. So they feel that that's important because it will also lead to the possible arrest of the other members. Tama po kayo, tatlo po yan.
You can always give us reports confidential or
Yes,
for
sir.
your eyes only. Tatakan nyo na lang. Marunong na po kami anong gagawin doon.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Alam naman namin yung penalty din if we violate the secrecy of documents marked as secret. But ito kasi I was not there in Brussels, but I think the allegation from the Spanish member of the European Parliament is that one of the police officers na involved in the case was even promoted. Yun ang naman. Ngayon, if that's correct, pakitingin. If that's not correct, then we have to, send word back there na hindi totoo.
They will check, Your Honor, and
Yes.
get back to you on that.
Check nyo na lang. Mas ganda nga kung makuha ko pa yung name ng police officer who was allegedly promoted para ma-check po ni
Yes.
Chief PNP.
Yes, Your Honor. They're
Importante po
committed
ito dahil I think more than 1,000 lines yan eh. Tariff lines ng goods natin will be either zero, gagawin zero pagpasok po sa EU market eh. So
Yes, Your Honor. It's a sensitive issue.
that's the benefit.
Opo.
And then maganda nun, wala tayong counter obligation to them. It's a concession eh sa
Yes, Your
kanila.
Honor. Yes,
That's
sir.
why they can make this also anong tawag mo doon?
Yes. Condition or...
Conditions or ask this hard questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige po. Salamat po. And then my next topic is about the confidential funds because na kasama sa listahan kasi ang DIA, kasi secretary lahat ng agencies na may confidential and intelligence funds binabanggit namin naman as much as possible unless malimutan. But the DILG this year 2022 confi funds 80.6 million, next year 100.6 million. Tapos within your family of course is PNP. This time it's not confidential, but it's intelligence funds in the amount of 806 million pesos. So,
We confirm the amounts, Your Honor.
yes, so can we ask the DILG to justify the grant of confidential, ibang category to confidential funds, Mr. President. And then why the increase? Nag 20 million increase pa po tayo.
Yes, Your Honor. The fund for under the department, the DILG, will be utilized for the following: to sustain the gains in the anti-illegal drugs campaign and the strengthening of case build-up against illegal drug suspects, information gathering on uniformed personnel directly or indirectly involved in the selling of firefighting equipment and those soliciting favor or monetary consideration in exchange of the services rendered or clearances needed, the monitoring and intensifying efforts on information gathering for local officials allegedly involved in terrorism and other illegal activities, insurgency, supportive of atrocities by the left, surveillance of activities, machinations, and strategies of offenders using cyberspace in victimizing minor children and women, the conduct of Greyhound operations in jail facilities in cooperation with the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, the Philippine National Police, and for information gathering against illegal drugs activities of jail personnel and persons deprived of liberty or PDLs. Ensuring evidence-based surveillance reports against syndicates carrying out economic sabotage activities such as price manipulation, illegal importation, trading, smuggling, etc. And also as the chair of the NAPOLCOM, the department assists them in the investigation and surveillance of suspects and attached officials and employees or respondents of cases and charges before the commission. These are some of the uses of the like to greet our Senate President, Your Honor. Those are some of the uses for on the part of the department, Your Honor. And with your permission, perhaps you'd like to. I've also been given a sheet for the PNP, Your Honor.
That's now for the intelligence
Apo,
fund. Yes.
for
Apo, apo.
if you, with your permission, I'll
Yeah,
just
yes,
read that
yes,
into
yes,
the record,
yes,
Your
yes.
Honor. So the Intel Fund of the PNP is utilized to support intelligence and counterintelligence activities, the purchase of information, monetary rewards for the arrest of most wanted persons included in DND DILG joint memorandum circulars, the support to intelligence and counterintelligence operations on anti-criminality campaign through the special projects like anti-terrorism, yung ISO,
Internal security operations.
internal security operations, drug operations, anti-criminality operations, as well as support to covert operations against organized crime groups and high-profile criminals and personalities, whether here and abroad. Tama ba ko?
Yes, sir, yung mga associates po natin.
So we have, anong tawag sa parang OPA? Yes. So yung intelligence supports them po.
Yes, sir.
So these funds also support the operations of 9 attachés abroad. In the US, there are 2, one in China, one in Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Pakistan, Indonesia, France, and Thailand, Your Honor.
Yes, ingin na lang kami, Mr. Chairman, ng copy. Kasi ang challenge ko sa staff ko, sa sarili ko. Kasi kung for this year's Confi and Intelligence Funds, yan din ang pinagamitan. Next year, yan din ang paggagamitan. Last year, yan din ang pinagamitan. So, maybe these are actually recurring. Some of them are recurring or too common and expense that maybe they deserve an actual line in the budget. Nakita na kasi for example, support to the 7 police attachés. I mean, hindi ba dapat deserving of a line na yan kasi
Ba't di na lang daw i-lead niyan?
ano ba, itemize, lantad. Kita ng taong bayan, pagtingin, o doon pumunta. Dala. Tsaka yung
For operations.
They are open to that suggestion, Your Honor.
yes, but as I stated earlier, all ideas are passed to the chairman as the most knowledgeable person on the budget. It's like basketball na
That's a
naman.
questionable assumption, Your Honor, regarding the chairman.
Yung gawin namin, kunin mo yung kopya ng lahat naman.
Pero at least, ayun po, thank you for your transparency. At least, ready kayo na anticipate naman ninyo tatanungin namin yan. And you're ready with your answers, no?
Well, the minority leader has been very consistent in his advocacy, and we're clear about what he wants to do regarding budget transparency and accountability, Your Honor. And to that extent that we can help him
Yes.
and the minority, we will do so, Your Honor.
I'll just give credit where credit is due. The intelligence fund level requested by the PNP for 2023 is the same as your level in 2022. So
Yes, Your Honor.
hindi nyo rin naman in-increase.
Opo,
okay,
Your Honor.
nandun lang nga. Okay. Salamat. Ito po, nabanggit niyo yung Greyhound operations. Can you help me understand? What do you mean by Greyhound?
Alam mo ba? Sa kulungan daw. Sa kulungan, Greyhound operation. Sa kulungan sinabi niya. Something to do with...
These are interagency operations within the DILG and by the DILG, Your Honor, to flush out illegal activities in the jails, and particularly contraband, Your Honor. So I think there have been more instances hitting the headlines. So I think nakikialam na po dati sa BJMP lang ho ito, pero ngayon nakikialam na rin ho yung or nakikisali na rin po yung department mismo because of it's become an issue of interest for them, Your Honor.
We just wanted the term clarified kasi...
Yes, Your Honor, I was not. It's also my first encounter with the term.
Since BGMP na po yata yung kausap ni Chairman, can I pursue a matter I also pursued sa Bucor?
Please do, Your Honor.
Yung meal allowance, sir, kasi tinatanong natin yung...
It's the same as the Bucor, Your Honor. I remember you asked me that
Yes, but-
during our debates. It's the same.
Okay.
They confirmed that
They
it's
confirm-
also 70 pesos.
70
Your Honor.
pesos a day, okay, for 3 meals a day.
Opo, Your Honor.
There is no merienda, morning merienda, afternoon merienda, and the new trend of a midnight snack. Wala yan.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Tama. Okay. Hindi na talaga kakasya yun, sir. Okay, so ganun ang ating usapan kasi if ever we should find a solution sa meal allowance, sabay. Diba? If we raise Bucor's meal allowance for PDLs, ganun din sa BJMP.
Tapos na, boss. Tapos na.
Word.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that would make
Yes,
sense. That's the logical approach to a perceived institutional problem, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I will refer to an incident, and very unfortunate incident involving PNP and PDEA. Ito po yung nangyari noong February 2021, the misencounters, ilagay ko na lang sa quotation marks, hindi ko naman alam ano yung final finding. So, an alleged misencounter sa isang mall ito sa Quezon City, di ba? Okay, resulted in the death of 4 people. Nakita ko yung mga news footages, marami ring na-trauma ron, maraming natago, and then after the incident, parang feeling yata nila, natrato sila ng mga, para silang suspect to whatever was going on. May buntis pa ron, nakita ko. Buntis, may yung trauma nun. I-follow up na lang natin ano nangyari sa batang naisilang na siguro ngayong panahon. Oh. So, ito po ang tanong. PDEA has intelligence funds din 500 million. PNP has intelligence funds din na 806 million. Let's assume na lang yung mga levels na for 2023. And these things happen. How do we explain this, sir? I mean, what was that which happened? Ano bang official version na po doon?
Pero NBI yata na ito
Share ba yun?
nag-share. Tapos may intel funds na nagbabaring.
There is a sharing of intelligence, if that is what you're inquiring about, Your Honor. But in respect of the incident you mentioned, which was a very high-profile incident, according to the Chief PNP, there are certain need-to-know pieces of information, especially if they have targets for apprehension or arrest, Your Honor. So in those cases, hindi pwede nilang i-divulge yun kasi it may prejudice the outcome of the operation, Your Honor.
Kasi intel funds would be support to police operation sa mata ng PNP yun. Sa PDEA, intel fund niya, o confidential fund niya, support to drug operations. So kung ginawa natin mga tag 2 billion kayo, naiwasan ninyo yung misencounter? O hindi pa rin?
Pero ba't ano pa ba yung target plan? Parang nabigyan lang. Target plan.
Your Honor, Well, they admit there is a need for greater sharing, and they also share information with the NBI. In that incident, one of the targets was actually an agent of the PIDEA. Unfortunately, Your Honor.
So, to apprehend an agent of the PIDEA, we need a shootout. We cannot talk to the head of the PIDEA to use your CIF, confidential intel funds, kasama yung counterintelligence dun sa pababa eh. Ilang ulit ko na encounter yun when the purposes of the intel funds and the confidential funds are mentioned, ganon eh.
It was a buy-bust operation, Your Honor. So I think the attempt was to catch the target in the act of to have a cause of action or evidence against that person, Your Honor.
Well, and then, siyempre nag-scenario building na sigurado yun using the intel funds and the confidential funds. There's going to be a shootout in a mall. I mean, that is their scenario. That is the scenario they planned for and they wanted, they desired, they tolerated. Ganun po ba yun?
Hindi po.
Even
It
with
did
the
not
use-
turn out, I don't think they envisioned it to turn out that way, Your Honor. Just
Okay, para lang kasi hindi naman tayo intelligence practitioner or a former police investigator or operator. Meron po nag-imbestiga formally sa insidente na 'yon. Chief, kung meron kayo alam, meron po ba?
the NBI was tasked to investigate the matter,
Okay,
Your Honor.
Sa pagkakaalam na lang, since walang NBI rito, sa pagkakaalam po ni Chief or ni Secretary, tapos na po ba ang report? May final conclusion na ba?
According to the PNP chief, to their knowledge, there is no final report yet on that, Your Honor.
Sige.
But that was the instruction of the former president.
So we'll just have
NBI to
we can
investigate
follow
the
up.
matter.
We can follow up with NBI.
We can do that, Your Honor.
Well, ako lang kasi medyo nababahala lang po ako, with your combined billions na yun. If you combine your intelligence and confidential funds of the two agencies, billions na yun. And then that's the drama you play out before the Filipino people, putting their lives at risk. Hindi nila naintindihan ano nangyayari. And then, may mga na-trauma pa. Siyempre, yung mga nasa mall na nagkulong doon, tapos after the incident, pagtrato sa kanila, nakatutok yata mga baril sa kanila.
Yes, Your Honor. I think
That's not,
greater care
I mean,
should be
That's not-
exercised, Your Honor.
Whether confidential intelligence or regular funds, that's not the proper way of spending the people's money. Pero, to the credit naman, we give credit where credit is due. After that, wala naman yata tayong ganun ka scandalous or dangerous incident.
Yes, you're correct,
Tama,
Your Honor.
okay, so-
Wala pa naman. Hopefully.
Mabuti naman, hopefully. Magdasal po tayo. Ito pong mga tanong namin sa fire code fees, baka isulat na lang po namin siguro sa BFP and ano na lang, ha? We request for a written answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero yung fire code fees ba, are these collected by the BFP?
Opo, Your Honor.
And then you can use the fees collected?
As per to BTR, the BBM will release as 1 billion automatic operations.
The collections are remitted to the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor, and they receive an annual allocation of 1 billion annually.
But the collections would be more than 1 billion annually?
We collected 2.5 billion.
Last year, they collected 2.5 billion, Your Honor.
Current po natin sa answer is 3.5 billion sa total.
And as of October of this year, they've already collected 3.5 billion, Your Honor.
So in effect, parang may special account ba yan na held for the BFP, yet yung release nyo is regulated by the DBM. Parang nagre-report ang DBM ng balance sa inyo, but you can only use 1 billion a year for your budget. Ganun po ang nangyayaring parang regulation.
That's in effect, that's
In
what's
effect,
happened,
so,
Your Honor.
okay.
It's considered revenue by the government, and
Does the chief know the running balance ng kanilang fire fees account, siguro special account?
yung naiwan dun sa DB.
Yung iwan sa DBM, sir,
Naiwan ba yun? O ginagawa?
Maraming ganyan.
Tapos dito si tourism.
Hindi ginagalaw. What, ano daw yung
running
running
balance
balance?
namin yan, sir. 2.9 billion.
It's around 2.97 billion, Your Honor.
So 2.97. Okay,
Apo.
then, but you're assured the next year you have another 1 billion. But I think there's nothing prevents us, no, Mr. Chairman, to augment the said 1 billion and charge it to that same account. I think that's
Yes, Your Honor, but of course, it's subject to the President's veto.
okay, but if the President agrees nga with the need, lalo na kung na-explain sa hearing natin, yung mga fire trucks yata, may refleeting program yata ang mga 5th and 6th class municipalities, and I think they are looking at the, tama ba, BFP to provide the fire truck?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
That's their priority, actually. They have a formula for allotting these trucks, and because a lot of the fire trucks are 40 years old, Your Honor. That's
Sige sir, ito na lang sir sa one point, yung how many fire trucks from the point of view of the VFP do we still need to purchase next year? Next year nga muna. Fire trucks. And then, kanino ito per plan, kanino po ito pupunta at ano po yung cost na yon? Tapos i-compare natin sa matatanggap yung budget. Para at least nailantad sa publiko, and then hopefully mga taga PMS or taga ES, maybe they will agree that we can access more of your the balance of your special account. Tama ba yun? Special account ba yun?
61 special accounts, 25
so total of 66.
61 ng target.
66. 66.
66.
Oh. And anong distribution yan? Yung 80:2 ba?
Yes, sir.
Formula. They plan to purchase 66 fire trucks, Your Honor. And the distribution is according to their formula, where for every 10 fire trucks procured, 8 are allotted for the refleeting program, particularly first and second class municipalities due to high population density, while 2 are given to municipalities without fire stations, Your Honor. Yun po ang formula na sinusundan po nila.
Oh, that is the plan. You have a plan. So that's you would want to execute that next year, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
66 fire trucks. Ano po cost niyan?
Per unit.
Estimate 66. Kunyari mabili lahat yan next year.
15,000?
616 million 790.
Hindi, anong cost nung per unit ng fire truck? 15M? 15 million per unit, Your Honor, of per fire truck.
So i-multiply ko ng 66 po. Okay. Magkailan yan? 990 million. So 990 million.
Thereabouts, Your
So
Honor.
kasya pa yung ating, magkano ba itong ating, sandali. What is the budget of the Bureau of Fire? Ang budget po?
Research. Di ba wala first day?
Hmm?
Yes, sir. 26 point. May 203 po.
26 point?
Yeah.
Billion. The budget of the BFP is 26.7 billion. Pero syempre may PS yun. Magkano PS po doon? So i-minus natin.
The Secretary of the Interior mentioned to me that there are also over 200 municipalities or 203 municipalities who don't have fire stations, Your Honor. So that's also a priority of theirs. So,
Yes, pero ang plan nga nila, siyempre may plan, I think, yung may plan is 66. So sa kada 10 doon, 2 sa munisipyong walang fire stations.
Yes,
So
Your
mga 12 sa 66 bibigyan nyo na. So 12 sa 200, 12. So mabibigyan yung 12 sa 200 naman. 12 sa ilan yung sinabi ni Secretary? 200 na
203, Your Honor.
so yun. So
Without,
kaya nga it's a multi-year plan din naman, but tinitingnan ko lang we're making it of record ba yung public in knowledge that you need to access your fund more. May balance ka pa 2 point something na ipabot lang natin sa OP, sa Malacanang na yan. Kasi aside from purchasing fire trucks, yung bago ninyong role di ba sir, sa emergency services, that's why you need rescue vehicles din. Wala pa yan sa amount na pinag-usapan natin. Ambulance, tama po, Chief?
they have an item for 6 ambulances, Your
6 ambulances, okay, naka-item na. Rescue vehicles,
Honor. Rescue, meron ba?
Ito nga sa rescue vehicles, 3 lang talaga.
For 3 rescue vehicles, Your Honor.
ito bang lahat ng iba't ibang uri ng vehicles na pinag-uusapan natin, if you can access your fire code fees account, you can use them. You can use the amount to purchase these vehicles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the plan. Sige po. Yun lang po yung ating kausa sa matulungan kayo na the appeal is to raise that ceiling 1 billion, or if Congress should exercise its discretion to add, that it will not be vetoed. Yun lang. Oo. But
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
we understand where you are going, Your Honor, with that.
sige po, kasi the new role of the Bureau of Fire, pati kung may collision dyan sa highway na trap yung mga passengers or riders sa vehicle, kayo na po ang aasahan. Tama. Kasi sila na po ngayon ang aasahan to do the rescue. Meron silang mga steel cutter siguro, mga ganon. Ayaw ko tama yung mga pagtawag ko sa mga machines po na gagamitin po natin. Is the DILG, a final point na lang po ito, Mr. Chairman? Hopefully final point na. Sige. Is the DILG connected in any way with the budget of the NTF-LCAC?
Meron, di ba? PNP has a budget. I think there's an item under the PNP budget for that, Your Honor.
Separate from the 10B na nasa...
Yes, because I remember correctly from last year's, there are funds scattered among the different agencies who are meant to implement and coordinate the program. And for PNP, there is an item of
Ay, ikaw pala
1 billion, thereabouts, 1.084 billion for monitoring. Pero anong gagawin? Para saan yung pondo? Don't give me that. Give me the... Not initiative, what is the funds to be used for? This is to cover activities that address the root causes of insurgencies. So they will conduct there's the list of activities.
per barangay magkano? Diba? 10 billion.
Counter mobilization activities, conduct of focused law enforcement operations, capacity building and situational awareness, RCSP related activities, intensified monitoring, assistance on interagency case buildup, conduct of information and education communication activities, PNP orientation seminars, participation in retooled community support programs as a platform of localizing the executive order on NTF-LCAC, interagency coordination and collaboration, as well as communications, the utilization of traditional mass media, distribution of IEC materials, among others, Your Honor. There's a long list here of activities.
Yung the so-called NTF-LCAC fund is found under
The bulk is found under the
ALCO.
assistance to local government units, which is a fund under when we discussed it's lodged under the DBM, Your Honor.
Yes. The wording of its item is support to barangay development program. Mga
That's correct.
10 billion yan. But the release of the funds is the responsibility of DBM. Tama. But they say that they release this to cleared barangays. Yan yata yung concept dyan eh. To clear.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
Is the DILG the one identifying the cleared barangays?
It's the AFP, Your Honor,
Okay.
who identifies.
It's the parang council na. Okay. So the role of the DILG is to monitor and evaluate the implementation of that support to barangay development program. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama.
That's
And
correct.
that is the role not only for next year but also for this year and maybe even for last year. So if we want to know the objective evaluation of the effectivity of that program, we go to the DILG. Is the DILG ready to give a report on how old is this NTF LCAC program?
How old is
How old is this? 3 years na ba to, program?
3 years old, Your Honor?
Oh, 3 years old. With 2023, it's 4th year. Ganun pa ba? So wag na muna yon kasi hindi nyo pa ma-evaluate yun.
Opo,
But
opo.
let us say, let's also assume 2022, hindi nyo pa na-evaluate. But you must have evaluated 2020 and 2021. Is there, to prove to us that the DILG has been evaluating it, by this time, dapat meron na siguro yung printed na medyo in booklet form.
I would think so, Your Honor. We're just awaiting the submission of the PNP on this, given the funds given in the past, Your Honor. Your report. Wala pa report. Well, I've been given a one sheet here regarding the LGU beneficiaries, Your Honor. Perhaps we can inquire if there are more comprehensive documents that they can submit to us. Maybe we can ask the page to give it to the minority leader to share it with what I've been given, Your Honor, para get another copy para
Kasi kung, yes sir, kung admit, ano naman tayo,
where is it?
is this the best that the DILG can submit today, Mr. President?
Senator Binay has shared with us that she was given a copy of a more comprehensive report. This representation has yet to see any.
Yes, but they are the source, so they should have.
Yes, that's why I'm wondering, because I would think it's in their interest to share the most comprehensive report possible, Your Honor.
Implementation report.
Parang, Mr. Chairman, itong binigay sa akin, parang pang statistician ito eh. Yung gustong tumingin ng mga numero at happy na sa numero. Pero ang in-establish nga natin kanina, your task is to evaluate the implementation of the program. Ang intindi ko niyan, you also you also assess. You evaluate the implementation. You also assess na we believe the program is effective, is successful, or we believe the program is
Ito lang ba? Ito lang.
not making any difference to the lives of our people. We recommend its discontinuance. Mga ganun.
According to the department, they have engaged also third-party monitoring. So it varies from region to region. But I've been given 3-page documents here, and I'm happy to share it with His Honor. It's my first time to see this also. But it details the funds released to the barangay beneficiaries, the fund utilization, the number of projects, status of projects. It's a quantitative detailing, Your Honor. But yes, ideally, given the passage of time and the emergence from COVID, there would be a detailed assessment, Your Honor. So this has been the issue for past years here I remember, Your Honor, Senator Binay, Senator Drilon, Senator Risa, yourself, have been among those who have raised it, Your Honor. So we'll await. They promised to furnish some on the third-party monitoring, Your Honor.
I hope the Secretary appreciates the essence of our question, kung di man natin na-phrase perfectly, but you know what I mean, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. In
Hindi
fact,
na
I can overhear them over my shoulder having a chat with the point person for NTF-ELCAC regarding the need for exactly what you're asking for. Isn't there a more definitive or
Well,
comprehensive?
I was expecting publication eh.
Opo,
Medyo
opo.
magazine form or hardbound, kahit manipis man lamang.
Yes, sir.
But for excuse na nga ang 2023 dahil hindi pa nangyayari. 2022, hindi pa tapos. Excuse na yun. But 2020, 2021, sana meron na.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
then-
We agree with you, Your Honor.
Sisilipin na lang po namin how much amount is being given to the DALG for that task. Kasi kailangan makita din. Para aware din sila na you're given this X amount, maybe amounting to millions, for that particular task.
Yeah, they were given 400 million for this year, Your Honor.
Malaki yun, sir.
Opo,
Just
yes.
to evaluate. and
Yes, but
monitor.
actually that was already reduced per the request of the then minority. So,
Ganun pala kalaki. Ang binig.
opo,
I hope the Secretary was listening na ganun kalaki ang halaga pala for that task lang. It's not the giving of the cash to the cleared barangay, hindi nyo task yun eh. It's not the identification of the barangay, hindi nyo rin task yun. It's just evaluating the program. 400 million daw, sabi ng chairman namin.
evaluating
Laki yun,
and community activities mentioned earlier, Your Honor.
Laki pa mo. 400 million na for next year po yun, ano, Mr. Chairman, the amount you're mentioning, 400 million for next
That's
year.
for this year, ho.
For this
The
year?
one for next year is the amount you mentioned of the amount we discussed earlier of 1.08 billion, Your Honor.
1.08? So, can I mention yun? 1.08, sorry. Sinabi ko.
May I know from the minority floor leader, how many questions does he have left? Because I can see Senator Nancy Binay egging to go to the Senate lounge. But
Yes,
I think she's quite.
Yes, yun na lang po yun. But parang we've opened some sort of a box. And dito may pursue ko na lang. But you know, I don't have to pursue this in plenary. Gulat lang po ako doon. If you're given 400 for that task and you're given 1.08 billion for the same task, and then when at Senate plenary you give me 1 page, you give the chairman 3 pages, ako 1 page dito. So medyo, Secretary, pakitingin na lang po ito. Kasi ayusin. Kasi daming humihingi, PhilPost na lang. We need to save our postal system. 400 million. Pwede, 1.08. Pwede nang sagot na pala eh. Ayos na pala PhilPost na needs eh. Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, malaki naman kasi talaga budget ng DILG kaya maraming pwedeng talagang tanungin. Malaki din yung family ng DILG. Well, sige, baka may gusto pa sabihin si Secretary.
The Secretary is clarifying that the funds lodged with them of around 400 to 500 million is not just intended to monitor purely or solely the NTF-ELCAC, but also all the other programs under the Local Government Support Fund, Your Honor. So the ELCAC is just a component of that.
Local government support fund.
So, thank you for that clarification kasi without that clarification, ang impression talaga namin na overfund po yun, yung item na yun. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, let me just allow the committee to comply with some of our rules, di ba, Mr. Chairman? When we make sure that the heads...
I've just been given this book.
That's it. That's what the one...
You could ask the
to
page
assess-
to
oh,
add
apo.
it to
Yeah,
the minority leader.
that cover calendar year.
Yeah,
Siguro.
sana binigay na ito sa umpisa para ma-shorten yung debate. Opo.
Hindi, kahit binigyan naman po ako niyan, tatanungin ko rin just to...
Opo, yes, yes, but certainly,
para
you've
ilabas
been
niyo
mentioning the
po
words comprehensive report for the past few minutes, so I don't understand why it could not have been given earlier.
This is for fiscal year 2021. So ito na nga. So, and you must
Yes.
you must have another one, or you should have another one for 2020. Diba? Kasi yun ang ano niya. Sige po. Wala.
The expansion of the funding only happened in 2021, Your Honor.
That's a good. Okay, with that explanation, that issue is put to rest. So, Mr. Chairman, ganito na lang, 'di ba? Parang practice natin ito that we manifest that the leadership of the attached agency is present during the hearing. So, we see the secretary, we see the chief PNP, and then how about the other attached agencies? Are they here?
They're all here, Your Honor.
They're all here.
Yes,
na?
I mentioned them.
Kanina.
We
Sige.
acknowledged them earlier, Your Honor.
I was upstairs. So,
Yes.
so with that, I will now terminate my interpellation on the DILG family's budget and thank our chairman and all of the secretary and the chiefs, the leaders. Salamat po for your patience with my questioning. Thank you po.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much,
Thank you,
Your Honor,
Minority
distinguished
Leader.
Minority Leader.
Majority Leader?
There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Local Government Academy, National Police Commission, National Youth Commission, Philippine Commission on Women, Philippine National Police be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellations and considered submitted the budget of the DILG and its attached agencies. Are there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved. Minutes
Thank you,
suspension.
Mr. President. To the acting Majority Leader, also a committee vice chair, thank you for pitching in. Perhaps we could ask for a few minutes suspension to allow the
Session suspended.
Session Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of Commission on Audit. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the consideration of the budget of the Commission on Audit and is now in order for today's interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget, our Senate Committee on Finance Chairman, Senator Sani Angara, for his opening statement.
No opening statement, Your Honor. Just want to acknowledge the dignitaries present from the Commission on Audit. We have Chairperson Gamaliel Cordoba, Commissioner Roland Pondo, Commissioner Mario Lipana, Assistant Commissioner Plaras, Director Coscos, and Director Dacanay. And we're ready to receive questions on the budget of the COA from our colleagues. Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First to interpellate is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Chis Escudero is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really on the budget of COA, Mr. Chairman, but rather some policy questions.
Yes, Your Honor. To my law professor and minority leader.
I refer, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, to the budget both appropriated by Congress and borrowed by the Philippine government with respect to the procurement of vaccines in 2020 and 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Late 2020 and early part of 2021. May we know how much did government appropriate in either 2020 and 2021 total? And in addition to that, how much did government borrow to procure additional vaccines?
Appropriate and borrow. Iba yun.
Ito yung regular.
Lahat yan, vaccines. Your Honor, there's an appropriations under the 2021 GAA worth approximately 2.6 billion, and another item lodged under continuing appropriations of 6.3 for a total of 8.93 billion. And under foreign assisted, there are two ADB loan items totaling around 36 billion and another World Bank item of around 25 billion for a total of almost 70 billion, Your Honor, for the foreign assisted projects.
If I remember correctly, Mr. President, Your Honor, government appropriated and borrowed a total of 300 billion pesos for the procurement of vaccines.
300.
Newspaper reports were not disputed at that time pertaining to this amount. That's why Philippine debt increased by over 6 trillion.
Yes, Your
during those
Honor.
years.
It was
And if it's not in the GAA, it is most likely in the Bayanihan to Hilas 1, in any other law. May I know, how much did we appropriate to purchase vaccines? In all.
total.
I will not belabor the point, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Kindly submit it to our office. How much was the total allocation? Because again, if I remember correctly, it was over 300 billion pesos at that time. Got it? Maybe?
They are
Sorry.
pointing to another item worth 75 billion, but if you add that to the 70 billion we mentioned earlier, that's only about 145 billion. So we're trying to
Can we ask
put
you-
together the jigsaw puzzle that is the financing of our vaccine program, Your Honor.
Mr.
We
President.
beg your indulgence on that.
Mr. President, under the Constitution, government can only spend money if it's appropriated by Congress.
That's correct.
Or number two, from borrowings made by the President, which does not need congressional approval.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So my question is, if at all, you can submit it later, How much did government appropriate in 2020, 2021 for the purchase of vaccines? And how much did government borrow for the purchase of vaccines as well? Again, Mr. President, Your Honor, if I remember newspaper accounts, media accounts, it was about 300 billion. But I won't hold the chairman to come up with 300 billion because, again, these are based only on newspaper reports.
We'll reconcile, Your Honor, if just ask for a bit of time to, since there are a number of laws involved here.
I won't belabor the point, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The point I'm driving at, Mr. President, the reason why I'm raising these questions in relation to COA is, how did COA audit the purchase of these vaccines in 2020 and 2021? Because again, based on newspaper reports, and you know, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I base it on newspaper reports simply because there are no reports. The previous government has been citing NDA or non-disclosure agreements so as not to say anything about the procurement of vaccines. That's why I can only base it on newspaper reports. Instead of actual reports either coming from the DOH, coming from the Department of Finance, or for that matter, the reason why I'm standing up right now, coming from COA. So my question actually, Mr. Chairman, would be this. How did COA treat that expenditure, both of monies coming from appropriations of Congress and borrowings? Because by now, we already have the reports, correct me if I'm wrong, of the audited reports of agencies last year. Diba, hawak na natin yan usually pag budget deliberations eh. So may I ask COA, how did they treat so far 150 billion, or if newspaper accounts are correct, 300 billion? What is written in their report with respect to this expenditure?
Yes, Your Honor. What they've subjected to audit is the inventory, the quantities bought by government, and the utilization of the vaccines, Your Honor. But they have not subjected to a detailed audit the contracts between the government and the suppliers because of what you also mentioned, the so-called non-disclosure agreements contained in the purchase documents or the contracts with the regarding the purchase of vaccines, Your Honor.
Mr. President, the mandate, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the mandate of COA is clear. Hindi naman General Services Office ang COA na titingnan ko yung delivery tama at kung nagamit yung binili ng gobyerno. That's part of it. But the more important component is, was the money spent legally in accordance with law insofar as the requirements for transparency and accountability provided for in the Constitution and lodged with the Constitutional Commission called COA?
Yes, Your Honor. At first they felt restrained by those non-disclosure agreements, but I think after also meeting with you, and they realized that under the Constitution, they're not bound by, because they're not party to these non-disclosure agreements, Your Honor. So
Exactly, Mr. President. They're not party to this NDA and therefore not bound. In fact, they're not even bound by the executive department. That's why the Constitution thought it best to separate COA and make it an independent constitutional commission so that it can do its job independently of either the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of government. So if DOH, and I presume the letter is addressed to DOH, is citing NDA, so anong gagawin natin? What will COA do now?
they will assert their legal right under the Constitution, Your Honor, and make representations with these agencies who entered into these agreements for more information, Your Honor.
They will continue to say, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, NDA, we cannot. And remember, the acting secretary is part of the DOH of the previous administration. I don't know if she signed, but most likely knew about it and was a party to it. So may I ask, what's within the arsenal of COA insofar as to enforce compliance with transparency and accountability and their power to audit?
They have the subpoena powers, Your Honor, that they can legally compel the departments involved to submit documents, to testify. So they're willing to use these powers, Your Honor.
I think it's about time that it's used, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, by COA, given that it's been over a year. And they cannot keep on answering and citing NDAs that COA is not a party to. And as I said, the audit report of COA, insofar as DOH is concerned, is already in and submitted. And it cannot be left hanging and simply say that we checked the inventory, they used the inventory, and we still don't know at how much they bought each vaccine and each brand of vaccine.
Your Honor, I don't know if it's pertinent, but it just occurred to me that during the LEDAC and the majority leader and the Senate President were there, the DOH made representations that they wish to extend or amend the vaccine procurement law, which this chamber passed in January or February of the previous year. And I think that perhaps if we're going to hear that, these amendments, then we really have a chance to elicit the information from DOH themselves. Aside from the independent action to be taken by COA, Your Honor, because then there is an incentive for them to disclose, because we can say we won't pass any amendatory law unless they level with us as to how much was really spent and all these details that you are seeking, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I was not part of the Senate when that law was passed. I was the governor of the province of Sorsogon. But I am sure that there is no provision in that law that allowed any form, shape, size, or color of NDA in any vaccine procurement. Would that be correct?
Wala po, wala po. There is no waiver of accountability or information there. That would be contractual if any, Your Honor, and the Senate is not privy really to those. Although I remember it was mentioned during the interpellations, I think, no, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor. But yung point, Your Honor, is that in case they want to amend that law going forward, then they must come clean, so to speak, Your Honor.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, in your long years in government, including all of the people beside you and behind you, including all the members of this chamber, ngayon lang ako nakarinig na NDA para hindi sabihin kung magkano binili at ilan ang binili? Has that actually ever been used in the history of this country insofar as procurement is concerned, however wild or corrupt any official is? It's a new breed of excuse.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it has no place in government documents, but I guess it had some veneer of legitimacy back then, because there were limited supplies, and maybe we were scrambling to get the best deal possible. But now that the smoke has cleared, so to speak, Your Honor, then there is a time always for a reckoning or an accounting, and perhaps we are at that moment already. And I thank you for raising this, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Your Honor, hindsight is always 20/20. It gives us that benefit. A lot of people were panicking at that time, accepted, agreed. However, it is no excuse not to follow what is written under our laws, because a declaration of national emergency does not suspend the operation of certain laws, especially with respect to transparency and accountability. Now, let me be clear. I do not have any evidence, neither am I aware of any specific allegation or accusation of either corruption or overpricing. What I am demanding is transparency and accountability insofar as the purchase of the vaccines are concerned, because the last thing you want is for a governor, for a secretary, for a bureau director to sign a similar agreement and say, well, you did that before, and COA didn't do anything and cite it as a precedent. I simply do not want it to occur again. However panicked we may feel, however big the emergency may be, however fast we need to act, the rules are the rules, the law is the law, and the job of COA is still the job of COA to do insofar as being the vanguard and guardians of government funds and expenditures.
That's a very valid point, Your Honor, and I think no one can argue against that. In fact, looking at the text now of RA 11525, this is the Vaccine Procurement Act. There's a express provision on that. Section 6 is on transparency and accountability in COVID-19. That's the title, in COVID-19 vaccine procurement. And it says that the national government, as well as LGUs, private entities, may only procure COVID-19 vaccines that are registered so-and-so. And for purposes of transparency, the following information should be posted in a conspicuous place and in the GPPB online portal, And the information is as follows: approved budget for the contract, name and details of the COVID-19 vaccine or supplies, supplier, the name of the supplier, the amount of the contract as awarded. So I think all of this, because of that provision, there is, aside from the constitutional authority which we discussed, there is also statutory authority to ask for that information, Your Honor.
Last question on this point, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. If the Department of Health is citing the NDA, the supposed NDA, as a reason not to be transparent, do we even have a copy of the supposed NDA?
No, Your Honor. And assuming arguendo that you can waive that away in a contract, Your Honor, I don't know if that's a valid provision because it might even be against law or public policy.
Assuming
So-
whatever it is, if the DOH used the NDA as an excuse, does COA even have a copy of the NDA signed by the national government at that time so that we at least know what are the terms of the NDA and who signed the NDA?
No, Your Honor. So maybe that should be within the scope of the communications to be made or that have been made between the COA and the relevant departments, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, if at all, what the good chairman is implying is that the NDA includes the non-disclosure of the NDA?
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
Who
Your
has
Honor,
I have never seen a copy of this supposed NDA.
Oh,
And
medyo-
apparently, COA hasn't either.
wala pa pong nakakakita niyan. So it's best that we get it straight from the horse's mouth and para malaman na po natin ano talaga yung nilalaman nitong NDA na dito.
So, is it correct to state that DOH, given the inquiries of COA, given the inquiries too, I learned of the ADB where we borrowed money from COA, if the funds borrowed from ADB has been audited by COA, that it's the mere assertion of DOH that there's an NDA without furnishing COA with an actual copy of the NDA that supposedly hinders them from divulging the price of the vaccine?
They don't have a copy at all, Your Honor. So I think it
So it
should
was
be
never
incumbent.
given to COA.
Never, Your Honor.
Oo nga, panay ang reklamo sa mga confi funds. Ito, talo pa yung confi funds. Ni walang accounting to, ni walang liquidation to eh. As a second policy issue, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Chairman Lil Cordova, I've known him for quite some time, and it's his first month in office. You will be serving a term of 7 years. May I request, in behalf of all the former local officials, former department secretaries and directors, to kindly come up with a booklet that gives a singular interpretation of your memorandum, circulars, and policy issuances. I raise this issue, Mr. Chairman, because when I was governor, I would ask my fellow governors if it's okay to do this, if they have been able to do this. Their answer would be yes, but my provincial COA auditor does not agree because he or she has a different interpretation. But we're talking of the same memorandum issuance regulation issued by COA. We're talking about the same law. Within the province of Sorsogon, your municipal COA auditors would agree to the same act being done, especially during the pandemic, with some municipalities, but with some, they will disallow it. Hindi ko pa din na pinapasok sa usapan yung pumayag yung provincial auditor tapos yung regional director ayaw ha. Magkaiba pa yon. Magkaiba pa yung last year, wala naman akong AUM doon, ginawa ko pa rin kasi wala akong AUM. The following year, meron na bigla, wala naman akong binago sa ginawa ko. Because apparently, the one reviewing saw the circular differently. I think it's high time that the COA, through an issuance or clarificatory or interpretative booklet, clarify the meaning of certain issuances, certain provisions of the law so that there will be uniform implementation, interpretation, and consistent application of all COA issuances that we should be following.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that's a very, very good point, and we agree that there is a need for that if there have been conflicting interpretations, given the magnitude of the stakes and the penalties that await should there be missteps, especially if they are unintentional, Your Honor. So there should be, the law should not only be a incentive or a disincentive, but it should also be a clear guide to action, Your Honor.
Now, related to that, in my first week as governor, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I talked to the COA auditor and asked for a meeting and asked for her help to guide me because this is my first stint in the executive branch as a local government chief executive, and asked advice about certain things because I didn't know about it. She refused. And the reason given was conflict of interest. How can I advise you to do what is right if I will be the one to audit you? How can I say it's wrong? The problem with that concept, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, is the KRI of COA is the number of AOMs they issue. If they do not issue AOMs to an agency, they are deemed not to have done their job. But here is a government official wanting to do right by the law, asking properly for advice and guidance with respect to certain things, certain limitations, if at all. And I don't think conflict of interest is a good basis to decline or deny guidance. Simply because they will be the ones auditing. Ba't naman daw nila AOM pag in-advise nila? Kaya nga gusto naming sundin eh. Di ba? I mean, it begs the question. We want to follow to begin with. I hope that will be reviewed by the COA in the coming weeks and months in order to properly guide and advise not only local government officials, but also heads of the various agencies of the executive department. We are not enemies. We are supposedly in partnership to be able to maximize the limited funds we have and make sure that there is no corruption and there is transparency and accountability. Again, hindi naman tayo magkaaway, mag-partner tayo dapat. Bagaman Independent Constitutional Commission ng COA, bagaman nasa gobyerno tayo, executive man o legislative, we are all public servants wanting the same thing, to be able to serve to the best of our ability, our constituencies, and to be able to allocate government scarce resources as best we can. So I hope the COA will review that, Your Honor, Mr. President, and look into it with a view to perhaps changing that orientation on the part of COA auditors nationwide in regard to LGUs and executive and legislative and judicial offices.
The COA, the Commission agrees with you through the chairperson of the agency, Your Honor, and there should be no conflict of interest, as you mentioned, between government officials who want to uphold the law and to abide by legal procedures and processes, but just need guidance. So there should be no conflict there, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the good gentleman for accommodating our issues, questions, and some policy suggestions. I would also like to thank the Go family, headed by its chair, Lil Cordova. Thank you, sir. I'll be seeing you in the next few weeks and shall eagerly await your subpoena duces tecum to be issued against DOH. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much to the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon, and we owe him the figures regarding the vaccine procurement. And we thank him for his very powerful presentation of his points. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before I move that we recognize the next interpellator, Mr. President, I would just like to point out and join in the discussion, Mr. President, of what the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon pointed out earlier. Because number one, it is really important to note that COA should not be seen as adversarial agency, Mr. President, to the point na nahihirapan ng kumilos yung mga government agencies. I used to be the head of TESDA, Mr. President, and also in my experience, one of my regional office, Mr. President, was disallowed for doing something that the other regional office already did, and they were not disallowed. So maganda po yun na ma-review ng husto, and at the same time, magkaroon ng booklet man ito, etc., with the end goal na talagang magawa ng COA yung mandate po nila. But I'm glad also, Mr. President, that Chairman Liel Cordova is now at the helm of this agency, and we are fully supporting him and trusting that he will be able to deliver, Mr. President, what is needed for COA and for government officials and offices to function more effectively. Next to interpolate, Mr. President, is the distinguished lady from Makati and Isabela, no other than Senator Mayor Nancy Binay.
Our colleague from Isabela and Makati, Senator Binay, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isang tanong lang po, Mr. President, Mr.
Of course, Your
Chairman.
Honor, to our Vice Chair and the Chair of the Committee on Tourism and Accounts.
Yes, Mr. President, bilang bahagi po kasi ng information campaign ng ating pamahalaan ngayon, yung paggamit ng social media, meron na ho bang guidelines ang COA kung paano ho makaka-comply yung mga different agencies when they utilize their funds for their social media campaign? For example, siguro isa-cite ko na ho yung Department of Tourism na kung saan tayo ho ang chairperson. Alam naman po natin as part of their marketing campaign is to use Instagram or Facebook. And gusto din naman ho nila maging compliant dun sa auditing procedures ng COA. Meron na ho bang ganong alutuntunin or guidelines?
They are just using their existing guidelines, but they acknowledge that with the advent of technology, there may be a need to come up with new guidelines. So they'll look into that as soon as they leave this chamber, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun lang po, Mr. President. And Mr. Chair, we will await itong guidelines na ilalabas po ng COA dahil alam naman ho natin that kumbaga ito na yung next wave on how we will promote or disseminate information. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good point, and we thank the lady from Makati for raising that. Our chairperson of Tourism and Accounts, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last but not the least is the distinguished minority leader of the Senate, our idol, Senator Coco Pimentel. Mr. President, I move that he be recognized.
The Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Wala naman sir na significant findings to sa
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairman. So, we will also be keenly awaiting the submissions of COA in relation to, if any, if you committed any, in relation to the interpellation of Senator Escudero.
Opo, Your Honor.
Kasi maganda po yun, yung mga inconsistency. Ang suggestion, ang naisip ko nga, paano kung maglabas kayo ng parang COA memorandum circulars annotated. Parang mga ganun. Meron ba kayong ganun? Meron kayong ganun? Kung meron man ganun, let the public also access it, di ba? Parang ganun.
Meron lang daw pong silang compendium, which is basically a compilation of all their issuances. But as to the commentaries, wala pa pong ganon. So that's a definite need for that based on
Parang
interpellation so far, Your Honor.
ganito ginagawa kasi sa SET sa SET, wala silang kaso. Ginawa nila so as not to waste their lawyers. Kuha sila ng mga election cases and then kinompile nila tapos basta may analysis din, may contribution din sila, may mga topical approach, may annotation, komentaryo. Siguro ayun doon kung pwedeng and then but that sana it's not only for internal use na kayo-kayo lang may nakakaintindi yan. It's really for consumption of the public as well as those who are being audited para na-anticipate nga nila yung how a certain section of a circular is officially interpreted by the COA. Parang ganun.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we were taught in law school. Went to the same law school that the law has a teaching function, Your Honor. So I think that's where you're going with that, and maybe the commission can, if they have some resources or both human and financial, then they can meet that need, Your Honor.
Yeah, if they, yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, if they can come up with a project, yan, na ganyan, and then propose it na lang in your budget, supportahan namin kayo.
We
For
agree,
that
Your Honor.
purpose.
We will support that also.
Kasi tama sir parang para naman tayo when we make a law, words are our means to express the ideas sometimes incomplete you cannot hindi mo naman ma-explain talaga, and then ganun din ang COA circulars, words lang yan, parang law din yan rules. So gawa natin ng parang SCRA annotated, parang ganun. I hope by next year, I hope by next budget cycle, meron tayong project proposal na ganun po ang resulta to assist. The purpose is to assist. Sabi ko kasi baka na-infect kasi rin ang COA kasi ang ating justice system, Mr. President, adversarial Ang default mode natin, adversarial So baka na-infect lang ang way of thinking ng COA na ganun, adversarial. Yung ino-audit ko kalaban ko or hindi ko, kailangan may bala ako dyan na pero that's the court system. Pero nagbabago na rin naman tayo yata ngayon. May mga mediation, arbitration na tayo. So maybe the way of thinking, Mr. Chairman.
I completely agree, Your Honor. I think that is the default mode of our
That's the
our
default
system.
mode.
It's checks and balances. It's adversarial. But what there are common interests to be attained. I think we tackled that a little bit during the DOJ budget when we said that the duty of a prosecutor is not just to secure the filing of a case or a conviction at all costs, but the larger interest is to see that justice is done. So I think in this case,
Analogy. Yes.
yes, by analogy, Your Honor, it's not to secure a disallowance or or even a conviction for malversation or misappropriation, but it's to see. I think the measure of success should be how deeply good government has become ingrained, and the proper management of resources, how ingrained it has become in the different agencies of government. So I agree with you there, Your Honor.
Sige. I think Senator Escudero was able to also state it na the best use of government resources in accordance with law in a non-wasteful way, ganun. So,
In the corporate world, Your Honor, they when they teach case studies, it's always to learn what the best practice is. So we don't have to actually experience or to have a conviction to learn the lesson, Your Honor. Why can we not learn the lessons without that painful experience, Your Honor?
So, yun siguro. I think that we have a new chairman of the COMELEC.
Yes, Your Honor.
May we get to know him, sir? I mean,
He's familiar to us, Your Honor.
COA. I said COMELEC, COA.
Yes. The chairperson is familiar to us because he used to head the National Telecommunications Commission for how many years? For 13 years, Your Honor.
13 years.
So he's a fixture in our budget.
May we get the age
budget
of
debates.
our new COA chairman?
Yeah. He's 51.
Oh, see,
Your Honor.
so mas
Very youthful, very youthful.
very young. So alam niya tong mga, alam niya yung mga change in the trend from adversarial to more cooperative. So and then itong project na parang annotation nga. Sige po, so we look forward to that and then the measure of COA's performance is not actually in the conviction or in the cases, but in the people will feel the more efficient, and proper, and full use of the government resources. Pero pasalamat talaga tayo sa COA kasi ang dami ninyong reports na, and for as long as you remain that objective, I mean, objective auditors, you have a big role to play. Yung mga investigation dito, COA reports ang ginagamit namin Napuri ko nga kayo, Mr. Chairman and the commissioners, yung inyong auditor dun sa laptop deal ng DepEd eh. Outsider kayo sa DepEd eh. Outsider kayo sa PSDBM. PSDBM carried out executed the bidding eh. Outsider kayo sa institution na yun, pero kayo pa ang nakapuna kayo pa nakakompare ng data in the hands of the PSDBM na hindi nila alam. The insiders did not know the information of the other insiders, yung mga prices nila, research nila. But the COA auditor cited all of these things in the audit report. So sabi ko nga, ang COA na outsider nakakita, yung insider hindi nyo alam. So even yung mga ganyang klaseng inefficiencies, napapalabas tuloy ninyo because of your efficiency. So purihin po natin ang COA.
We thank you for that, Your Honor. You've always been quite balanced in your assessment, noting not only the shortcomings but also the good deeds, and we thank you for that, Your Honor.
And then the budget of COA, Mr. Chairman, na-retain lang po, no? Ito na. 13.1 billion. So that's the NEP and that's the GAB and that's the committee report. So as is lang po siya.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Apo. Ngayon, because I ask all agencies with confidential funds this question, I notice COA itself has confidential funds. Being a civilian agency, so confidential fund yan na 10 million. So,
yes, Your Honor, the COA has had confidential funds for some time now. It's remained at the level of 10 million for the last 10 budgets, Your Honor. It's really to assist the agency in detecting fraud in government transactions, Your Honor.
Hindi po kaya saluin sa regular budget nila yun?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi ba parang it is used to, Mr. Chairman, what was the
To help
justification?
detect fraud, Your Honor.
Isn't that part of already the job description of COA?
Yes, Your Honor. Part of the audit is part of an audit is to detect possible fraud and to prevent it later on, Your Honor. So there's a need sometimes to purchase information, among other things.
To purchase information. Okay. Well, kasi one of our objections nga, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, because this is in the nature of a lump sum, then it is liquidated under a special COA procedure yata eh. Di ba? Talking about confidential and intelligence funds, is the COA also auditing the said funds? Auditing, lagyan na lang natin sa quotation marks po yun, and then let them explain how is the audit being done over confidential and intelligence funds?
For the intelligence and confidential funds, Your Honor, the audit is done by a unit created under the office of the chair of the COA, called the ICFAU, or the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Unit. And this unit conducts the post-audit of the liquidations of disbursements from the cash advances for the confidential expenses and intelligence expenses of government agencies. And they retain for safekeeping all liquidation reports and supporting papers, and they maintain and update a record of the cash advances and their liquidations pertaining to CE, or confidential expenses, and IE, or intelligence expenses, for each individual accountable officer and for each agency. And they issue an audit observation memorandum, notice of suspension, or notice of disallowance addressed to the head of agency as may be warranted in accordance with the circular number 20906, dated September 2009. And they keep records of all audit observation memorandums, notice of suspensions, notice of disallowance issued to the head of agency, including the notice of finality of decision, COA order of execution in the event of failure to settle this disallowance, and they provide the concerned audit team leader and the agency accountant with a copy of these mentioned documents, the AOM, the NS, and the ND, which are issued in relation to the post-audit of the liquidation of cash advances for CF and IF, Your Honor.
Okay, so at least the COA is assuring the public that confidential and intelligence funds over the years have been audited by the COA pursuant to law and circular. Ganun po yun? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then and of course that practice will have to continue.
Hindi yung head account, hindi yung head ng agency.
Has there ever been a case, no need to name names lang, has there ever been a case na you pointed out a misuse or possible misuse of CE and IE?
Mga ilang beses na. Ballpark.
Ito na lang yung audit findings niya sa sarili niya.
Yes, Your Honor. They've been around 50 cases of disallowance, according to the commissioners, Your Honor.
And how is such a situation resolved, Mr. President?
What to pay for it, what to pay. Yeah, if they issue that notice of disallowance, the accountable officer has to refund the amount, Your Honor.
Okay, has to refund the amount. That
Yes, Your
would
Honor.
be the person given. That would be the person given the confidential.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so siguro hindi to ano no. Since if we can ask for a report without names, that would not be a confidential report, right?
We will ask them to submit perhaps with the reduction of information, Your Honor.
Without name. Basta yung ano lang parang yung just to show us that that these funds are not totally exempted from audit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, and sagot nyo yes, and then you've been doing it, and then meron nga in the normal course of things, meron talagang dapat findings din, right? Apa?
Yes, Your Honor. They will furnish you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. COA audits itself. Tama, di ba? Meron yata kayong unit din dyan eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron, has there ever been a case where there is an audit finding on COA?
Iniswa ng COA ang chairperson. There has been a case where the COA has issued notices of disallowance to the chairperson himself, Your Honor.
Oo nga. And then siguro, you feel the same pressure like an ordinary agency to resolve that with your auditor. And kumusta? I mean, nare-resolve po natin ito o carried over the books yan or subsequent COA reports pa rin? Ano ba ito? Tagal na ba? 20, ano ba ito? 2021. Ganito palaki?
Some are still pending, but some which have been resolved, there was a refund by the accountable officer, Your Honor.
Sige, kasi meron akong hawak dito na parang COA findings as of December 31, 2021. Siguro sa next budget cycle na lang, we do not want to see this still unresolved. Ganun na lang siguro. We will just confront them with these findings. Just to show, kasi kayo po talaga tinitignan na how will COA resolve an audit findings. So,
Yes, Your Honor, that would be correct.
Sige po.
That would be proper, Your Honor.
And then pakita natin sa taong bayan na re-resolve naman, then they will follow your circular. Ngayon itong isang concern natin na I think COA raised this itself, no? The majority of your employees in the COA are near the age of retirement already. So, maghanda tayo ngayon. We have a kaya nga that's why pininpoint ko po in-emphasize ko yung age ng ating chairman eh. bata eh. So, siguro kung makaisip siya ng imaginative ways to recruit people. Ano bang basic educational requirement ng mga COA, ano natin, COA officials?
Preferably CPA or lawyers or accounting graduates, Your Honor. And regarding the staffing pattern, 8,000 are filled out of 13,000 and there are 5,000 unfilled positions, Your Honor.
So yan, as of the moment po yun, available po yun, no? So those who want to have a career at COA and they feel they're qualified, they can try to now, they should now apply for that, for those 5,000, 5,000 unfilled positions. Okay. And then siguro yung si chairman na lang mag-isip sila ng mga promotional gimmicks to attract applicants to COA.
Yes, Your Honor. They will think of something. They will.
Kasi we need COA. Yan ang nakita ko talaga sa gobyerno natin. Wala.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a very
Ang
important.
dami naming it's always we look at the COA reports, even yung aming Blue Ribbon investigation, COA report din. So it's a budget. We look at the COA reports. Yes, a very important institution. So, well, I think the COA submitted a wish list amounting to 723 million. Tama po ba yan? So, ano pong...
Tama?
Last na lang po ito. Last topic. 723 million wish list. Ano?
Yes, the commissioner is
Yes.
confirming, but the LBRMO is still unsure.
Yes, pagdating kasi sa subcommittee report, we did not increase. So, ibig sabihin, wala
Yes,
wala
yes.
kami nag-grant doon. Pero ano yung
Sure.
pinaka-ano doon? Just to summarize it, ano yung pinaka-important PAP?
PS and MOE, Your Honor.
PS. So as to PS for the 5,000? And
For the 13,000 approved by BBM.
They're asking for 723 million, of which 455 million is approximately is for personal services, and 268 million approximately is for MOE, Your Honor. And these were for items not considered during the budget call, our budget submission to DBM, Your Honor, which is an increase in MOE recurring items of around 235 million, provision for COVID-19 supplies of 5.8 million, operational costs of 10 completed, what's PSAO?
Yes, provincial satellite.
Of provincial satellite offices of 26 million. That's for security and janitorial, communications, utilities and insurance, and the decrease in information system strategic plan, Your Honor. So yun po yung
Yes.
hinihingi ho nila.
thank you for that, Mr. President. Hindi ko lang po maintindihan yung 455 million for PS. Hindi ba sa budget process natin, being a constitutional body, DBM releases PS for authorized positions for COA?
Yes, Your Honor, and I understand if there is a fund, that's why you have the miscellaneous and personnel benefits fund, because if there are new positions or new hires, then that is supposed to be sourced from the MPBF fund, Your Honor, under the DBM. That's the purpose of that also, Your Honor.
Oh, yun. Pero in the determination of the PS level or value for a constitutional office like COA, DBM uses authorized positions to compute your PS, hindi po filled. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, that's correct, di ba? So, baka, I just want to ask COA, baka misplaced po yung 455 million PS request. Di ba, nakuha mo ba point ko? Ba't hingi ka ng 455 PS? Authorized positions na rin rin. May bakante ka 5,000.
But why did they do that?
Ha? Kaya siguro hindi binigay.
ng new Platilla.
But I'm being told that there is a variance due to the implementation of their COA restructuring for 2021. The DBM based it on the old figure of 13,283 positions, whereas according to them, the approved plantilla is 14,102. So
Okay.
I don't know why the DBM did that, but that is the information being relayed to me, Your Honor.
Salamat po. So yun pala. That's at least naintindihan na natin. So DBM side use the different number for determining the PS. COA will use a different number because sabi nyo authorized na yon. There has been a previous or past DBM Act recognizing the increase to 14,102 authorized positions. So matter of ano na lang to, baka hindi pa computerized ang DBM kaya baka hindi pa nila na-update ang records nila. Sayang hindi namin.
Perhaps, Your Honor.
Sayang sir kung naintindihan natin na ganito pala yung nature nung the root of the unfunded amount na raise sana natin dun sa time ng DBM.
We can still ask them, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
we can still ask them
Yeah,
siguro.
opo. Yes.
So I understand. So thank you for the time that you've given me, Mr. Chairman. Yung pala. That's it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank
to
you
our-
very much, distinguished minority leader, and the COA will remind them of their commitments to you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we recognize our next interpellator, our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for her one question, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
DPWH.
Salamat, Mr. President, good chairman, and to the COA family. Just a brief manifestation, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and yes, that single question. Considering that COA has already started conducting a special audit on the COVID-19 funds, may I ask for a report or update on that audit, particularly with respect to the Farmally deals? I filed Senate Resolution number 710 in the previous Congress, calling for a special audit on the Bayanihan funds, and would like to know from the new COA chair his inclination on the matter at hand. And lastly, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, tinatanong ko po ito dahil on 26 January this year, may lumabas na report sa Inquirer whose first sentence was, a Commission on Audit Special Audit Team is now finalizing its report on the government's pandemic-related supply deals with Farmally Pharmaceutical Corporation, which may be released by March this year, 8 months ago, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So ano na po ang status ng special audit na ito tungkol sa Farmally?
They're in the final stages, Your Honor, and we can expect a report by in around 2 months, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Kaya lang po, unang ipinangako itong report tungkol sa Farmally ng COA end of 2021. Naalala ko po nung confirmation hearing nung previous COA chairman, nagpaliwanag po sila, in fact in writing, kung bakit natagalan yung pag-finalize ng report. At ito na nga po, ipinangako niya na after an exit conference with the resource persons from the different agencies, maglalabas na po ng final report ang COA Special Audit Team on Farmally by March. So, but between March and now, 8 months, so kung yung final report po natin sa 2 buwan pa, bagong taon na po, 2023 na po. 2 taon na mula nung dapat na 2021 submission. So bakit po pa-delay ng pa-delay samantalang hindi naman binubuhat ang bangko ng Senado dito, nakapagdaos po kami ng napakaraming pagdinig sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, 17 kung tama po yung aking naalala. So, what's causing the delay po sa COA na aming inaasahan na katuwang ng Senado ng buong Kongreso sa pagbabantay ng public funds?
Yes, Your Honor, that's a good point. But to be fair to our new chair, he's just warmed his seat, so maybe that's why he's not been on top of that because he's just assumed his position. But he pledges to be on top of the situation and to submit that within 2 months, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate yung particular situation ng bagong COA chair. Pero hindi ko naman itinatanong ito sa kanila bilang individual lamang, pero bilang dahil sila ngayon yung chair, in possession of the institutional knowledge of and memory of the commission. Ano po ba ang sa pagkaalam ng chairman ang dahilan na nade-delay at madidelay pang muli ang final report?
They're getting a reply from the. They have some initial findings, but there is a process where they need to get corrections or confirmations or affirmations from the persons involved, Your Honor. So they are in that stage, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Last postponement na kaya ito by January 2023 as in makakaasa po ang Senado na yung final report ay talagang mapoproduce na po ng COA by January 2023?
Yes, Your Honor. They say it will be the last extension for that report.
So, aasahan po natin yon, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, para pagkatapos na ginawa ng Senado ang aming trabaho, ay aasahan po namin yung makumpleto at may ulat sa publiko ang Special Task Force Investigation ng COA at ang final report niya para matukoy talaga ano yung kompletong mga krimen na ginawa dito sa Farmally, sino-sino ang mga accountable at para masingil yung accountability po na iyon. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader and also Vice Chair of the committee for her vigilance on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wish to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of the Ombudsman, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget on the Office of the Commission on Audit be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's motion by the majority leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Commission on Audit. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President,
Session
Majority Leader,
suspended.
and dear
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Office of the Secretary, Department of Public Works and Highways and its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of the Public Works and Highways and its attached agencies is now in order for today's interpellation.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, the gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara. So move, Mr. President.
The chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We would just like to acknowledge the presence of some of the Department of Public Works and Highways officials. We have with us the Secretary, Secretary Manuel Bonoan, Undersecretary Sadain, Undersecretary Cabral, Undersecretary Medinilla, Undersecretary Bernardo, Undersecretary Pipo, Undersecretaries Carvajal, Mutuk, and Lapus, Assistant Secretaries Molano, Ayapana, Canlas, Palafox, Llanes, and Versosa. Thank you, Your Honor. The budget of the DPWH for proposed budget for 2023 is 737,357,327 pesos, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. First to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, the Honorable Senator Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, is recognized.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, alam kong pagod na pagod ka na. Uh, I know you can do it. Ano lang to, just a few questions. But gusto ko lang ibahagi at ipaalam sa ating mga kababayan din, no? Sa lahat natin mga nanonood, maging doon sa mga lugar na pinuntahan natin itong nakaraang bagyo, no? At ay umikot ng Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. And in fact, I was able to reach Antique, the home province of our Senate pro tempore, Senator Loren. And parts of Antique province were cut off from the rest of Panay because of the bridges were washed out by the floods. Nawasak po yung mga ibang mga tulay doon. At hindi lang po yun ang mga nawasak, marami po akong napuntahan bilang chairman ng Committee on Public Works. Hindi lang po ako nag-ikot at nagabot ng tulong sa ating mga kababayan, mga nasalanta. Pero para mag-inspeksyon na rin para sa ating mga infrastruktura. My questions will focus on rebuilding of public infra after the storms. Magkano po ba lahat ang damage to public infra caused by the earthquakes and typhoons recently?
Thank you for the question to our Committee on Public Works and Highways Chair. Alam ko nasalanta din po yung kanyang lalawigan ng Cavite at ilan sa mga pinakatinamaan po yung mga bayan po ng or lungsod ng Bacoor, bayan ng Noveleta, Cavite City, among others, Your Honor, no? So,
yes.
nagpapasalamat tayo sa kanya dahil nagawa pa rin niya yung kanyang tungkulin bilang chair ng ating Public Works and Highways para nakahanap pa siya ng oras para mag-ikot sa ating mga tinamaan ng probinsya. So we're awaiting the submission of the figure, Your Honor. There is a QRF of 1 billion. Release. They've released that already, Your Honor, and they will undertake reconstruction. They estimate around 2.3 billion estimated actual damages, and still the process of validation is still continuing, Your Honor.
Yeah, may I direct your attention to the screen? For example, like ito po sa Maguindanao, this bridge is in Datu Odin, Sinsuat, Maguindanao. Magkano po ba ang kailangan para ayusin ito? I visited this area at tiningnan po natin ng ng pondo nito sa GAB at wala po ito, no? Wala doon. So therefore, wala tayong pondo na nakaalat para dito. At kinausap ko rin po ang DPWH at wala din dito sa inventory ng bridges sa BARM. So I think, Mr. Chair, we should update your inventory para malaman po natin agad at dapat mapondohan itong mga nasirang ito.
Ano yung sagot?
Ganon din doon sa Antique, Uyungan, and Paliwan Bridge. Bridges in Antique, no? So, wala din po ito sa GAB. Antique province is cut off from the surrounding provinces because these bridges are damaged. I visited Antique last week and I saw the damages. Talagang magkano po ang kakailanganin natin na pondo para dito? Alam ko po ang ating sekretaryo ay nanggaling na rin dito kasama ang ating Pangulo, no?
Nabigay na ako. Pero hindi ko siya kasama, yung pinakita mo.
Itong dito sa Antique din, yung Pisanan, Insibalom, Antique. This is a national road. Wala po itong pondo last year for any maintenance or repair last year. At wala din po itong pondo for next year.
Your
the
Honor, opo.
Yes, go ahead.
Ay, opo. With your permission, Your Honor. Yung sa Maguindanao ho, may 8 bridges daw ho na narilisan na po nila ng 130 million. Ang pondo po ay galing sa kanilang QRF or Quick Response Fund. At kasama po yung pinakita niyong bridge, Your Honor.
Bali, ilan pong bridge ito?
8 po.
8.
Opo.
Nireleasan nyo ng 1 billion.
130 million. Your Honor.
130 million. So,
Opo.
is this enough or initial lang po itong pondo?
Initial lang ata ito para maayos lang ho. Opo. Just
Okay.
to restoration to para madaanan lang ho.
Meron daw... Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Bato.
Yes,
With the permission of
Mr.
the
President,
President.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Your Honor.
with the permission of the good senator from Cavite,
Go ahead.
yung isang pinakita niya ni Senator Bong Revilla, yung Dato Odinsin Suwat Maguindanao. Per the reply of DPWH, narilisan na daw yan ng QRF.
Opo.
Magtanong sana ako, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, kasi noon, every time may hingin kaming project para dyan sa BARM, ang sagot palagi ng DPWH is may sariling DPWH ang BARM at hindi sila pwedeng makialam sa mga projects ng BARM. Ngayon, ito pala inirelease ng QRF, paano bang baka mayroon din QRF ang BARM,
Ang
DPWH,
BARM, tama.
baka magkadoble-doble. Ayun lang ang tanong ko, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Thank you, my kumpadre, Senator Bong Revilla.
You're welcome, Padre.
The intercession.
Yes, Your Honor, with the permission of Senator Revilla, the response of the department to your query of Vice Chair De La Rosa is that yung 8 bridges ay bahagi po ng national road. Yun po ay sakop pa rin ng departamento kahit nasa BARM ho daw yun. Pero yung ibang proyekto, pag local road, ay responsibilidad daw ho ng
BARM.
BARM ho yun.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the DPWH has a bridges program, no? Dito nakalagay ang mga para sa retrofitting, strengthening, rehabilitation, major repair, widening of permanent bridges, construction of new bridges. In the GAB, the bridge program has an allocation of 28.962 billion. Breakdown of this by activities are as follows. Replacement of permanent weak bridges, 7 billion. Retrofitting, strengthening of permanent bridges, 4 billion. Rehabilitation, major repair of permanent bridges, 2.7 billion. Widening of permanent bridges, 13.5 billion. Construction of new bridges, 1.3 billion. Is this is this amount enough, Mr. Chair? I don't think this is enough, given that most of these typhoons happened in the third and fourth quarter, and the budget call and budget preparations are done in the first and second quarter. Sapat po ba ito?
Itinatanong niya ito eh. Yung bridge program. 28 billion po natin.
Sir, not consider the paing damages which happened in third quarter, fourth quarter.
Yeah. Kung ang tanong po, Your Honor, is kung kasama po yung sa paeng, hindi po kasama dito. Ang kasama po dito,
Neneng.
yung mga poor and badly damaged bridges daw ho. So, dahil nga, tama po kayo, ang budget call is done early in the year ho.
That's
So,
correct.
way, many months before the typhoons like Paeng and other typhoons, Your Honor.
And other typhoons.
Opo.
So as we do our budget intervention, sa tingin niyo po ba, given that our resources are limited, what we should prioritize? Retrofitting, strengthening, repairing, or building new bridges?
They'll have to revisit the prioritization, Your Honor, dahil baka yung listahan nila ng badly damaged bridges, baka nabago na ho yun dahil sa paeng.
Exactly.
So yun po ang kailangan nilang gawin.
Okay. Siguro, katulad ng mga naapektuhan ng mga lalawigan, mga syudad, municipality na dapat na tugunan at suportahan ng national government. Sa akin po palagay, sa akin pag-iikot, palaging hinihingi ng ating mga mayors, mga governors, ay yung suporta from the national government. Ano ba yung immediate na po pwede natin maitulong? Humihingi sila, for example, ng dredger, ng backhoe, para i-dredge itong ating mga riverways, no? Dahil talaga namang silted na.
Sige.
At kailangan mababaw na yung ating mga riverways. Talagang yun yung nagiging perwisyo, nagiging cost ng baha. Especially sabihin na natin itong panahon ito na talaga yung climate change na dapat harapin. Hindi lang natin mga gobyerno, maging ang ating mga mamamayang Pilipino. So Mr. President, I think kailangan mag-alat ang DPWH para mag-purchase ng backhoe. If we can provide the city government o magbigay tayo ng yun ang pinakatulong natin sa kanila, tapos paubayan na natin sa kanila para sila mismo ang mag-dredge. Dahil alam ko, pinagbawal yan during the time of Secretary Singson ng mag-dredge dahil source of corruption. So ngayon, wag tayong pero i-dredge natin, paubayan natin sa local government, sila magpagasolina, sila magbayad ng mga driver ng mga backhoe na yan. At saka, Mr. Chair, I suggest pati yung pagbili ng mga trucks. Like in Cavite, may mga dredger tayo na gumagana doon. Pero tinatambak nila yung mga nadedredge nila, yung mga putik doon sa may gilid ng kalye. At anong nangyayari, kaya yun din ang bumalik sa ilog. Dahil nung bumaha ulit, hindi nila nahakot dahil walang truck na umahakot doon sa mga putik na dredge na nila. So,
sorry.
go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang pong nabanggit ho, tama, sangayon po si Secretary Bonoan sa inyo na kailangan ho ng dredging equipment at dun sa problema na kung saan tinatambak lang po sa tabi ng kalsada, kailangan din ng hauling equipment daw ho. At meron silang isang item sa General Administration and Support for Capital Outlay na naghahalagang 2.19 billion na maaaring gamitin para sa
For the purchase of
equipment.
backhoe and Okay. So, I guess baka malaki lang. Baka po pwedeng dagdagan nyo pa rin yan, Secretary. At para ibaba na natin yan, sila na mag-dredge sa bawat lugar nila para hindi palagi kayong nasusisi. Siyempre, may long-term solution at meron tayong band-aid solution. Anong band-aid solution? I-dredge natin yung mga river na yan. Diba? Dahil hindi naman natin kakayanin lahat yan, lagyan ng revetment ang lahat ng mga ilog, ano. So, yung pinaka-band-aid solution, i-dredge na muna natin yung mga riverways. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, alam ko pong pagod na kayo. So, I'm willing to give way sa susunod nating interpellators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat sa ating kumpadre, ang napaka-aktibong chairman ng Committee on Public Works. Alam natin, pagod din po. His Honor is also very tired because he's been going around the country, going around his province around the clock. At nagpapasalamat tayo sa kanyang pag-intindi, sa kanyang pagtulong dito sa departamento. At meron daw silang pwedeng i-allot na at least 100 million per region. So we will ask them to get in touch with you for if you need more details on this, Your Honor.
Malaking tulong po yan, Mr. Chairman. And again, yung mga nasalanta ng bagyo, yung mga probinsya na yan, no? Yung mga nabanggit natin, yung katulad nabanggit yung lalawigan ng Cavite, sana po huwag nyo rin pabayaan. You know? Okay, thank you very much. Mabuhay po.
Maraming salamat sa ating chairperson ng Committee on Public Works at Civil Service, Senator Bong Revilla. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Bong Revilla. Next to interpolate is the gentleman from Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I think it's better sa dyan po, para magkaharap kayo ng chair.
Ayun. Bago po sa aking makatanungan, I would like to make a manifestation of support for the budget of DPWH. Good afternoon, Mr. President and Mr. Chair, Senator Angara, and to my dear colleagues who are present today in the plenary. I firmly manifest my wholehearted support to the budget of the DPWH. However, Mr. Chair, with your kind permission, I would like to follow up with the department regarding the concerns I previously raised during the committee hearings. If the Honorable Secretary or any representative of the department would be so kind enough to respond. Number one, on so many occasions, we have received reports of accidents at the site of ongoing government projects because of inadequate safety measures in place. What makes matters worse is the lack of liability insurance to cover death or injuries as a result of these accidents. Insofar as my office is concerned, we have not received an update or position paper from the department on this matter. Have we addressed this issue? Number two, another pressing issue that I previously raised in the practice of some subcontracting a government project. Dapat kung sino ang nanalo sa bidding, siya lang ang dapat may karapatan, humawak at magpatupad ng proyekto. Kaso magugulat ka na lang po na isang project, marami na pala ang layers. May subcontractors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. What remedial measures have we adopted to address this issue? Lastly, sa mga pabigat, sa mga motorista, kadalasan ng biglaang traffic dahil meron palang nagbubungkal sa daan. Have we addressed this issue of lack of sufficient and advance notice to motorists and to all concerned in the event that road works are ongoing? In this connection, how about the practice of digging roads in advance without a definite and approved budget for a certain project? Naantalang proyekto dahil minsan hindi naman na-approve pa ng COA o COA ang budget, tuloy nasisira ang hindi naman sirang daan, pag umulan at bumagyo, pabahayin pa. Yan lamang po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. And now, some of my questions. Meron po mga nagsasabi sa akin na dapat daw po, ito po siguro pabiro lang, ang maganda raw itawag sa DPWH is Department of Parking, Works and Highways. Tatanong niyo po, bakit parking? Kasi nga raw po, marami raw pong mga tao nagpa-park ng budget sa DPWH, huhugot po sa isang departamento, ipapark sa DPWH para sa farm to market road, kung ano pa po mga proyekto, infrastruktura, and then later on, hugutin para gawing project, at syempre, pag may project, may kikitain. So, yun po ba ay ginagawang practice? Talagang totoo? Yan pong pang-apat na katanungan. But anyway, balik muna tayo sa unang katanungan.
Ano na po nangyari doon po sa aking iminumkahi sa inyo na kukunin nyo na po or obligahan nyo na po ang mga contractor na mag-secure ng liability insurance sa lahat ng kanilang proyekto. Kasi nga po sa aking karanasan in the past, meron po mga workers ng contractor na na-aksidente, naipit ang paa, naputulan ng kamay ng mga heavy equipment or motorista na napadaan, nahulog sa kanal, na nakatiwangwang, namamatay at wala pong perang ibinibigay na tulong ang contractor, and sometimes they end up coming to my office, ito po mga biktima, ito mga pamilya nila, and I help them. And there are times na kahit pa paano tumutulong naman, pero ang binibigay bare-bare lang. So kung meron po sanang insurance, ma-address po itong mga problema ito. So meron na ho ba tayong insurance na ni-require po sa lahat ng mga contractor?
They've coordinated with the Philippine Contractors Association and they're awaiting for the position of the same for this issue on insurance liability, Your Honor.
Okay. So, magkakaroon na po ba yan, Mr. Chair? Matutupad na po ba yung pangako sa akin the last time during the budget hearing na yes, magsisecure na po ng insurance, liability insurance ang lahat ng mga contractors. So, starting next year, lahat po ng mga proyekto ng DPWH, maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw na meron na pong insurance ang lahat ng mga contractor because like I promised, ako po ay mag-iikot at randomly pupuntahan ko po yung mga proyekto, lalo na sa mga kalsada ng mga DPWH. And then ako po ay magtatanong kung anong pangalan ng contractor and then hihingi po ako ng dokumento na magpapatunay na meron pong insurance yung kontrakto na yon para sa proyektong yon nang sa gayon kapag may aksidente, meron silang pambayad sa na-aksidente nila. Mr. Chair.
Opo, Your Honor, by next year, kaya po nilang i-require yun, yung all-risk insurance
All risk.
sa mga kontratista, Your Honor.
Mga magkano po kaya yung amount na bibilhin ng contractor? Kasi sir, kung ang amount lang na bibilhin at claim is only 10,000 o 50,000, wag na lang. Kasi in some cases, umabot po ng milyones po dahil may namamatayan po. Just imagine, pag na-hospital, inaabot po ng buwan and then gagastos po yan ng hundreds and hundreds of thousands and then i-offer lang po ng contractor at 10,000, 50,000 para ng insulto pa po.
Yes, Your Honor. They are consulting with the Insurance Commission as to the amount of coverage at babalikan po nila kayo.
Okay. Alright, very good. Pangalawa, doon po sa pagbibid po ng mga contractor, principal contractor sa mga bidding, ang akin pong request na sana po kung sino yung principal contractor na nagbid or contractor na nagbibid sa project, sila po dapat ang may karapatan na gawin yung proyekto at hindi niya po dapat isa-subcontract. Kasi nga po, lugi po yung taong bayan, lugi po ang ating gobyerno na sinasubcontract ng principal contractor yung proyekto. In fact, this principal contractor, wala naman pong inambag na kahit magkano, kundi yung kanya lamang lisensya at laway, and yet he makes percentages out of this contract. And then si subcontractor, ibibenta naman kay pangatlong subcontractor, pang-apat, pang-lima, hanggang sa bandang huli, wala na po halos natitira sa amount ng proyekto. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit napakanipis po ng mga kalsada, especially papuntang probinsya, yung mga espalto, na kalahating dangkal na lamang po siguro ang kapal.
Your Honor, on the issue of subcontracting, ang sabi po ng departamento, pinapayagan po ito basta't yung mga subcontractors ay na-accredit at na-aproba ng Department of Public Works. Dun sa concern nila sa warranty for the quality of the projects, it's still the main contractor who is held accountable. So kailangan mag-iingat din itong main contractor kanino niya isa-subcontract dahil at the end of the day, siya pa rin ang responsable dun sa itratrabaho nung kung kanino binigay yung proyekto, Your Honor.
Okay, so yung main contractor na nagbid, original bidder na contractor, so allowed po siya na mag-subcon. Magkano po yung porsyento kinikita niya po pag yan ay sinabcon niya? Usually, more or less.
He cannot contract the whole thing. He is allowed to subcontract up to 50% of
50%.
the project, Your Honor.
Okay. So, say for example, sa isang 100 million project, isa subcontract niya yan, ibibenta niya ng 50 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, 50 million naman titira sa project. Tama?
He is still responsible for completing that
Yeah.
50%, the other 50% of the project, Your Honor.
Okay, teka muna. Sorry, para hindi tayo magkalituan. Ibibenta niya po yung kontrata sa halagang 50 million doon sa isa-subco niya, nasasalo ng kontrata.
Can only sell 50% of the project.
So therefore, nahati na agad sa 50% yung amount ng contract.
Your Honor, tulad ng sinabi natin, yung maximum allowed subcontracting is only up to 50% ng proyekto.
So
Doon sa
50
kalahati ng proyekto, siya pa rin po ang kailangan gumawa nun, Your Honor.
So yung 50% isa-subco niya po yun.
Opo.
So yung 50% siya pa rin gagawa.
Opo.
Pero ang tanong ko nga po, ilan yung porsyento mapupunta dito kay principal contractor and then syempre doon sa subcon, 50% is subcon niya. So pang ilang beses magbababa yun from one subcon to another. So yung 50% po kasi, naintindihan ko na po, yung 50% ang tatapos po noon si principal contractor.
Yes,
Sa pagkakaintindi ko po.
nakuha ko na po yung
Yung 50%,
tanong ninyo.
ibibenta niya po yun. So paano po maging hati-hatian yun kung halimbawa ibinenta yun sa 3 subcontractor pa? Kasi it has been a practice that sometimes 3 layers na binibenta po yung kontrata from one subcon to another.
Profit. How much can the main contractor make when he sells the contract? Your Honor, ang sabi ng DPWH, wala naman ho silang polisiya dyan. Dahil yun ay depende sa usapan ng mga partido na nag-uusap. So the main contractor and the subcontractor. So depende
Okay.
na sa usapan po nila yon.
Sa-
Pero ang
Ang
nire-regulate,
mabubuting usapan, depende lang yon.
opo, ang nire-regulate po nila yung amount nung pwedeng i-contract ng project. So and that is still 50%. The main contractor can only subcontract 50% of the
50%.
total project.
Okay, to make it very simple na lang, kasi wala namang pong batas na nagsasabing bawal ipasubcontract yung kontrata.
Opo.
At wala rin batas na nagsasabing hindi bawal na ipagbawal yon. Am I right?
Pero walang batas na nagsasabing hindi pwedeng ipagbawal. Wala naman po.
Okay, so therefore, pwede ba ako mag-request na from now on, since hindi naman palang bawal na ipagbawal yon, pagbawal na lang po natin yung pagsusubcon. Dapat hindi po ibibenta ng principal contractor yung kanyang kontrata at siya lang all the way nagagawa nun ng sa gayon kapag nagkaroon problema, he and he alone will be responsible, accountable dun sa proyektong yon at wala na po magtuturoan.
We have to amend daw Republic Act 9184, the Government Procurement Act, because that is the general law on procurement, Your Honor, and dun sa ilalim po nitong batas, pinapayagan daw po yon. So, pag na-amenda po yon, at tayo naman po ang nag-aamenda ng mga batas,
Okay.
yun ang titingnan po natin.
So it needs legislation na para maamyendahan po yon.
Opo.
Okay. Kasi nga po, nasabi ko na noon sa akin pong mga nakalap na impormasyon na yung pagsasubcon, numinipis po yung pera na pupunta po doon sa proyekto, naging substandard na po yung mga materials na ginagamit dahil kinakailangan po may mga cut bawat subcon. So hanggang bandang huli, yung kalsada po ay nagiging halos kalahating dangkad na lamang po ang kapal,
Opo.
so to speak.
Your Honor, baka dapat ang mangyari dyan, dapat ipagbawal na. Pag nakita na, pag meron tayong resulta na substandard ang isang proyekto, di baka dapat parusahan pareho yung main contractor at saka yung subcontractor. At i-blacklist na lang ng DPWH yung
Tama.
yung dalawang contractors involved.
Meron na po
yan ay malaking insentibo sa kanila na ipagbuti dahil kung alam nilang mawawala ang kanilang kabuhayan, siguro naman iigihan ho nila.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now, follow-up question doon po sa sinabi niyo, and I agree with you totally. So meron na hubang nakasuhan? Kasi nga po, kung wala pang nakasuhan, I'll give you an example. Ako po'y palaging bumibiyahe papuntang Isabela, Cagayan, and let's say ako po ay pumunta doon ng Holy Week, mga say April, kalalatag ng kalsada, katatapos ng construction. Pagbalik ko po bago mag-Piesta Patay, giba na po yung kalsada. So yung po dapat ba,
Your Honor,
then sino pong naghahanap, sino pong nag-identify yung mga proyekto na substandard na ang may kagagawa na isang kontrakto na Kenkoy at kailangang makasuhan?
There is a quality assurance unit inside the department, Your Honor. Ito po yung bahagi ng departamento na ginagawa po yung sinasabi ninyo at hinihantay lang po natin yung datos kung meron talaga silang na-blacklist o napagbawalan dahil sa ito po. Since 2016, the department has blacklisted 18 contractors, Your Honor.
18 lamang po.
Apo.
Medyo kunti ata yan. Okay, so who are these people and how can we contact them, especially the netizens or the public? Para nang sa gayon kung may nakita po silang kalsada na katatapos lang magawa and then after a few months, gibana, so they can they call someone from the DPWH to complain? Is there a hotline where they can call? Is it accessible?
Ito po, meron daw.
Pwede ho ba namin malaman? Can you...
Ito po, we'll state it
Pwede
for the
pakisabi?
record, Your Honor.
Okay, sige po. At yan po ba, pwedeng tawagan? Pwede niyo bang tawagan? Testingin nyo nga sa mga...
Pwedeng tawagan daw ho. Sana pwedeng kausapin din. Ho.
Sumasagot dyan? Hindi, I'm not kidding. I want you guys to call.
There is a 24/7 DPWH
Sige.
call center.
Sige po.
Anong number?
Pakibanggit na po yung number. Tapos tatawagan ko agad ng mga staff ko.
Number yun. 5 digits. Ito ang number na 5 digits lang. Ito pinantay po natin eh.
Sinigurado mo na may
Kasi meron nga daw silang call center to address queries and complaints pero inaantay ho natin yung actual number ho. It is text 2920, Your Honor.
Text, di ho ba mas maganda kung live person ang sasagot? Kasi pag text, sir, Mr. Chair, mukhang malabo ata yan. Kasi pwedeng sabihin, hindi ko natanggap. O pwedeng next week na lang babasahin, etc. etc. Whereas pag live, dapat right there and then, masagot agad yung issue o yung anumang problema. I don't like texting, especially when communicating with government agencies because I had bad experience with those kinds of numbers. 9 out of 10, they wouldn't return your text.
Yes, Your Honor. We're waiting for the answer as to sino po talaga yung sumasagot dahil tama ho kayo. Baka hindi sapat dahil text na kayo ng text. Wala namang response.
Correct. Mas maganda po talaga kung meron pong hotline na para pagsumbungan, people can call in and say, hey, there's a problem with this road along this highway, this town, or you mean this city, and can you do something about this? Or, someone that they can call and then talk to a live person. So in this case, wala pa po palang hotline. So can I expect by next year meron na pong hotline? Para pati ako tatawag po doon, promise. Pag may nakita kong kalsadang bako-bako dyan, tatawag po ako doon sa hotline na yun.
Ito po yung landline 165-02. I'm not sure if that's
165-02.
an actual
Okay.
landline. Tapos yung Viber po is 0961
0961
684
684
7084 po.
7084. Tawagan nyo lahat yung mga numbers and let's see what happens. Okay. Habang tinatawagan nyo, tuloy ko yung pagtatanong dito. Pasensya ka na, Senator Angara.
No, Your Honor.
You're
That's,
my good friend.
no problem,
Actually,
Your
this
Honor.
question is directed to the people from the DP.
We understand, Your Honor, where you're coming from. Yes.
Okay. Yung pong pagbubutas-butas po ng kalsada na hindi naman pala gagawin pa at gagawin pa after several weeks or after a month or so, bakit po binubutas-butasan agad yung kalsada na alam naman natin nakakasira ng mga sasakyan yun at nakaka-cause ng traffic? What is it? Yung po ba ay dahil ina-anticipate na nila magkakaroon ng budget at kapag na-delay ang budget, delay din yung paglinis dun sa kalsada, sa pag-ayos dun sa lubak-lubak at gawin na talagang totally diretso na project, atag na kalsada?
Their initial response is to say that it's their policy, the department's policy, to require all projects with proper signages. This is part of construction and
So, ibig sabihin
safety
yung
management.
nakadaan na po ba kayo, Mr. Chair, yung bang dadaan ka, yung kalahating kalsada, bubutas-butasan, siguro ilan sa inyo dito?
Yes, Your Honor. I've seen that, Your Honor.
Okay. No answer, both landline and phone number. Yung binigay na number, wala pong sumasagot, baka natutulog. Baka siesta time, 4 o'clock. Sige, pagbihin natin. Ha?
Sino sumagot?
Pero keep calling. Is this a 24/7 hotline?
Yung Viber daw, may sumasagot daw ho. According
Wala
to
wala.
my staff.
May
May
sumagot?
sumagot daw.
Wala rin daw. Wala rin. Baka kay sila nagsasagutan. Baka party line. Okay, yun po sa butas-butas. Tatlo lang po, please bear with me.
Yes, sir.
Yun na lang po, yung sa butas-butas. Bakit po binubutasan? And then, nakakaabala po yun dahil kalahati na lang po yung dadaanan, nag-go one way, and then makikita mo butas-butas ng kalsada, 2 months o 3 months nakitiwangwang at ganun yung kalsada, butas-butas. Kuminsan, pag umulan, binabaha yun, nagkakadulas-dulas. And then worse, pag nagkakaroon po ng traffic, ang mamando ng traffic, mga tambay, dulo to dulo, and then yung tambay sa dulo to dulo, manghihingi muna ng pera para ikaw ipadaanin. Wala po man lang mga signage to say na slow down, construction, ahead, etc. In some cases, in some places naman po, hindi naman lahat.
Ang policy nila is, according to Secretary Bonoan, is kung may ginagawa ho silang kalsada, 150 meters at a time para medyo manageable yung effect sa publiko ho. So,
Hindi
yun ang
hindi
policy
po pwede, Mr. Chair, na yung pag inumpisan yung proyekto tuloy-tuloy, walang patid, kung pwede po 24 hours a day kasi nga po that will cause accident and even traffic. So, kasi nakikita ko po, nakatiwangwang dyan, and then pabalik-balik po ako sa lugar na yan, and then nakikita ko for weeks and even a month or so, butas-butas pa rin po at walang trabaho, wala akong nakikitang heavy equipment, wala akong nakikitang mga pala dyan o kung anumang klase mga construction equipment to show na meron talagang tatrabaho. So which means na binutas nila and then pinabayaan, nag-antay hanggang sa maaprubahan yung budget.
Well, sangayon po sa inyo si Secretary Bonoan, and he says, especially in the urban areas, kailangan ho talagang mabilisan po yung gawa at around the clock. At ang sinasabi niya is ang curing period for concrete is 18 days ho, Your Honor. So yun ang talagang period na hindi maiwasan ho. Dahil pag ginagawa po yung kalsada, yun po yung shortest period possible ho.
Okay, good. So, dito po papasok yung mga telephone numbers na binigay nyo kapag naka-enkwentro po yung taong bayan ng ganong klaseng sitwasyon, they can call these numbers na unfortunately today, wala ho, baka natutulog na po sila or baka siesta time, na pwedeng tawagan para reklamo na, hey, 2 buwan na ako padaan-daan dito, butas-butas pa rin yung kalsada at one way pa rin yung kalsada. May sumagot na? May sumagot na po sa landline. Anong sinagot? Ha? Summer. Anong sinabi ni Summer? Anong concern? Okay, sige.
Sinagot daw ho nila, according to the personnel behind me.
Nandiyan yung sumagot.
Oh, sinagot daw, tapos sinabi test call daw ho. So,
Okay, very
is that
good.
what the staff of the good senator said? Test call. So siguro nagkaintindi.
Test call?
Ibig sabihin, nag-connect ho sila.
Sinabi niyo ba test call? Hindi? Sinabi niyo test call? Testing call? Okay. Wala kang sinabi? Wala daw. Sige, okay. Sige. Okay. Now, move on tayo. Pero, bago ko bitiwan to, dapat po yung hotline, palagi po talagang may sumasagot po. Yun lang po ang request ko.
Yes, Your Honor. Tama po kayo.
Mga nakatiwangwang po na proyekto, this happened so many times in the past wherein hindi po nasisecure yung daan, yung proyekto na in the middle of the construction na meron pong nahuhulog, meron pa pong namatay. Bakit po hindi nasisecure? In fact, meron pa isang proyekto na 3 years na po nakatiwangwang, and then I have to make some phone calls. Fortunate enough, and at in fairness naman po sa DPWH, umaksyon po yung DPWH, yung 3 years na po na hindi natugunan nila na problema, in 3 days po napaayos nila because of my phone call, which I really appreciate that. So pwede ho ba, wag na ho natin payagan na may nakatiwangwang na mga construction at dapat kung halimbawa po hindi tapos ang project o tinatapos pa lang, sa gabi po maglagay ng mga safety measures, early warning device, maglagay po ng ilaw, or maglagay po ng mga warning device.
Opo. Yun ay talagang polisiya po nila maglagay ng signage and lighting devices, Your Honor.
Okay. So again, pag wala po kung sila nakita ganon, so tatawag ulit sila doon sa hotline na binigay nyo.
Opo, picturean ho nila para
Picturean.
may ebidensya ho.
Okay. May sumagot na? Wala pa rin. Kanina. So, yung sa Viber may sumagot? Wala sa Viber. Landline lang. Okay. Ano paano pagsabi? May I help you o paano? Who are you? Ates call. Okay, sige. Okay. Last na lamang po. Salamat po sa inyong pong patience. Senator Angara, magkaibigan tayo ha.
Opo, sir. Hindi. Walang
Oo.
personalan ho to, trabaho lang ho
Opo.
ito.
Department of Parking and Works and Highways. Marami raw po ito nga po nakakalungkot, ano po, meron po mga agencies na kailangan po talaga na nilang pera. In fact, nakipag-away pa nga po ako sa DBM, bakit in-slashan ang isang departamento na they really need that money. Nag-explain po yung DBM dahil kulang daw sa budget, kapos, etc. etc. Pero sa DPWH mukhang hindi ata na babawasan ng pera ang budget at nadadagdagan pa at meron mga nagpa-park. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng parking? Yung ba may nagpa-park daw po sa DPWH ng mga pera?
Ang naikwentro ko pong issue ng parking, yung nire-raise dati ni Senator Lacson, former Senator Lacson, at nire-raise po nung ating kasamahan si Senator Cayetano sa komite. Yung parking, ibig sabihin, yung ibang babatas, naglalagay ho ng proyekto sa hindi nila distrito.
Opo.
So, at yun ay kumukolekta ho sila ng parking fee dun sa proyekto.
So halimbawa, example po, 25 billion, isang congressman, halimbawa lang, 25 billion, congressman, pinark po sa Bulacan.
Opo.
At yung perang yon saan ang galing po na para ilagay po sa DPWH? From what agency to DPWH?
Siguro allocation po nung kongresista o kaya nung distrito
Allocation.
niya, pero nilipat niya ho para
25 billion para budget ng isang district congressman? Ganun pa kalaki ang budget ng isang congressman? 25 billion?
wala naman daw hong ganong kalaking
Meron
budget
po yata. Meron po
para
yata.
sa isang distrito ho.
Kaya nga po, pero meron pong insidente at information na nakalap ko na isang congressman, meron po siyang 25 billion na pera na ipinark po sa Bulacan at kaya pinark po sa Bulacan at hindi po sa mismo lugar niya dahil very very friendly raw po and accommodating yung mga contractor doon.
Non-existent yung ganong 25 billion. What's your... Wala naman daw hong ganon. Your
Wala
Honor.
ganon?
Wala po. According to the Secretary Bonoan and Yusek Cathy, dito po sa likuran.
Opo. Siguro po, kailangan din po siguraduhin ng DPWH na yung lahat ng budget na ipinapark sa kanila, yun ay hindi nanggaling sa mga agency na naghikaos na ngailangan, pinull out doon para ilagay sa DPWH para magkaroon ng proyekto, para magkaroon ng komisyon. Sana po wag. Sana po, kung wala na talaga mahugutan ng project, wag po doon sa mga nangangailangan na mga agency, kulang ang kanilang budget, para tapos hugutin ng isang legislator para dalhin sa DPWH at hugutin later on para gawing proyekto. I think we should stop that kind of project. Ang tawag ata niyan, insertion ba? Am I right? Or correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yung insertion po, yun po ay isang yung ginagawa po talaga ng mga babatas. Merong mabuting insertion, pero yung sinasabi nyo, masamang klaseng insertion po yun.
Masama.
Yung dahil kinukunan po ng budget yung ibang ahensya o ibang nararapat na gastusin at dinadala po sa isang proyekto o lugar na pagkakakitaan. So tama po, sangayon po kami, mali po yung ganong klaseng gawain. Ho.
Opo, kasi meron po ako napansin kanina na well, later on siguro sa Dole, nandiyan ba yung mga taga-Dole kasi yun ang susunod na ata, ano?
Ay, sunod na ho, mamaya konti. I think,
Nandiyan mga taga-Dole. Na humugot ng budget sa isang departamento, pagkalaki-laki, and then binuhusan ng pera yung tupad na sobrang lobo, na yung mga kaibigan natin, mga esteemed colleagues in the Congress, instead na punahin, ay kinonsinti pa at pinalobo yung tupad. And parang ganun po ata nangyari sa DPWH na pinupondohan ng mga pera na hindi naman siguro kailangan. para lamang sa farm to market road kung naman mga proyekto. Then later on, ang talo po dito ay taong bayan, na short change po yung taong bayan in terms of not only sa road projects, kundi sa iba't iba pang pangangailangan, iba't ibang ahensya, nagpo-provide din po ng social services sa taong bayan. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. And pwede ho ko ba makuha by next year yung listahan tungkol po doon sa insurance para sa mga workers, liability insurance?
Opo, Your Honor.
At saka yung
Commitment po ng DPWH yun sa
Opo, at yung mga signage. Last na naman po, pag dumadaan po ako dyan sa EDSA, I think it happened so many times in the past. Nagkakaroon po ng bottlenecks, say from GMA 7 all the way up to Kamkrame, kuminsan it goes up to Green Hills pa. And then pagdating po dun sa bottleneck, nakita ko po, may nagbubungkal ng mga taga-DPWH. Now, kung sana naglagay lang po sila ng signage o abiso ahead of time, tarpaulin, na there will be a construction project on this site at this time, so and so. So maiwasan po yun na mga palaging dumadaan doon. So hindi na dadaanan yun. So mababawas yung traffic. So maasahan ko po ba na yun po'y gagawin na natin next year?
Opo, gagawin ho nila. In fact, according to them, ginagawa ho talaga nila na ina-announce nila sa Facebook page nila at saka naglalagay rin ho sila ng signage. Pero siguro, pag-iigihan pa ho nila dahil sa inyong paalam.
Sorry, DPWH, lalagay sa Facebook page. Ang tumitingin lang sa inyong Facebook page, mga kontraktor. Pero taong bayan, hindi po tumitingin sa Facebook page. Sabihin ng mga taong bayan, what the heck? Anong kailangan namin sa DPWH? Ano meron dyan? Pero yung mga kontraktor, may siguro, nagtitingin ng update, kailan na ba darating ano natin? Yung pinark natin dyan, kailan na po babalik yung parking fee?
Sabi nila ho, mula nung ni-raise nyo yan sa committee, talagang naglalagay daw ho sila ng signage.
Okay. Sige po. Sana po. Baka hindi ko lang po nakita kasi lately, pagdaan ko sa EDSA, wala na po ako napapansin ng mga construction, road construction project. So sana po sa susunod may makita na ako. Well, yan naman po. But again, DPWH, ako po ay sumusuporta sa inyong budget. Kailangan ko lang talaga, I have to ask what I need to ask. And I hope you guys do understand. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you very
Mr.
much,
President.
Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon po to everybody.
Maraming salamat sa inyo. Thank you for raising these issues of public interest, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Next to interpolate is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President, good chair, at magandang hapon din po sa DPWH family.
Magandang hapon po sa ating Vice Chair at Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask some questions about one project, the Samal Island Davao City Connector Project, o SIDC. The recently inaugurated 3.98-kilometer bridge between Samal Island and Davao City. Now, advocates have alleged that the landing point of the bridge threatens, quote, irreversible and irreparable damage to the healthy and biologically productive Paradise Reef, a de facto maritime sanctuary. Marine biologists have also gone on record as stating the importance of Paradise Reef as a spawning site for corals and coral reef fish, which allows their development and propagation on other parts of the island. Advocates, in fact, cite a study produced by the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI, that identified an alternative landing site for the bridge avoiding Paradise Reef. For its part, Mr. President, good chair, the DPWH, aside from having already secured an environmental compliance certificate, conducted a diving activity, a survey dive, to gather video footage of the underwater environment in the vicinity of the designated landing site. The DPWH also stated that it conducted key informant interviews, consultations, including with those involving the project's oppositors, to better understand the concerns of stakeholders. The current landing point, a box or girder extra-dosed bridge at the southern corridor, was apparently selected because of economic considerations, height limits imposed by the airport, the connection to the Davao City Coastal Road, least effect on current shipping routes, least impact on the existing traffic network, and lower risk and uncertainty to construction and land acquisition. So, Mr. President, good chair, I've been made to understand that altering the landing site at this juncture would involve substantial expenses. Accurate po ba ito?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the most economic alignment under the feasibility study conducted, Your Honor.
And kung magda-divert dun sa in-identify na most economic alignment, mag-involve ng substantial expenses?
Substantial. How much?
Malaki, sir, because it will come
Ah,
more
no.
than several billions of pesos.
It cost several billion.
Ito, sir, yung napili ko.
Sorry?
Yeah. It will cost billions, Your Honor, to move it.
May exact amount po ba or range of amount ang DPWH dun sa billions po na iyon? Kung sakasakali lang.
More than 2 billion according to them.
More than 2 billion pesos. Salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. I-note lang po natin na yung 2 billion pesos na iyon, bagamat hindi maliit na halaga, malaking halaga, malaki-laking halaga, ay 1/9 nung 18.67 billion pesos loan agreement para sa tulay. Kasi 350 million dollars yung framework agreement and loan agreement na pinirmahan nung June 13 ngayong taon ni Chinese Ambassador to the Philippines Huang Xilian at then Finance Secretary Dominguez. So 1/9 po kung sakasakali. Ngayon, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, absolutely certain po ba ang DPWH na yung proposed landing site ay hindi magda-damage sa anumang critical reef, coral reef ecosystems?
Yes, Your Honor, because they say that there have been exhaustive studies on the environmental impact, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Magtatanong ako ng isang follow-up question tungkol dyan sa exhaustive studies na iyon, maya-maya ng konti. For the record lamang po, it appears that during the underwater survey by DPWH itself of the area, corals were observed, along with numerous species of marine life, including giant clams. So just for the record, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. And I'm asking this because aside from the cost of the infrastructure, I believe we should also consider equally or more so the value of the ecological services provided by the coral reef ecosystems in the area. In a resolution I previously filed, I cited research to the effect that unlawful Chinese island building activities in the West Philippine Sea have caused at least 33 billion pesos of damage annually to marine ecosystems within the Philippines' continental shelf and exclusive economic zone since 2013. So, siyam na taon na po. 33 billion pesos times 9 years. And these estimates were computed on the basis of a 2012 study published in the International Academic Journal Ecosystem Services, which pegged the annual baseline value per hectare of a coral reef at 353,429 US dollars. Na-assess na po ba, Mr. President, Mr. Chair ng DPWH, yung possible value ng ecological services na mai-impair ng construction ng proyekto?
Yes, Your Honor, I think you're correct in saying that we should include that in our valuation. What they have furnished me is a certification that the parcels of land located at Barangay Limao in Samal, this is an area covering around 21,000 square meters where the bridge will connect on the Samal side, Your Honor. There is a certification that the area, this is issued by the Provincial Environment and Natural Resources Office of Davao del Norte, that the said area is outside the area of the NIPAS or the National Integrated Protected Area System for the mossy virgin forest, riverbanks, swamp forest, and marshlands, Your Honor. And my attention also been called to a map saying that, I don't know if you can see it, but maybe the page can give it to you. There's this green line showing the connection of the landing site of the bridge, which is south of the protected area, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, yes, just to reiterate that though the Penro of Davao del Norte observed that Barangay Limao, if I heard that correctly, Mr. Chair, is outside the area of the NIPAS, still DPWH's own survey dive observed the corals, numerous species of marine life, and giant clams. Is this correct, Mr. President, Mr. Chair?
Sorry, ganyan yung mismo galing daw na may na-observe na giant clams.
Those surveys that was taken from the inside the NEPAS, the protected.
According to the department, those surveys were taken inside the NIPAS area, Your Honor.
I see. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Those were taken inside the NIPAS. Sige po, maybe moving forward, I'll try to reconcile it with the observation of the advocates that Paradise Reef, which is where the landing point of the bridge would be located, is a de facto maritime sanctuary. So, na-assess na po ba ng department yung possible value ng ecological services na may impair ng construction of the project? Hindi lang po dun sa Barangay Limao, yung excuse me, square meters of land, kundi yung katubigan.
No, Your Honor,
Not yet.
because their representation is that this landing site of the bridge is outside the protected area, Your Honor.
Salamat.
But they point there, they've called my attention to one of the conditions in the ECC or the Environmental Compliance Certificate, the creation of a multi-party monitoring team composed of representatives from national government agencies, local government units, and stakeholders. And this, one of the provisions of the said monitoring team or MMT is the provision of an Environmental Guarantee Fund, EGF, which will be used to compensate aggrieved parties for any damages to life and property, undertake community-based environmental programs, and to conduct environmental research aimed at strengthening measures to prevent environmental damage and to finance restoration and rehabilitation of environment quality of the project-affected area, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Actually, nasimulan nyo na ring sagutin yung isa sa mga huling tanong ko tungkol sa mga possible minimizing or mitigating measures. So salamat po para doon. So but I do note that hindi pa po na-assess ng DPWH yung possible values ng mga ecological services na mai-impair ng construction ng proyekto. Nasa loob man po ito ng official protected area o hindi, kung ito nga ay de facto maritime sanctuary. So baka moving forward, importante pa rin makwenta po yon ng DPWH at ma-figure sa kabuoang project cost and benefits. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, ano po yung mga resulta nung previous Japanese study, yung study po produced by the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, o METI, na may in-identify na different landing site for the bridge avoiding Paradise Reef. At bakit po nagdesisyon ang DPWH na to move in a different direction sa mga rekomendasyon ng Japanese study na iyon?
Anong results daw ng Japanese study?
Yeah, we conduct a Japanese study was just a preliminary study to comprehending the study and certification that it was only
Yes, the Japanese study was just a preliminary study, Your Honor. And there was a more comprehensive feasibility study which was done after that Japanese study, Your Honor.
Yes. Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Preliminary though it may have been, just for the record, yung sa Japanese study na iyon, yung bridge length was proposed to be just 1 kilometer. Kumpara sa 3.98 kilometers, halos 4 kilometers dito sa current Chinese design. Itong bridge with a distance of 1 kilometer was proposed to be over the Pakiputan Strait. So, hindi po ba kapag longer bridge mas mahal? Halimbawa, dito sa dun sa Japanese study, yung 1 kilometer bridge ay kinuwenta na magkakahalagang 44 billion 800 million yen, o in Philippine terms 16 billion 476 million 645,825. Samantala yung Chinese design na mas mahaba, $350 million nga, so 18.67 billion. So mas mahaba, mas mahal. Samantala may mas maiksing preliminary man na proposal o study na mas mura.
Sabi niya 1 kilometer lang. Hindi siguro yan. Your Honor, the study or the pre-feasibility study conducted by the Japanese Ministry or METI was conducted in 2015, whereas the feasibility study was the actual feasibility study was conducted in 2019. And if you look at the construction cost of the Japan study, it's 12 billion for 4.4 kilometers, Your Honor. Whereas the feasibility for 2 lanes, yung sa Japanese study, Your Honor. Whereas yung feasibility study for 4 lanes, cost is 16.6 billion for 3.98 kilometers, Your Honor, in 2019. So the cost per kilometer is lower under the feasibility study. It's 2.085 million per lineal meter. Per lineal meter, Your Honor. Whereas the cost under the Japanese study is 2.727 million per linear meter, Your Honor. So the better value seems to be the feasibility study at Arup. The consulting, the study done by the consulting firm Arup, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Yung 4.4 kilometers for just 2 lanes at 12 billion pesos na Japanese preliminary study, kasama na po yung mga kalsada doon. Tama po ba?
Wala po. Ang kasama po is 2.5 meter shoulder and 1.5 meter sidewalk.
Alright, salamat po, Mr. President. Gayunpaman, ano po, if we, at saka bakit, kailangan ba ng 4 lanes? Hindi ba sasapat ang 2 lanes sa pagitan ng isang isla at ang mainland? Para rin lamang kung kikwentahin yung carrying capacity nung nasa ilalim, lalo na yung katubigan, lalo na kung may reef, hindi ba sasapat na po yung 2 lanes?
The expectation, Your Honor, is that the usage will increase over time, given that Samal is being projected as a tourism destination, Your Honor.
All right. It would have been interesting, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, to also see kung nag-weigh in ang Department of Tourism dyan in terms also of, dahil inaalagaan din po nila, pati yung carrying capacity ng mga isla in terms of tourism and sustainable tourism. So, kanina naitanong ko na itong aking susunod na tanong sana, at sinabi po, Mr. President ni Mr. Chair, na we would need to spend about 2 billion pesos more to kung sakasakali realign the landing point of the project. However, let's also note na kung dagdagan man ng 2 billion pesos at yun pa rin ay mga 1/9. I hesitate to say lang kasi in money terms, yun na nga, hindi maliit na halaga ang 2 billion pesos. Pero dahil unknown quantity pa natin yung possible value ng ecological services na gine-generate ng Paradise Reef na iyan na maaring ma-impair ng construction ng proyekto, baka yung dagdag na 2 billion pesos para kung sakaling i-realign yung landing point ng proyekto ay mas kaunti kesa sa possible value ng ecological services ng Paradise Reef. So baka pag in-offset lahat-lahat, mas matipid na rin i-consider ang possible realignment. So finally, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, we note that on September 27, 2022, the Bridges Management Cluster Unified Project Management Office submitted a proposed environmental impact mitigation plan to the DNR-EMB. So considering po na may ilang bilang ng mga marine biologists na nag-raise ng concerns kaugnay nitong proyektong ito, anong measures po bukod sa nabanggit na ni Mr. Chair kanina, yung multi-partite monitoring team, yung environmental guarantee fund na kapaloob po sa environmental compliance certificate, ano pa pong measures ang ginagawa or gagawin ng DPWH para i-minimize o i-mitigate ang ecological impact ng proyektong ito?
So the impacts on marine biodiversity, Your Honor, can be mitigated through employing modern construction methodologies. For example, bubble curtains, among others, and the observance of the conditions of the ECC, which, as you mentioned, is the creation of this multi-partite monitoring team created from various government agencies, LGUs, and stakeholders, as well as the provision of this EGF, or Environmental Guarantee Fund, which is there to compensate any aggrieved parties should there be any damages to life and property, as well as to undertake any community-based environmental programs, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Ang huling-huling tanong ko po sana ay ganong kalaki sa value ng ecological services provided ng ecosystems affected ay maliligtas ng mga measures na ito. Kaya lang, hinuhula ko lang na dahil hindi pa po na-assess ng department yung possible value ng ecological services na ito, ay tama po ba hindi pa masasagot yung huling tanong kong ito?
When is that?
Starting now, sir.
They are going to undertake the detailed engineering design, and perhaps they can make that a part of their study, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Maaari po bang hilingin sa department na hindi lang posible, pero gawin po nila? Meron namang pong methodology. I would refer them to the to that scientific international academic journal, Ecosystem Services, na may methodology para kwentahin yung value ng ecological services na maaring ma-impair ng construction ng proyektong ito, para makwenta din yung ganong karami sa value ng ecological services na iyon ay maililigtas nung sinasabi nilang mitigating or minimizing measures. Maaari po ba at least pagbatayan at best, at the very least, makonsider sa
Yes,
final
more than
decisions
consideration,
and
they're willing to
implementation.
agree to that, Your Honor. They will coordinate with your office for that, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, at sa DPWH. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Deputy Minority Leader and Vice Chair, Senator Risa.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize to interpolate the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairman, I'd like to commence with my interpellation.
Yes, Your Honor, the distinguished minority leader.
We are tackling the budget of DPWH and LUA. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Only the DPWH, Your Honor.
Only DPWH, okay. So mamaya na po ako sa LUA magtatanong.
Apo, mamaya po.
Thank you, sir. Is it correct that the NEP for DPWH net of automatic appropriations is around 717 billion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then in the House bill, this became 737 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So in effect, yung House po ay nagdagdag ng 20 billion. Pero
Yes, Your Honor.
sa report ko, Mr. Chairman,
Ano yung detalye nun?
ang mahanap ko lang is 10 billion for the DPWH to construct water systems in underserved upland barangays. I cannot account for the other 10 billion, Mr. Chairman.
May plus minus ho kasi yun eh. So there is a, if I may detail them, there's a reduction to the general administration and support of 2.5 billion. There is a reduction to support to operations of 42.4 billion. There is a reduction to locally funded projects of 8.9 billion. There is a reduction under foreign assisted projects of 17.1 billion. And there is on the increase side, there is an increase in an asset preservation program of 8.6 billion, an increase under the network development program of 5.5 billion, increase under the bridge program of 0.19 billion, and an increase under the flood management program of 19.3 billion, and an increase under the convergence and special support program of 57.5 billion. With the net result is what you mentioned, the 20 billion increase, Your Honor.
So, yes. So, bakit po na-highlight pala itong, just in case the chairman knows, bakit na-highlight yung 10 billion to construct water systems in underserved upland barangays? Saan po papasok doon yun among the items mentioned by the chairman?
There's a regional breakdown to that, Your Honor. But ang question ba nila is bakit na-highlight ho? That's only one of many movements, Your Honor, in the
Yes,
DPWH budget.
and the construction of water system in underserved upland barangays would fall under convergence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, we now understand. So the summary of the changes made by the House to the NEP, which I have encountered, is not accurate up to 10 billion. Kasi 10 billion lang
We
po
can
yung...
furnish you a copy of this, what
Sige.
we just read a while ago, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. Chairman. So, thank you for that. And then our committee report,
Same lang po sa GAB ho.
okay, same lang sa GAP.
Opo.
Wala rin tayong internal, parang internal realignment or reallotment, Mr. Chairman.
Wala po. Wala po.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that information. Pwede ko pong balikan yung question ni Senator De La Rosa kanina at saka ni Senator Bong Revilla.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung, kasi ito yung matagal na tayo nag-struggle dito sa yung when we fund infra works inside BARM. Okay, so ang example kanina was a bridge. Ang sagot ni Secretary is that bridge forms part of a national road network or system. That's why DPWH can extend financial assistance, or we can even fund something related to that national road or bridge in Dagaa. That's correct? Is that
Yes, Your Honor, that's
yes,
the response
okay.
of the, and the
So-
other roads that were perhaps alluded to or mentioned by Vice Chair De La Rosa were local roads. That's why
Kaya nga.
the funding responsibility devolves to the BARM, Your Honor.
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. We want a definition of what is a national road versus a local road. Because we were
Yes, Your
asking
Honor.
we were asking ourselves that distinction. So kasi magiging guiding ano natin yung principle eh. Na,
There is an Executive Order 113, Your Honor, that sets forth the National Road Network System, Your Honor. So yung nabanggit kanina ni Chairman Bong Revilla of Public Works na bridge or bridges sa Maguindanao ay bahagi po nung National Road Network ko na yon.
So, okay, we look at EO 113 date. Ano pong dated kaya ito, sir? Mr. Chairman, dated
Google it. It's a very recent issuance, 1955, Your Honor.
Okay, 1955. Sige. Hindi ako sure kung natao na si Senator Bato nung taon na ito, pero so we look at this EO if the roads cannot be mentioned in the EO. So there must be a master list of national roads as of this date. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor, the DPWH has a road and bridge inventory of all national roads and bridges, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. Okay, so ganun pala. So when the road or the bridge fall under the listing of the DPWH as national, we can fund them through the GAA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun, okay, so kasi matagal natin itong pinag-usapan noon. So if a legislator amends the GAA and the amendment is accepted and it is for an improvement, extension, or rehabilitation of a national road or bridge, that can be allowed even if it's inside the barn.
Sorry, sir. Could you say that again? Sorry.
If a member of Congress amends the GAB and the amendment becomes part of the GAA, and it is to fund the rehab, repair, or extension of a national road or bridge inside BARM, it can be done.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so ang tagal kasi namin parang pinagdebatihan niya because I think there was a case na establishment yata ng DPWH district office sa Lanao del Sur yun. I think that was the case which really confused us. Okay, so thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. And then earlier, there was, during the interpellation of Senator Revilla, there was a manifestation from the Secretary that there is 100 million pesos per region. Para saan po ito?
For dredging equipment, the purchase of dredging
Purchase,
equipment.
to purchase pala. Dredging and hauling, kasama po yung hauling doon, Mr. Secretary, kasi parang yun na naging topic kanina. Dredging lang.
Dredging lang.
Dredging, okay.
Dredging.
And then this is for the benefit of LGUs?
Pwedeng ipahiram daw ho sa LGUs yun, but it will be owned by the department, Your Honor.
At the regional level.
Apo.
Okay, sige. Sige, dapat ano natin ito. Let's implement this and then ano natin sila na humiram. We encourage them na humiram. Wag nang bili ng bili. Sometimes the same equipment. Tapos idle ang nasa regional level po natin. Now, I would like to pursue the topic of Senator Tulfo on the profit, kasi natanong ko rin po yun eh. Sa private sector ba, what makes it a reasonable civil works contract? Ano ang rate, profit for the contractor? And then, if there is such a concept in the private sector, do we carry over this concept to our public works contracts na there is a ceiling to a reasonable profit for the contractor? Hindi na ako magtanong sa subcontracting. Doon lang ako sa busok sa profit lang. Kunyari, 100 million yung kontrata. Magkano yung profit?
For the contractor, 8 to 10%. Around 8 to 10%, Your Honor.
So with this knowledge, alam ng lahat ng mga siguro civil engineer yan, yung mga ganun. So do we use this knowledge na 8 to 10% when we come up with our agency's estimate or when we sign the final contracts awarding the project? Tinitingnan nyo ba na 8 to 10% would be reasonable? Kasi paano kung nalusutan tayo na masyado naman bloated ang contractor's profit?
When you do the program of works, naka-factor na yung
8 to 10% lang.
When they do the program of works, Your Honor, there is a inputted profit or a margin which is of the 8 to 10%. Pero yung final would depend on the bid, Your Honor. Because sometimes the bid is lower than the amount indicated in the program of works, Your Honor.
Yun na yung abilidad na ng contractor yon.
Opo.
Abilidad in the correct sense, ha? I mean,
Yes, Your Honor.
You mean, di ba? Yeah, Mr.
The
Chairman.
economies, Your Honor. The efficiencies.
Yeah, efficiency
Opo.
and then the source of the materials. Okay. During the committee hearing, Mr. Chairman, I raised the matter of the commitment fees na binabayaran natin. Magkano ba? Malaki kasi. Di ba commitment fees would be the parang to laymanize na lang the term, parang penalties that we are paying for lines, di ba? Parang credit lines that we have availed of, but credit lines that were extended to us but we have not availed of in the sense na we borrowed some amounts. And nangyayari ito dahil parang we are biting off more than we can chew. Sabihin nun, masyado yatang ambisyoso or confident na hiram, hindi naman pala na-execute o na-implement. So, under the new secretary or the new administration, meron po ba tayong parang lessons learned in our past experiences on how we can reduce these commitment fees?
Your Honor, commitment fees are inherent parts of the loan agreements. And they exist whether or not delay in implementation of a project is incurred. So payment of the same is not taken from the budget of the DPWH. Payment of the same is managed by the DOF or the Department of Finance through the Bureau of Treasury, who negotiates the loan agreements, Your Honor.
So there is no form of a fee, siguro let's say, ayun yung tawagin na commitment fee na which we incurred because of a delay in the project?
Well,
Foreign assisted project?
The document I was given says that commitment fees exist whether or not delay in an implementation of a project is incurred, Your Honor.
Kasi parang last time na fix na natin yung concept ng commitment fees na ganun nga. But and then actually we used when we asked the question of commitment fees, we used that concept. The concept of a penalty fee for a delay in availing of the credit line because of a delay in the implementation of the project. Kasi connected po siya, sir, sa DPWH COA findings ng 2021, about 3,440 infrastructure projects worth 245 billion suffered delays and an implementation. Iba pala yun. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, iba yun. Sa matter of delay yun. Dito naman ito sa commitment fees. It's a
Even if you draw down.
O the project, so,
timely utilization pala.
isa kung
Tama ka, pero parang pero hindi that
bumaba na lang ng foreign assisted project.
Bumaba.
Foreign assisted project. Nakaproblema na naman sila sa implementation ng GOP
Counterpart. Sige. Magkano bang foreign assist? Dapat siguro ganun na. Magkano yung foreign assist? Magkano yung
your second, sir.
para makita natin. Sa gap, ginalaw nila.
Well, the analogy is like a credit line, Your Honor, I am told. So let's say you have a 5-year credit line. You draw down on the first year, and then you draw down on the second year and the third year. You still pay the commitment fee, and then if you don't draw down, you still pay the commitment fee. That is what I'm told, Your Honor.
Okay. But the COA findings kasi the COA finding is worded this way. So anyway, basahin ko na lang, Mr. Chairman, just for the record lang ito. But no need for us to debate on this. The provisions of the contract/loan agreements were not observed or complied with in the implementation of foreign assisted infrastructure projects funded by ODA, which adversely affected the timely utilization of the loan proceeds and completion of the projects. This resulted in the government incurring commitment fees amounting to 97.3 million in 2021. Sige. Sige, anyway, sir, I just read that for the record. Kasi
Yes.
ang worry ko po, and correct me if I'm wrong, the GAB reduced the government counterpart for the foreign assisted projects. Is that the correct statement? Kasi ang mangyari kung ganon, baka we will now
Incur commitment fees.
delay implementation of projects, hence incur commitment fees or some other fees related to the delay in the implementation of the project. Ano to?
foreign assisted project.
Ito po ang aking information, Mr. Chairman. In the NEP, nasa DPWH to, the project.
Details, sir.
Pero 17 years.
In the NEP, ang foreign assisted projects po, original amount, 70.7 billion. In the bill, we are considering the House bill, foreign assisted projects amount would be, this is the government counterpart, no? And what is this? The total.
Anong effect of reduction?
Hindi, pero ang point, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, effect na natin binababaan na, kaya nga
what's the
yung
effect?
government counterpart, bumababa ang government counterpart.
Some of the projects.
So I withdraw that last manifestation, pero balik na lang ako doon sa last question ko. Is it correct to say that the GAB reduced the government counterpart for the foreign assisted
Yes, Your
projects? So I'm correct.
You're correct, Your Honor.
So what would be the possible implication of this, Mr. President?
There is a delay for some of the projects, Your Honor.
So mas tama ang planning ng executive branch. I mean, the executive branch NEP must have been more ideal in the sense na that at that amount, less delay. Kung meron man delay, lesser delay. And yet the GAB makes the delay more possible or
Yes, Your Honor.
more of a reality.
Well, the executive is the one who contracts the loan, and the
That's why-
executive is the one who implements the spending of the loan proceeds. So, in that sense, they're in a better position to know about the spending priorities, Your Honor.
May we know the gap, Mr. President? How much was the reduction in the government?
Well, it's 5 billion for the government counterpart, Your Honor.
Is the Senate inclined to agree with the House or with the executive branch?
Well, we still have to reconcile when we do our amendments, because the department usually gives a wish list just like we discussed in other departments, hindi pa namin alam kung kasama ho yun sa gusto nilang i-restore, Your Honor.
Can we get the secretary's position, Mr. President? Kasi ang mangyayari, sir, by next year, sa budget cycle na naman, kung maka-notice na naman tayo ng commitment fee, balik na naman tayo sa issue commitment fee.
Well, the Secretary says if he would have his way, he would like to have it restored, Your Honor.
Oo nga, but there must have been a reason ba't kaya kinat ng... Okay, we will look at the House Committee report if they explained the reason for the cut, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Napansin ko po na you have flood control programs. Ano ba to? You have in the build meron din mga flood control programs doon. Marami rin Marikina, Pasig nakita ko po, or Metro Manila. In the last typhoon, yung si Paeng ba yung malakas? Si Paeng.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
think Paeng brought rains of the magnitude of Ondoy. That's what they told me. And yet, yung lugar ko po sa Marikina, sa Concepcion 1, sa Fairlane, nabaha ng Ondoy yun. Hindi kami nabaha ng Paeng. Tapos yung neighboring subdivision namin, closer to the river, parating nababaha yun sa lahat ng malalakas na ulan. But sa Paeng, hindi rin po nabaha. So, what is going on, Secretary? Can you explain? But I'm happily sharing the news, that observation. Ano nangyari, sir?
We are having reports, on the other hand, Your Honor, yung reports naman from Senator Revilla, our counterpart, and some of our other colleagues, is that certain areas of the country experience rains like they've never experienced before. So I think these are the southern Tagalog areas, Your Honor. I think Binyan, if I'm not mistaken, Santa Rosa, Quezon, and also Noveleta in Cavite, Bacoor, which are, well, admittedly flood-prone areas, but I think the magnitude for some of these areas is on a scale not experienced before, Your Honor.
Yeah, we feel, I know their pain kasi nabaha na kami ng Ondoy and the Ulysses eh. But we were miraculously spared nga dito sa Paeng, and including that neighboring subdivision closer to the river na parati ang nababaha. So what have we done in the Metro Manila flood control? Meron ba o chamba lang ba 'yon o miracle ba 'yon o ano?
According to the Secretary, the rains were not as intense in the Sierra Madre, unlike in Ondoy. That is the water that went down to Marikina, Your Honor. It is in the southern periphery, according to him.
Sige po. Ngayon, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, if an LGU observes that it is a new phenomenon in this area na ano na sila, it gets easily flooded na, and it wants help, assistance in master planning of its LGU on possible flood control, can the LGU approach the DPWH for advice or assistance on to determine what is the possible cause of the new phenomenon which is now flooding their LGU?
Yes, Your Honor. Especially when it concerns major river basins. Meron po silang may tutulong or meron silang overall flood master plan or feasibility study, Your Honor.
Natanong ko yan, Mr. Chairman, kasi sa Cagayan de Oro, yan ang feedback ko, yan ang balita ko. Konting ulan lang, mayroong portion doon sa may Limketkay daw eh. Baha ka agad eh. So they're blaming, of course, some infrastructure project there or work. So but no one has pinpointed the root cause. But can the LGU consult with the DPWH, and DPWH will send their best people to analyze the situation and then recommend remedial measures, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so at least hindi ko naman din ma-pinpoint kung ano yung cost nun, but ganun na muna. Am I correct to say that our best engineers are the country's best engineers are found in the DPWH?
Well, the one USEC is saying yes. The Secretary is laughing, Your Honor.
Okay. But he did not laugh loud enough for me to hear it. So okay lang. It was controlled laughter. Sige po, basta parang DFA ba natin ba? The best and the brightest of our civil servants nasa DFA. Ganon din po sa ating mga engineers. The best and the brightest are in the DPWH. That's the challenge, Mr. Secretary. Ano nagawin natin?
They will endeavor to be the best, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, ito kasi nabalita sa news eh. Can you tell us more about this? Yung parang it's a 45 billion pesos project, 45 kilometers long, connecting Davao City to Panabo City. Is that an accurate news report? Is that your project? Wala na rito sa notes ko kasi narinig ko lang yan sa news eh. 45 billion. At 40, si Abel nagpadala. Siyempre nagpadala. Pero naman kasi sa
Yes, Your Honor, there is a foreign-assisted project, Davao City to Panabo. They're just checking the amount, Your Honor, if it's indeed
Yes,
45 billion.
Ano ba itong bill? 29 na lang. Pinasa ka naman bill. Yun na lang. Yun na lang.
Okay naman. Okay.
Saan yung collapsing bridges natin?
It's a ODA. Pwede ko basahin?
Collapsing bridges na lang yun.
Yes, Your Honor, there's a Davao City bypass construction project funded by the JICA, which is ODA. It is a 4-lane, 45.98 kilometer bypass road, 2 lanes in each direction, including 2.3 kilometer mountain tunnels, 2 cut and cover tunnels measuring 315 meters and 130 meters, with a 600-meter underpass along the Davao-Bukidnon Road intersection. It consists of 6 packages or 3 packages? 3 packages. Of 3 packages, Your Honor. Package 1.1 is 10.7 kilometers. Package 1.2 is 12.8. Package 1.3 is 6.1 kilometers. Package 2.1 is 2.7 kilometers. Package 2.2 is 3.5 kilometers. Package 2.3 is 9.7 kilometers. And travel time will be reduced from 1 hour and 44 minutes to 49 minutes via this Davao City bypass at a cost of 46.8 billion pesos, Your Honor. And the construction schedule is for December 2020 to January 2026, Your Honor.
So tama yung pagka-round off ko. I mean,
Yes, Your Honor. Tama
46
po.
billion pesos for 46 kilometer road, no? So, but 4 lanes, no? But and the benefit is a reduction in travel time of around 45 one
Around
hour,
an hour, roughly an hour.
1 hour, roughly an hour. But Davao City is currently connected by road system to Panabo City already. Currently. I'm sure meron yan.
Yes, via the Pan-Philippine Highway Diversion Road, Your Honor.
And that must be how long, Mr. Chairman?
Well,
So,
the time is around 1 hour and 45 minutes, Your Honor.
average na. So 1 hour longer siya. Sabihin na lang natin at 50 kilometers per hour. So 46 plus 59, it must be 96 kilometers long. Round off na lang natin, 100 kilometers long. Ano sabi niya? 2020 to 2026?
Existing highway.
Yung mga ganyang projects po, Mr. Chairman, how are they determined? I mean, kasi I'm assuming meron na eh. Let's say meron ng Davao to Panabo Highway. Let's say assume na paki-check na lang online, pero let's assume it's 100 kilometers long. We will now benefit by this road system, which is 50 kilometers shorter, but 46 billion pesos cost. So, who approves such a project, Mr. Chairman? Hindi naman by law yan. Hindi naman natin by law yan.
Budget. Your Honor, the project went through the NEDA board, Your Honor. Irene, gabi. Okay.
Okay, so thank you for the additional information, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ito po sir, merong email. Email naman. Dati tinatanong kita sir, phoned in question. Ito, emailed.
Opo.
Pagbigyan po natin ng mga pagkakataong makaparticipate din sa budget process yung ating mga kababayan nag-take ng effort po para po makapagtanong po sa ating DPWH. While ito po, quote ko po yung email po sa akin. Rest kayo Mr. Chairman while I read these mga 4 paragraphs. While structural issues, defects affecting some bridges are already manifesting in the form of collapse, causing property damage and death, the health condition of our flyovers and bridges in Metro Manila deserves special attention too. Take the case of the tall C5 Ortigas flyover, which I use, itong person po na ito, at least twice a day. In the morning on my way to my Makati office, huge loaded trucks get stuck in traffic on that flyover. Adding to my concern is the fact that all of these big trucks are on the outer lane edge of the flyover where there is less structural support. This morning, not too far from the foot of the flyover bridge or /bridge is a green notice to the public sign which reads, "Be informed that on this site, new bridge expansion joints will be installed. This is a DPWH Metro Manila 1st District Engineering Office project under contract with a certain construction company with pertinent information, yung actual start date and target completion date." DPWH took note of the bad condition of the expansion joint. I hope they also looked into the structural integrity and the possible structural overloading which are happening. The flyover is very near the East Valley Fault. When I was younger, I can remember seeing loading capacity signs at the foot of the bridge. Now we have to guess. Looks like this practice must be reinstated. So, Mr. Chairman, with Mr. Secretary, i-link mo na lang ito dun sa collapsing bridges issue na rinaise ko during the committee hearing, which actually we held that committee hearing before that Pangasinan bridge collapse. So, in effect, medyo without may nararamdaman na tayo that we must look at the integrity of our public infrastructure. So
That's why.
siguro can we get lang the
More you should put the loading.
bridges plus flyovers or overpasses. So can we get the any statement from the secretary on what are our plans
Can we put a sign?
to assure the users, the public, that these are still safe to use? Sige, saan yun? Saan yung collapsing bridges?
The secretary is referring to a height limit, and there was an instance where a dated truck with a container van breached the height limit, Your Honor. And with respect to the weight capacity of bridges, including the one in Pangasinan, there is a sign. There was a sign there, Your Honor, indicating the weight limit of the 20 tons for the bridge, Your Honor. Unfortunately, the vehicles passing, I think, were over 30 tons. Or 63 tons, Your Honor. So talagang that's more than 3 times the limit, Your Honor. And it was an old bridge, apparently. So maybe it's not just the DPWH, but also whoever is responsible for apprehending the... There's a law on overloading, I think, di ba? So we'll have to check on that, Your Honor.
But the concerned citizen who sent me the email, sabi niya when he was younger, he saw
Your
parang
Honor.
a very... Ano ba tawag mo doon? Prominent sign. Yung...
Yes, Your Honor. They will do that, Your Honor.
So nawala na pa ba yung practice na yon?
Hindi requirement yun.
Load limit, may mga ganun po, no? Nakasulat. Prominently sana po.
Yes, Your Honor. They will comply, Your Honor.
Ito, Mr. Secretary, nag-ano tayo noon nung when I brought up the issue of collapsing bridges, nagka-debate pa tayo nung kung national bridge or local bridge. Now that you have mentioned the EO, I will now mention the bridge on my list, and can you please tell me if it's a national bridge per your EO or your listing, or if it's a local bridge? Okay, ito po. The San Juan Bantilan Bridge connecting Batangas and Quezon.
National, Your Honor.
National. Okay. Ito,
National Secondary Road.
National Secondary. Nasali po sa listahan ito dahil ano yata ito? Nag-collapse dahil sa paeng? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
National. Carlos P. Romulo Bridge, Barangay Wawa in Bayambang, Pangasinan. Ito yata itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Also a National Secondary Road, Your Honor.
National, okay. Dalawa. Borja Bridge, Katigbian, Bohol, which collapsed June 16, 2022. Meron din 12-wheeler truck, Mr. Chairman, na may lamang sand na nag-collapse. Nabanggit ko na po to sa hearing kasi dapat, I am assuming ngayon.
It's provincial,
dapat,
Your Honor.
Provincial.
Provincial, Huyo.
Okay. Provincial.
We're just double checking that because there is a submission, but there seems to be a dissenting opinion here in the rear, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi ay tatanong.
We must ask the NBank what is the true state of
Because I will have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Depende sa sagot kasi.
Yes, Your Honor. Provincial, Your Honor.
Provincial, okay. So, if it's provincial, Mr. Secretary, hands off po ang DPWH.
They will pass it around.
Let's say the bridge is provincial. DPWH will not concern itself with its repair, rehabilitation, or even an inspection on its structural integrity?
Responsibility of the province. It's the responsibility of the local government, Your Honor.
But, sabi natin kanina, if the LGU can consult with the DPWH on solving its flood problem, can the LGU consult with the DPWH on the determination of structural integrity of public infrastructure works in
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
LGU? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay ba yun, Secretary? That i-open natin, ha? Okay, pwede namin i-announce on your behalf sa LGU? Sige po, baka maraming takers po. Magandang project din naman yan. At siguro kung kailangan ng budget yan sa next, reasonable amount for the consultation, pwede. The fourth bridge, Mr. Chairman, is Clarin Bridge, Barangays Poblacion Ubos and Villa Limpia, Luay, Bohol, which collapsed April 27, 2022. Dito po may namatay. May foreigner pa yata.
It's a national secondary bridge, Your Honor.
National secondary pala. Yeah, last time kasi
Also caused by overloading, Your Honor.
yeah. National secondary. No. Okay. The bridge collapsed under heavy traffic. Ito pong Clarin Bridge, sending about a dozen vehicles plummeting into the river below and killing at least 4 people. Diba, hindi na dumatamas yung diba namatay 4 lang. Number 5 would be the Davao City Colafu River Bridge. February 18, 2022 is the date of the collapse.
It's national, Your Honor.
National secondary or wala? Do we qualify? Is it just national bridge? Ganun lang? National bridge?
National secondary.
National secondary. Mr. Chairman, pasensya na po kayo. Ito lang itatanong ko. Bakit national secondary? Meron pa bang iba? Ano ba yung classification? May national primary? Ano yan?
Yung panakaroon, anong secondary?
Hindi ko na masahin yan. National secondary. Check nyo na lang. Mag-online search na lang kayo para alam natin yung sagot. Pero bang national primary? National
Your Honor, there is a classification under national of the primary, secondary, and tertiary.
Okay.
The primary is the backbone of the highways, Your Honor. Tapos yun yung ganon. Pag secondary daw po, yun yung connecting regional centers, Your Honor. And tertiary is connecting municipalities, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information, Mr. Chairman. But this Davao City Colafu River Bridge was about to be turned over, then it collapsed. So, klaro na the contractor must rebuild the bridge.
Yes, Your Honor.
With the contractor bearing all the costs related
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
rebuilding the bridge. Okay.
Yes, and even additional cost would be borne by him, Your Honor.
Sige. Number 6, bridge in Mahayhay, Laguna, January 20, 2022. Na-mention ko na po ito noon eh. Ano po ito?
Provincial, Your Honor.
Provincial, okay. Thank you, sir. Number 7, the Bayugao Bridge in Santa Cruz, Ilocos Sur, October 12, 2021. Collapse due to flooding caused by Typhoon Maring. Doon kasi nangyari, kaya hindi tayo familiar.
National Primary Road, Your Honor.
National Primary Road. Siguro, kung national primary po ito and then collapsing.
That's an old bridge, Your Honor.
Collapsing due to flooding.
According to the Secretary, Your
Siguro doon na yun mismo sa base po, no? Sa base sa land kaya ito or doon sa base na nasa river? Sa
Let me speak.
whole bridge na to. Yun ang dapat bantayan. Yung
Supporting. It's the supporting pillar. They're calling it pier. But that's the support of the bridge, Your Honor. Nag-collapse yung isang settle down.
isa pag mag-collapse ang isa, syempre yung weight tuloy ito.
Opo.
What is the technical of that post or pillar? Pier? P-I-E-R.
PIER, Your Honor.
P-I-E-R. Yes, sir. Thank you. And then, last lang ito sa research namin, but and then, bridge in La Carlota City, Negros Occidental, August 1, 2021. Collapsed while 3 vehicles were crossing. Girls suffered minor injuries. 15 persons were rescued from the 3 vehicles. Nabanggit ko ba ito sa hearing? Dito? Ito? Ito pala hindi ko nabanggit sa hearing ito. So, we'll just give you time, Secretary, to...
They will check,
Yeah, Bridge
Your
in La
Honor.
Carlota City, Negros Occidental. I have
Secretary suspects it's national secondary, but he wants to confirm, Your Honor.
Yeah, sige. Sige po. Siguro, ano pa? Ano pa?
Nag-age program, sir, nag-increase yung budget of age program.
Lambutin nga.
Ay, yung
Okay, we have noticed an increase in the amount of the bridge program for the DPWH. Are these for new bridges o kasama na itong pag-rehab, retrofitting, or making sure of the structural integrity of our bridges?
It includes retrofitting, rehabilitation, repair,
New, sir.
repair, and new bridges.
And new? Okay, kasi parang sa DepEd, yung school building program, separate talaga si new sa repair and rehab. Pero dito sa DPWH, ang style po ninyo, sama-sama na po doon, bridge program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay na? Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, so I think we have reached the end of our human capacity to ask questions. The chairman is also, must be very tired already. Ilan naman si Mr. Chair? 7 hours na yata nakasalang po ang ating chairman. So, I hope the secretary understands yung tanong natin kasi it's really for the benefit of our people, those listening to us. Actually, Mr. Secretary, totoo yung email. Kung gusto niyo makita, totoo. So talagang ibig sabihin, meron talagang nagsusubaybay concerned about the state of our public infrastructure. So nasa kamay niyo po ang aming kaligtasan ng aming mga buhay kasi kahit may mata kami sa ibabaw ng ulo namin o pababa para makita ilalim ng bridge, hindi naman namin naiintindihan din ang situation because the best engineers are in your department led by the... Siguro ang tawag natin ang the secretary of the DPWH is the Philippines' best engineer. Yan po ang ating tawag sa kanya. That is the qualification needed. So, Mr. Chairman, salamat po for the patience, Secretary, and to the DPWH family. And sir, balik na lang tayo sa luwa mamaya when is that
Yes,
scheduled?
Senator Villar is the sponsor. Vice Chair Mark Villar, Senator Mark Villar.
Scheduled today also?
Today po. It's on our schedule, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, the distinguished Minority Leader, for very comprehensive questioning, Your Honor. May we request a 1-minute suspension, Your Honor, for a health break?
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, this juncture, next to interpolate and ask questions, the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my staff prepared this four very thick research papers on the budget of DPWH. Pero nung nakita ko po na yung chairman ng Finance Committee po walang gel ngayong umaga at hindi po nag-ahit, mukhang pagod na ho yung ating chairman. So instead of asking Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I will just manifest a few items for the department to submit to this representation. And the secretary is there, so he can hear us very clearly what are the items that we want to get updated on and some commitments from the department. So this is also to cut time and also to give our colleagues time to participate in the discussion. So, Mr. President, let me start off with an advocacy that I stumbled upon during the budget deliberation of actually the National Electrification Administration. And this is the issue of poles, the electric poles along various national roads. Of course, Mr. President, we welcome road expansion, road widening. This is for the benefit of the riding public. Pero hindi ho magagamit yung kalsada kung yung poste po nasa gitna ng kalsada. And a few times during the budget deliberation, I would flash some pictures. Unfortunately, this time around, Mr. President, just to cut time, I won't flash any pictures anymore. But the issue of poles, Mr. President, is something that has been a recurring problem in our country, Mr. President. And to date, we have, based on our research, we have approximately 58,000 remaining poles that need to be realigned. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. And over the last few years, we have allocated close to about 4 billion pesos to relocate those poles. And based on our computation, that 4 billion pesos is enough to already relocate those poles. So obviously, Mr. President, there's the relocation is not catching up with the schedule that was given to us in the past. And Mr. President, I also understand that in 2023, 400, no? 400. Another 467 million will be allocated for pole relocation. So, Mr. President, that 467 million that will be allocated in 2023 is already beyond the 58,000 that beyond the 4 billion that is required to relocate the 58,000 poles. So, Mr. President, just may I ask the department just to submit to us an updated number on the pole relocation, and then an updated timetable on the pole relocation. Like I said, the 4 billion should cover the 58,000 poles that are remaining. So just submit to us a timetable on when those 58,000 poles will be relocated. And I also understand that to cut red tape, the reimbursement will be downloaded to the electric co-ops directly instead of the National Electrification Administration. So just give us an update on that. I understand that there's supposed to be a MOA that will be signed, but it didn't push through. So just give us an update on when funds will be downloaded to the electric co-ops so that the electric co-ops can relocate the poles. No? So that's number one, Mr. President, and I hope the department is taking notes to submit to us, hopefully before before the period of amendments, so that if need be, we can insert some amendments to this effect. The next, Mr. President, is on the school building program. School building program. Ito, no? Yeah, okay. Mr. President, there's a shared relationship between DepEd and the DPWH when it comes to building of school or building of schools and building of classrooms. And based on our research for 2022, 3.1 billion was allocated to build schools. And to date, only 30 million has been disbursed. So that's less than 1% of the total allocated amount. But in fairness, Mr. President, over the past few years, the appropriation to school building program has been dispersed quite efficiently, no? About 96% on the average. So, Mr. President, would like to ask the department again to submit to us an updated status on the school building program. And also, Mr. President, even though the disbursement has caught up to date, but in the past, we've seen that a lot of this school building program has been delayed. And it's because of the transfer of funds from the DepEd to DPWH, and from DPWH, they will construct. And normally it takes 1 year to construct a classroom or a school building. So, Mr. President, I would like to again ask the department just to submit to the committee um, a strategy on how to hasten the construction of our school buildings and classrooms. And I say this, Mr. President, because yesterday, during the budget deliberation of DepEd, we have to bear note that there are approximately, what's the classroom shortage? 167,000 classrooms that are needed to date. No? So we have a massive classroom shortage, and we all know without classrooms, it's impossible to learn. No? So may we request the department just to submit to us their plan to implement and execute classroom buildings together with DepEd, no? So that we will realize the building of classrooms much quicker than the usual process, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We confirm that there is that amount on the first matter of the gentleman from Valenzuela, our Vice Chair, and the Chairman of the Committee on Energy of the Senate. There is that amount of 467 million in the GAB for the payment of utility relocation. And the department will submit a comprehensive report to him at the soonest time. And on the school building program, Your Honor, of the 3.19 billion appropriated, the department received the SARO of 409 million point. So millions. On June 3, 2022. And received another SARO in October of this year of 2.64 billion, Your Honor, for a total of 2.78. So they're still in the process of bidding this or of undertaking the bidding process for these classrooms, Your Honor. But again, they will also undertake to submit to you their ideas on how to speed up the building of the school buildings, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, yesterday in our discussion with DepEd, we will approximately need about 403 billion, no, to construct new classrooms. So I expect that in the next few years, there'll be increased allocation in construction of classrooms. No? So it's better to fix all the bottlenecks in terms of constructing classrooms, and like to hear from the department on their strategy on how to improve the turnover of classrooms. No? So just submit to the committee and we'll take a look at it later on.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for
Thank you,
that.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the other one is on the DPWH received the biggest budget allocation uh, vis-a-vis the entire government budget. No, it got about 13.6% of the 13.6% of the 5.2 trillion budget allocation, and that represents a huge chunk, no? Almost a tenth of our total national budget. So with that, Mr. President, I took a look at the performance indicators in the in the GAA, just to know where DPWH is in terms of performance and in terms of achieving targets. And to my surprise, Mr. President, out of the 36 performance indicators in the GAA, only 5 exceeded target. The other ones, 15 out of the 36 has no data, and 9 out of the 36 have no targets at all, Mr. President. So my sense on this, Mr. President, that the performance indicators are taken for granted, Mr. President. And this is important to us because with the huge amount being allocated to the department, to DPWH, it's important that we see whether the amounts are meeting the targets, whether the amounts are are going to what it's supposed to go. And Mr. President, I would like to just request from the department, number one, a commitment on improving and taking the performance indicators very seriously. Instead of puro lahat ho dito puro non-applicable. So we cannot gauge whether the department is actually performing well or not. No? So I would like to, we have a new secretary. So under the new secretary, hopefully they can improve the recording. I think a lot of this is because of recording, so that we will gauge carefully and see whether the department is spending their budget judiciously, Mr. President. So just submit to us some form of commitment and also a letter on how to improve the recording of the performance indicators, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a good point. And of the performance indicators, you're right. There are only a few which have been exceeded, and the rest are blank, Your Honor. So we will remind them to undertake that report and fill in the details for the other performance indicators, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the other item that I want to take up is the item on delayed infrastructure or delayed projects. There are about 3,440 delayed projects recorded that amounted to 254 billion pesos, Mr. President. And I won't go into the specific projects, Mr. President, but may we get an update on what are those projects? No? And then also an updated timetable on the execution of these projects. Of course, it's a big amount, 245 billion pesos. And again, we're trying to allocate as much funds to expand infrastructure spending in our country. But if we will encounter delays, non-implementation of projects because of administrative concerns, and all of these technicalities, then we're just wasting 245 billion pesos, Mr. President. So again, just submit to the committee a list of these projects, an updated list of these projects, as well as a new timetable on how to execute these projects and catch up the timetable or catch up the process. And just submit to us, Mr. President, their strategy on how to avoid such a delay this coming in the near future, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. The Secretary mentions that it is probably due to the FLR or the for later release uh, for later release policy implemented previously. But of the 245 billion you mentioned, and they will submit that report you require, there is 33.5 or 33.58% compliance. So 82.2 billion approximately of these projects have been completed or have resumed implementation, Your Honor. They'll give you a full report in detail, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on our notes, the delays were caused by technical viability of the projects during the feasibility and preliminary engineering study. So these are, again, technical aspects that the department can control. So just submit to us some remarks on those projects.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not to belabor the
Thank you, Your
discussion, Mr. President.
You.
And lastly, Mr. President, the foreign assisted projects. Foreign assisted project. Saan? Oo, magkano yun? 90 plus yun. Ang amount? Pero magkano yung commitment fees? $90 I remember. Yeah.
Sana hindi na pinapalala ng staff. Yung
Daming ang notes ginawa ng staff, Mr. President. Mr. President, lastly is the foreign assisted projects.
Yes, Your Honor.
We also took note that there were some delays in the foreign assisted project that cost us 93 million pesos in terms of commitment fees initially, Mr. President. So again, Mr. President, these are delays caused by various processes within the control of the department, Mr. President. But the point here is because of these delays, project costs increased. We had to pay commitment fees. And of course, this will not benefit our constituents, Mr. President. So again, just submit to us, Mr. President, a list of these delayed foreign assistance projects. And I understand also that the 93 million is not the entire amount. There are also some other commitment fees that will be charged because of delays. So just submit to us a full picture on the foreign assisted projects, the delays, the reason for the delays, and how much commitment fees we will pay now and also in the future because of the delays, Mr. President. And
Yes, Your
also
Honor.
a way forward not to avoid the delays,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
President.
They will no longer construct. They'll just work on the reports that you require.
Thank you, Mr. President.
They will focus on just on the reports, Your Honor. I'm just joking, Your Honor. They pledge they will submit the reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, as stated, I will just manifest and request for the reports. And we'll just wait for the updated report from the department, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We reaffirm the commitment of the department to submit all the required reports by the gentleman from Valenzuela.
Yeah, para
Mr.
pwede
President.
na kung mag-ahit po yung ating chairman at maglagay ng gel. No? Dahil wala akong gel ngayon. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much to our vice chair, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Energy, for I know he had a lot of questions and a lot of research that went into his our reports, and we appreciate his abbreviating the process, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I will also furnish a copy of my reports and feasibility studies to the chair of the Finance Committee. Thank you to the gentleman from Valenzuela for his manifest questions.
Manifest question.
Yes,
It's a
Mr.
joint manifestation with question.
Yes, and we also thank the gentleman who will ask questions, Mr. President, because as I promised him, it's just a manifestation, but it is a manifest questions. Mr. President, I now move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, the former secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and we can't wait to hear the exchange of discussions on this particular issue with regard to the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. I move that Senator Mark Villar be recognized.
The distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, before I recognize him fully, has he already gotten all his clearances from the department to be able to leave the department? Cleared naman, cleared. Walang utang sa department. Anyway, to the distinguished gentleman from Las Piñas, our former secretary, father of the Build, Build, Build program of the department is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to express my full support for the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. I'm very familiar with the department, of course, having served for more than 5 years. And I'd like to commend them all for their hard work. I see from all regions, the regional directors, many of whom I worked with are my colleagues. So I'd like to welcome them all here today. I just have a few questions and clarifications, and then maybe a few things that I'd like to say for the record for the department. I'll say this first on regarding the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act, which was enacted into law. And the purpose of this law is to implement the Coconut Trust Fund law that is originally intended for the coconut farmers. The law will consolidate and expedite the delivery of the benefits due to coconut farmers to increase their incomes, alleviate poverty, and achieve social equality. So the Department of Public Works is one of the agency implementers under the law, which also states infrastructure development, 10% to be implemented by the DPWH in identified coconut producing LGUs. The DPWH shall give priority to the use of coconut coir or coconut bioengineering solutions in controlling soil erosion and slope stabilization in the construction of roads and other applicable projects. This will provide additional livelihood and income for the coconut farmers. So given this premise, may I know what will the coconut farmers expect with the DPWH with regards to their cocoa wire, and coconut? Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, we're awaiting the official answer of the department, but I know they've undertaken some slope protection projects using cocoa coir in the past, Your Honor. And in fact, I've seen some in my own province, Your Honor, dating back over a decade ago. The use of coconut for slope protection is already policy and encouraged whenever possible, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And I hope if you can submit maybe a report about
written-
the
yes, Your
latest, the extent to which this coconut is being used as slope protection. I hope
With the
you can-
appropriate amounts and allocations, Your
Yeah.
Honor.
Thank you, since I think that we should promote these products that give livelihood.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take up another subject which I think was also touched upon earlier regarding the maintenance fund. I understand the MOOE, there is an item called the maintenance fund. I'd like to ask first, in the House Gab, what is the amount that is allocated to our maintenance fund, to the maintenance fund of the department?
Under the GAB, Your Honor, it's 11.32 million approximately.
Million?
Billion.
And this amount was maintained. This is the same amount from the NEP to the GAB.
No, Your Honor, you asked about the GAB. That's the GAB amount. The NEP is actually
House GAB.
bigger at 24 billion, Your Honor.
Oh, so there was a reduction in the amount from
Yes, Your
the
Honor.
fund from 24 to
11.3 billion, Your Honor.
oh. I'd also like to ask, what is just for the record, can I ask what is the specific purpose of this maintenance fund that is under the MOOE?
Well, there is maintenance and repair and rehab of infrastructure facilities, maintenance of national roads and bridges, operation of weighbridge stations. It is routine maintenance is the proactive, simple, small-scale activities associated with regular daily, weekly, monthly, general upkeep of infrastructure and other assets to guard against normal wear and tear, Your Honor.
And may I ask, what is the basis for the original number that was given in the NEP? The original budget that was allocated in the NEP. What is the basis for that
It's
amount?
based on the length of the national road, Your Honor.
So if this is based on the national road and based on past experience, any reduction in this budget would lead to a lower service level for the department, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you mentioned earlier that there were included there were way stations, uh, bridge maintenance. And I'm sure, of course, in order for you to know what has to be maintained, there has to be regular inspection. So this is included in the maintenance fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I was listening and I was watching about these incidents recently about the bridges, and a lot of them were due to overweight trucks passing through these bridges. And I think it should be noted that these way stations are a part of the budget for the maintenance fund. I believe,
Yes, Your
as
Honor.
you mentioned earlier.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So my point in saying this is there's a direct correlation between the amount that is allocated in the maintenance fund and the service levels that the DPWH is being provided, the DPWH is able to provide. So in order for us to expect them to give us the service, give us the maintenance that the people deserve, I think we should really endeavor to maintain the levels of budget that the DPWH would recommend to us. I'd like to ask Mr. President if what is the stand of the DPWH with this with my theory?
They agree with the former secretary, Mr. President.
Yes. So with that, Mr. President, I'd just like to take this opportunity to manifest that if we want the service, if we want to experience the full capability of the DPWH, of which I know they have the capability, if we want to experience, and if we have the expectation that they will provide us this service, I think we should also reciprocate by giving them the budget that is needed in order to give the services that would allow us to maintain these bridges, to secure our roads, to maintain our roads properly. I think that's very important, Mr. President, in this budgeting. I can't emphasize this enough, as we've seen in recent news reports that there are reports of bridges that are collapsing due to overweight. And I hear, and after this line of questioning, we can see that the maintenance budget is exactly the use of the budget is exactly for that purpose, which is to which includes way stations, bridge maintenance, road maintenance. So every peso that we reduce in this budget, it may not be immediately apparent, but I believe there are severe effects in the medium and long term. So I just like to express my support for this maintenance fund, and I hope that all of us take this into account during the budgetary process. That this is an item that we should really protect, because this is something that, even though it might not be apparent in the short term, the effects of reductions in this budget, definitely there are long-term effects, and in the worst cases, in some of these things that I've read, it's actually led to fatalities when these infrastructure projects collapse or for whatever reason. So again, that's all, Mr. President. I'd just like to reiterate my support for the DPWH's recommendation for their maintenance fund. As a former secretary, I know how important it is, and I'd like to put that for the record, that I hope that we can support the DPWH. Let us, we cannot expect them to accomplish a task and not give them the tools by which to accomplish that task. So again, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleagues in the DPWH. It's always a pleasure to be with you in
Thank
one
you.
form or another. Thank you very much.
I just
Thank
want
you.
to ask my good colleague, Senator Villar, that it's so nice to see you lobbying naman for projects with the DPWH. We used to lobby with you, now you're lobbying. Are they promising you, or is it going to happen?
Well, I know.
That was just a joke. That was just a joke. You don't have to put yourself into a spot.
There's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Mr. President, we thank our colleague, the former secretary, and the department is very thankful, clearly, by his intervention. But just to place on record that I'm not defending the cut made by the House in the GAB, but the level they left of 11.3 billion is still substantially over the 2022 GAA level of 4.4 billion, just for the record,
Yeah,
Mr.
and I'd like to
President.
put credit where credit is due. Secretary, former Secretary, now Senator Mark Villar, during the 5 years of their Bill program, I think it's one of the golden age of infrastructure
Certainly.
development. And many of the men and women are here, the regional directors and the undersecretaries. Were all there to witness it and help him make it happen. So I've never seen so many roads being built all over the country.
Your Honor, I
And
remember.
6 lane roads, 8 lane roads.
Mr. President, I remember during the questioning of the former Minority Leader Senator Gillon, he was asking for the amount of infrastructure constructed during the tenure of Senator, now former Secretary Villar, and it was, I think, times 3 of the, for a similar time frame, 5 or 5.5 years, Your Honor, that during his tenure,
Of other administrations.
times 3 from the, but of course, this is not to downplay any achievement, but it's just that the emphasis of the previous administration was really on infrastructure through the Build program, which was, and one of the major architects was our colleague,
Yeah, to name a
Senator
few
Mark.
was the Cebu Cordova Bridge, including many other the bridge programs that are about to start due to the feasibility studies that they've already made during the time of Secretary Villar, which hopefully will connect the whole Visayas with this bridge program. So we thank you for that. For the South, kami in Mindanao, we really feel it. I mean, before, one highway lang po kami, from Maramag, Bukidnon, just the Saire Highway, all the way up to Cagayan de Oro. Magdudusa kami kung may aksidenteng truck. We wait for many hours. Now we have so many alternative routes. We can go to Agusan del Sur via Malaybalay. You want to go to Davao, pwede din. To San Fernando. You want to go to Lano del Sur, Marawi, meron ng kalsada. You want to go to Iligan City, meron ng kalsada. It's all so many alternative roads, road networks. So we thank the Secretary for that, for a job well done. You have to put credit where credit. And to the DPWH family, fairness, they were really, they really did a great job for this last 5 years.
Sana palakpakan niyo din si Senate President.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pinapalakpakan ko kayo. Magaling talaga. Magaling talaga.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join you in your remarks.
So we'll suspend session while we're waiting for the majority leader. Session suspended.
President, I move to recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano to interpolate.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We'd like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, former Speaker of the House and former Secretary as well.
Good evening, Mr. Senate President, to our dear friend, former Secretary of the DPWH and our Majority Leader tonight. Of course, our esteemed colleague and not only the most brilliant during this time, but maybe the most tired, but like the Energizer Bunny keeps going, Senator Angara. To the DPWH family, magandang gabi po, Secretary Bonoan. Mr. President, may I ask if the good sponsor will yield to some questions and if I may be allowed to use visual aids during this interpolation, just so that it'll be easier as to discuss numbers.
Yes, most willing to the former speaker, our former majority leader and member of the cabinet, Your Honor. We're most willing to entertain questions and hopefully answer them to the best of our abilities, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I intentionally abstain from asking other departments. One specific reason is because I think a lot of our economic recovery and even peace and order issues will depend on the budget of the DPWH. As you know, building roads is more powerful than putting bullets in guns. And sa hirap ng dinanas natin sa pagtaas ng presyo and sa COVID, Senator Angara, Senate President, myself, and many of our colleagues have believed that the infrastructure can really prime the economy. No? So can we start with the presentation, please?
Pwede okay. Second page. Pwede bang pali? At saka what?
I think they're just loading the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Mr. President, my dear brother, Chairman Angara, I'd like to start with this verse, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. That's my life verse, and it's a reminder not only do we have a divine Father who has good plans for us, but it's also a reminder that the devil also has plans for us. So we have to make the right choices. Next slide, please. So in the evolution of the build to the build better more, as discussed by the Honorable Secretary during the budget hearing, we're here today to ask whether we have made the right choices pagdating sa budget ng DPWH, which is quite substantial. Next slide, please. I'd like to start on a good note. During the budget hearing and in side meetings with the Secretary, he agreed with me and our dear Chairman, Senator Angara, that the unsung heroes or the heroes behind the scene are the construction workers. And whether it's during the time of our present president or the president, father of Senator Aimee, who just celebrated her birthday, it is these engineers, itong pong mga construction workers, welders, mga latero, sila po ang unsung heroes. But during the budget hearing, naitanong ko nga, may mahirap ba na contractor? And it generated some giggles, but upon explanation that di ka naman pwede kumuha ng kontrata na wala kang bond at pakita mong may kapital ka. So kahit papano, lahat naman ng contractor sa atin may kaya kasi may kapital yung kanilang mga kumpanya. But when you say, do you have rich construction workers, ano talaga yan? 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 10,000, 1 out of 1,000,000, medyo yung mga pinalad, na yumaman o gumanda ang buhay. So, next slide, please. I mentioned during the budget hearing that President Biden actually signed an executive order that pag mas mataas sa $35 million ang kontrata sa federal government, there's a need of a labor agreement. So I was discussing with the chairman, Senator Angara, and Senator Joel also, Mr. Trabajo din, the last few days. At sabi ko nga, kung yung isang contractor ay willing to pay their their workers, let's say 5 or 10% more than minimum wage, baka matalo siya sa bidding kasi 30% ng kontrata is labor. Pero kung through the DPWH at yung asosasyon ng mga contractors and maybe some labor unions or even directly with the workers, magkakaroon ng agreement na, for example, basta't public works, 5% above minimum wage, for example, de pare-pareho ang bidding parameters nila. And it will ensure na kahit papano, hindi maaagaw din ng private sector ang ating mga skilled workers. Baka ngayon, hindi problema ang ating skilled workers, baka problema na rin sa ibang project, but as the economy booms, and we did very well this quarter, and as the private sector gets ready to their own build, or build better more, however you want to call it, magkakaubusan ng skilled workers. So what I'd like to do is to confirm lang with the chairman through the secretary beside him that the DBWH will take it upon themselves from the engineering district level to monitor, next slide please, compliance of the social protection, no, from SSS, Pag-ibig contributions, but also maybe through a committee here in the Senate, meron naman tayong convergence program. We can have seminars with some of the regional directors or some of the ASECs of how to tap into the innovative projects of, let's say, the Department of Housing, who's now preparing housing for minimum wage workers. No? So can you imagine kung yung construction workers na marami sa kanilang NPA, no permanent address, di ba? Kung nasan ang trabaho, lilipat doon. But imagine if we can all put this together. So that's a simple first question. May we confirm if the DPWH is committing, no, that in 2023 it will be the year of the construction workers, no?
Social protection. Yes, Your Honor. They commit that they will help ensure compliance with the social protection, insurance, SSS, payment of SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, among others, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I included TESDA there just so that yung gusto po bang, let's say, bago lang siya pero wala pang skills pero gusto mag-upgrade, di ba? Para hindi na siya magbayad or yung contractor. So we can have some programs wherein yung social mobility nila, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next slide, please. So may I go to the meat of the budget, no? For presentation purposes po, I put the budget in a table to show the historical, no? We can go back to it, but can you take note of look at the asset preservation program vis-a-vis the network development program. In 2019, it was half lang po yung asset preservation, half po yung network development. In 2020, it was half. In 2021, it was half. Pero noong 2022 ay pumantay na, and 2023 halos pantay na, no? Yung asset preservation at yung bagong network. And also take a look at the flood management program. From 90 billion in 2019, same lang noong 2020, konting increase 10% noong 2021.
With the indulgence of the former Majority Leader, our colleague, Mr. President, do you have a hard copy? I cannot see.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I cannot
Yes.
Read the figures, Your Honor.
Do you have an
I'm trying to
iPad?
follow the
Can
discussion.
yeah.
Or maybe
Do we have one more?
a USB that we could
Yeah.
input.
Yes. I apologize.
No problem. Your Honor.
I thought it would be
it's
big enough.
a symptom of aging.
Yeah. And it would have helped me if I could confuse you a little bit, but I seem that not
I hear
working,
you.
no? Can
Your
I
Honor, there's a
airdrop
photo.
it to you? Airdrop ko
For
sa'yo,
the
Brad.
rest of the for the rest. Yung slide lang. Yeah. Sure. How can I identify you? Yeah, sure. Romas.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor,
Yeah.
for
So just take a look at the asset preservation. The point I'm going to make is that parang sa maintenance na pupunta yung 23 budget at saka yung trend. Imbis na to build new networks and to build an infrastructure program, parang sa flood control at saka sa maintenance. No? So kung makikita mo 2019, 2020, 2021, kalahati lang ang asset preservation sa network development program. Pero pagdating ng 2022, pumantay na. Ganun din ang flood control, no? From 90 billion, it's now 166 billion, no? Ang local program, tinanggal noong 2022, and it was replaced, it was included na sa convergence, and meron bago silang item, locally funded projects, no? So next slide. So my question is this really a build better more, or is it a build flood control and maintenance pa more? No? So let me go to some observations. Next slide, please. Asset preservation only has half the budget. I mentioned that na. No? So yung budget po ng DPWH is divided into general administration and support, support to operations, and operations. Under asset preservation, it's 90 billion pesos. Okay? Under support to operations, we have 11 billion for maintenance. No? This is under letter E, maintenance, repair, rehab, infrastructure. Bureau proper, napakaliit, 71 million. But yung routine maintenance is 6.8 billion of national roads. Routine maintenance of national bridges is 759 million. And maintenance of floating equipment is 467 million. Okay, but under operations, meron tayong asset preservation program. Doon po, ang maintenance at saka mga rehab is 90 billion. And then if you go to flood management under operations, letter B, construction and maintenance of flood mitigation projects, it's 105 billion pesos. And I was surprised, I think, I'm not an expert here, so I'm not sure, but it's the first time na nakita kong may maintenance for foreign-assisted projects. There's a preventive maintenance for foreign-assisted projects, primary road, 891 million, and for tertiary road, 662 million. So kung i-add ko lahat ng maintenance at rehab, mahigit 200 billion. So it's like almost a third of the budget. So this is not a build better, more budget. This is a maintenance budget.
comment.
While they're gathering the answer,
Medyo mahaba yung paliwanag ko nila eh. So
yes.
I've tried to ask them to
Would you rather, Mr. Chair,
come up with a
let me-
succinct explanation.
With the permission of the Senate President, would you rather the DPWH answer directly kung medyo numbers at mahaba ito? At your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe we'll give it a go, and
Yeah.
if talagang hindi nila
Yes.
ma-shorten.
I don't want to tire you out, Mr.
No
Chairman.
no problem,
So at your
Mr.
pleasure, please.
No problem, Your Honor. Mr. President, we just I've been asking them since 2 o'clock when we started to shorten their explanation, or perhaps to put it in writing. So,
Mr. President, if you look at the asset preservation, 45 billion 2019, 52 billion
basically,
2020.
some of the points they've said, Your Honor, is that they're trying to catch up with their asset preservation program. That's what I gathered. Ano pa?
Then is there something wrong with the kind of public works we do? Kasi kung parang 1:1 na yung bago sa preserve mo, ibig sabihin either hindi maganda yung pagkagawa or napakaluma na. Pero akala ko ang build, nagsimula lang sa Duterte administration.
Just give me a simple explanation for why does it approach 200? Yeah, the DPWH is pointing to a breakdown, Your Honor. Preventive maintenance of bridges and roads. But I'm explaining to them that your question is why it is at the level of 200 billion, which
I have the breakdown, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, we can go through it. As I said, doon sa support to operations, you already have 11 billion. And you already specified the projects there. Routine maintenance national roads. So I think routine naman is quite simple English, di ba? So meron yang 6 billion. Then may almost 1 billion maintenance of national bridges. And then maintenance of floating equipment, 467 billion. Let's use this as an example. Ano ba yung floating equipment?
this is dredging equipment, according to them, Your Honor.
Yeah. How much worth of dredging equipment do we have? More or less.
Are you asking about the value, Your Honor, or the number of
Yeah, the value.
the value?
Just in layman terms. So if you say we have
layman
100 dredging machines and each of them are 50 million each or 200 million each, more or less.
We have about 90 amphibious excavators, Your Honor, 40 multi-purpose amphibious dredgers, 21 cutter suction dredgers, 20 support vessels, 2 trash skimmers, and 63 land-based equipment.
And more or less the value of said equipment. More or less lang po. See, you can put it in a range, 10 to 15 billion worth. Is it 5 billion worth or?
Maybe 15 or 20 billion, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're somewhere in the area.
Because if you look at the last 5 years, Your Honor, in 2019, 215 million lang yung maintenance niya. Noong 2020, biglang naging 915 million ang maintenance niya. Then 430. Then this year, it's only 100 million. Next year, 467 na naman. So parang napaka-erratic at ang layo ng price. And then if you put the money together, this is 2 billion. So it's parang 10%. So I assume that's why we bought those equipment because it's cheaper to use it and operate it than to contract out the dredging. Pero kung ganito kalaki yung maintenance, which I'll bring it to another point later on. But Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, this is only letter E under support to operations. Under actual operations, you have 90 billion. The breakdown they're talking about is this. Primary roads is 14 billion. Preventive maintenance po yan.
Turo mo.
Secondary roads are 11 billion. Tertiary roads are 6 billion. But there's another 17 billion for rehabilitation, construction, upgrading of paved roads. For primary roads, it's 7 billion. Secondary roads, 5 billion. Tertiary roads, 4 billion. Puwera pa yung 33 billion for rehabilitation and construction of roads with slips, slope, collapse, and landslide. Ang primary roads is 6 billion. Ang secondary roads is 15 billion. Ang tertiary roads is 11 billion. Take note, last year, the rehabilitation of secondary roads was 32 billion for that category alone. Then construction, upgrading, and rehab of drainage of national roads, no? Hindi ko na-include yan. There was a time when people were building roads without drainage, o baka dapat ayusin nila 6 billion. But then you go down to under the bridge program, meron po ditong retrofitting and strengthening of permanent bridges. So retrofitting is maintenance or repair, di ba? Then meron kang rehabilitation, major repair of permanent bridges. This is 4 billion and 2 billion respectively. The construction of new bridges is only 1.3 billion. Pero ang retrofitting at rehab is 6.8 billion. So we're not building better more. We're maintaining and repairing and maintaining and rehabilitating. You're not putting money in building more networks. You're putting money in maintaining.
You're correct, Your Honor, according to the department.
Well, I hope
They have to maintain the assets according to them, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, 2 points about that. Then you have to inform the president because umaasa siya na build better more ito eh. 'Di ba? Hindi better maintenance, 'di ba? So secondly, anong nangyari? Bakit nung 2019, 2020, 2021 kalahati lang yung maintenance sa preservation and yung build, sa pagkaalam ko, nag-umpisa lang yan during Duterte's time. During Pinoy's time, marami din napagawa through PPPs. Pero hindi naman siguro gano'ng kalaki ang maintenance ng ginawa nung Duterte time. Baka bumalik yung majority leader natin who was the Secretary of DPWH noon. So if most of our infrastructure were built during the Aquino and Duterte time, except for the massive highways like EDSA, Marcos Highway during the time of Ferdinand Marcos Sr., di ba? Then bakit napakalaki ng maintenance? Mali ang pagkagawa natin ng kalye, di ba?
It's a good question, Your Honor. But perhaps because the amount of national roads to be constructed or projects, that's why there are no longer any roads to be paved at the national level. They're now moving towards rehabilitation. That's the only explanation I can think of.
But I disagree with that because if we go towards the focus of the Marcos administration, the agriculture, napakalaki pa ng kailangan na farm-to-market roads, di ba?
Maybe
So,
they can shift
kulang
some
na kulang
resources,
pa rin
Your Honor.
talaga ang ating So, I'll go to my next point, but I think the chairman will look into this, di ba? Especially before the BICAM. Let me just check my notes. So next slide. So let me go into a issue that I was briefing some of our colleagues about and asking also the chairman about the history of this. And I sort of found out the history and I'll see if we have old-timers pa in the DPWH. Yung iba dito ay siguro alaga pa or minentor ni Secretary Vihilar na siyang inabot ko and can explain this, no? I was told that during Gloria Macapagal Arroyo's time, 2022, ang budget was 47 billion. That was the whole budget for the whole DPWH, no? And this is now the time that the EAW, the engineering administrative overhead was put into place, no? It was put into place dahil nga sa liit ng budget ng DPWH, they had to make sure na maganda yung gawa ng projects. That's why they put yung EAW. But if you look at the budget since then, it's grown to over 700 billion, which I'll make my point in the next slide. Next slide. So, nung kay PGMA, you needed the 3.5% to watch over the 47 billion. Pero ngayon, 737 billion na ang budget eh. And meron tayong 11.6 billion for maintenance for personal services and meron tayong 25 billion for MOE. And this if we compute that, I think that will equal something like 4 or something percent. So the example I was giving Senator Angara the other day is, di ba, parang ako, senador, may sweldo ako. Meron akong communication allowance, may gasoline allowance, meron akong office supplies. May staff ako, may sweldo yung staff ko. Yung iba kong staff, may grocery allowance, etc. So, why would I need another fund for the overhead if ang sasabihin yung trabaho ko, legislation? There could be exception. For example, if we're talking about, let's say, energy, and I need to get a consultant about the EFIRA and that's highly technical, I'd probably ask for 1 or 2 technical people to be my consultant, or maybe I would subscribe, di ba, to a consultancy. But I wouldn't say na each and every legislation ay kailangan ko ng overhead expense kasi meron na tayong sweldo at MOE eh. So, next slide. This is what the GAA explains what the engineering administrative overhead is for. It ranges from 1 to 3.5%. Okay, for expenses, it will be limited to administrative overhead, including hiring of individual engaged to job order or contracts or services under the engagement of personnel without employer-employee relationship. 2, pre-construction activities after detailed engineering. 3, construction of project management. 4, testing and control. 5, acquisition, rehabilitation, repair of related equipment. And 6, contingencies related to pre-construction activities. And 7, maintenance and operating expenses. So my question, Your Honor, is, hindi ba kasama na to sa lahat ng trabaho ng mga bureau? And kung kailangan mo naman ng additional na tao, then you will hire through your personal services, whether they're job order or contractual.
Hindi daw sufficiente yon dahil this EAW is to manage 23,000 projects according to the Secretary, Your Honor.
Then my question, sir, is why not put it under the bureaus? Why do you do it a per project na lump sum? What's the difference? Accountability-wise, mas madaling ilagay ito sa mga bureau. Anong silbi na naman ng mga bureau? I-abolish na natin sila.
The bureaus are just service bureaus according to the Secretary, Your Honor.
So let's look at it. But one quick question about this, no? Local infrastructure program, letter D, 1% of projects under the local infrastructure okay, no. So let's go to the next slide, no? Let me just mention that pinalitan yung pangalan, mas user-friendly na, project-related expenses. It's good verbal engineering kasi iyaw. Di ba? Pero pre sounds more friendly. But it's actually not more friendly because the provision for quarterly reports were deleted from the 2023 general provisions. Is there a specific reason for that? For not wanting to report quarterly?
Sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat the question?
In the GAA from 2018 to 2022, meron pong provision. Can you go back one slide? Yung nasa ilalim, nakalagay the DPWH shall submit quarterly reports. Tinanggal yan sa 2023. Is that an oversight lang?
Well, I don't think there's any impediment to restoring it, Your Honor.
Yes. But I was just wondering, was there a specific reason or it's just an oversight?
Bakit daw wala yun? Natanong niya. Did we delete it sa ano? Or was that a committee addition ba in the previous years?
Yeah, anyway, if you're willing to restore it, I just am sensitive na basta for transparency.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, I ascribe good faith to the DPWH family. There are many innovations there, but, you know, if someone reads it and compares it, parang ayaw nyo mag-report. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor.
I just wanted to use this opportunity to not only restore it, but give them a chance to clarify that, no?
Yeah, the Secretary says they did not initiate any effort to remove that, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I can infer that there's no
Yeah.
impediment or objection to restoring it, Your Honor.
The wording change also from local infrastructure program to basic infrastructure program.
It's because of the Mandanas ruling, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kasi parang, I think in theory at least, or ideally, the local infrastructure is no longer the terminology because there is some devolution. So I think the term basic infrastructure is preferable, Your Honor.
Okay. So next slide. Next slide. So these are just the new provisions. No, next slide. Next slide. Yan. Next slide. Yan. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, this is what I was talking about. No?
You better get
Yung EAW is 3.5%, but actually their PSM MO is 4.9%. So if you add it, parang 8.5% ng project cost already is in the administrative side of having the budget. So the point I want to make here is that this body made a howl when we found out that DBMPS was charging 3% to do the procurement there. But apparently, and again, let me allow me to use a little bit of the argumentum ad absurdum, di ba? Na kung 8.5% ang cost, why not abolish DPWH and let the RDC submit the project and NANEDA and let the DBMPS procure. Kasi despite their having 11 billion personal services, 25 billion MOE, they have to charge 3.5 per project. No? I'll leave that as a rhetorical question for all of us to think about, with your permission, Mr. Chair. No?
3.5 is the maximum, Your Honor.
The maximum, yeah.
Under the regional, it's 2.5.
Yes, yes.
District is 2, local is 1.
Yes.
Outside infrastructure is 0.5. Averaging 2%, Your Honor.
Yes.
So if the budget is 750 as it is for 2022
Yes.
times 2%, that's 15
Yeah.
billion, Your Honor.
So before we go to the examples there, can I ask, what are the present bureaus of the DPWH?
Present bureaus, Your Honor. Present bureaus.
Yes.
Bureaus.
How many do we have? 6 ba? Or 7? 6.
6, Your Honor. Bureau of Design, Bureau of Construction, Bureau of Maintenance, Research and Standards, Quality and Safety, and Bureau of Equipment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So 6.
So I'll use 2 as an example. The Bureau of Quality, no? Tama ba? Quality
Quality and Safety, Your
and
Honor.
safety, okay. If you go back to yung definition ng EAW, testing and quality control. O hindi ba dapat yung Bureau of Quality and Safety ang namamahalan yan? Para magkaroon nga sila ng expertise. Oh. Magkano ang budget ng Bureau of Testing and Quality Control? At ilan ang tao nito?
There is a pending question, Your Honor. That's how much is the budget for the Bureau of Quality and
Safety.
Safety?
And ilan ang tao nila?
And how many personnel, Your Honor? Mr. President, I assume you'll be asking the same for the other bureaus. Is that correct?
No, just one more bureau to make a
Ano-
point.
No, because
Maintenance.
if you are, then I'll ask for a 1 minute suspension so they can
Sure. Can I
gather the
ask,
data, if that's all right.
how
Maybe you
much-
can place it on record
Yeah.
and then we'll
How much is
let
the
them gather.
budget of the Bureau of Maintenance at ilan din
Bureau
ang tao nila?
Opo. So, Mr. President, with those pending questions from the gentleman from Taguig, the budget for the two bureaus, safety and maintenance, and the question on the personal component, with the commitment of the department to answer, may we have a 1 minute suspension? Answer when we resume with the permission of the
Yes.
gentleman, Mr. President. Perhaps we could call for a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
CR na rin.
Yeah.
Budget, tanong niya rin yung budget. Your Honor, regarding the personnel first, there was a hanging question from the gentleman from Taguig, our friend Senator Cayetano. For the Bureau of Quality and Safety, there are authorized to have 88 positions and they've filled it with 74. For the Bureau of Maintenance, they're authorized to have 83 positions and there are 64 filled positions. Regarding the budget, the question on budget, it is all lumped in PS. But I'm sure there's a way of
Yeah. Well,
desegregating. May we submit that information to His Honor?
but I'll
Your
make my point with your permission.
Yes,
Mr.
yes, of
Chair.
course, Your Honor.
My point is if we're in an international convention of best practices of departments that have to do with either highways, infrastructure, or transportation, hindi ba nakakatawa tayo pag tinanong tayo, ilan ang tao nyo for safety and quality? 88. Ay bakit? May iyaw naman kami. Hindi ba dapat natin dinidevelop nga ang bureau to have experts on quality control, di ba? Hindi ba dapat in fact private parang sa DOH even private hospitals go to DOH for testing. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ito mukhang baliktad. You have 88 people and then hindi natin dinidevelop dahil na-spoil tayo dun sa IAW.
Yeah. It's
Diba?
just like
So-
in our offices, Your Honor. We try to develop that any
Yes.
competency that is necessary to
Yeah,
make us a good office in-house, Your Honor.
Yes, and I think any of our offices, except Senator Joker Arroyo, would have a good number of staff and then maybe 10%, 5% or less na consultant, di ba?
Yes,
Pero
sir.
wala pa akong nakikitang, even Senator Arroyo, di ba, he had 1 or 2 staff. But wala pa akong nakikitang may 3 staff tapos 20 consultants.
Outsourced, yes, Your
Di
Honor.
ba, na naka-outsource lahat. And the reason why I ask about their budget is precisely nga, hindi nilalagay yan ng budget because sa IAW nilalagay.
Well, yes, Your Honor, you make a good point there. So we will, if Your Honor will permit, given the hour, perhaps we could just submit a breakdown, Your Honor, of
Yes,
the
yes.
budget.
Yes.
and,
Just to
yeah.
make my point there, so ilan naman yung sa maintenance? Ilan tao?
I see, Your Honor. For the Bureau of Maintenance, there are 83 authorized positions, of which 64 are filled, Your Honor.
Okay. And are all of the projects I mentioned, the 200 billion, dumaan lahat ba to sa Bureau of Maintenance?
It is the regional and district offices who are undertaking the maintenance operations,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Again, I'm making that point. 'Di ba? Dapat 'yan parang local government eh. Meron kang DSWD, meron silang CSWD. 'Di ba? So meron kang Bureau of Maintenance, siya dapat nagsusupervise nung part ng maintenance ng mga region at saka ng district. Pero shortcut at tinanggal sila sa kwentahan because may IAW. Oh, no, I welcome the hindi. So, can you explain to me, if hindi, then what's the job now of the maintenance versus the IAW? And what is the job now of someone in the engineering district? Sino magsusupervise sa kanila from the Bureau of Maintenance? Kasi wala pa akong nakikitang nag-umpisa sila sa Bureau of Maintenance tapos nagpa-promote sila papunta sa DE. Ang alam ko, papasok ka sa DE, ang karir mo pataas. Wala ka naman pupuntahan sa taas dahil nasa iyo na yung IAW, ikaw nang gumagawa ng maintenance You're the only department like that. So if you want to comment, you're free to comment. I'd like to have the discussion with you. Sir Chairman, I move that the people in the back come here and sit here and they can answer. I'll have a discussion with you. Walang senador, walang empleyado dito. Don't just shout no, hindi tayo magkakaintindihan. I'm trying to find a solution para maka-build better more. Hindi build, maintain, and flood control lang.
Yes,
So-
we
so-
appeal to perhaps
No,
to
no,
the
it's
guests
okay,
in the
Mr. Chairman.
gallery, Your Honor, to...
No, they weren't, how do I put it? They weren't jeering me, they were answering my question. And I respect that. Ang point ko lang, bigyan nyo ng note yung inyong director or something. Kasi that's what I'm trying to understand. You have 200 billion in maintenance. Hindi dumaan ng Bureau of Maintenance. Walang pera, walang tao sa Bureau of Maintenance. Tapos may 1 billion ka or whatever sa IAW for maintenance. So I'm trying to understand, paano nangyari yun? Can we put the, ito yung report nyo. Do I have that? Hindi ko makita rin, just like the chairman.
What page is that, Your Honor?
It's I got it from the website.
Yes. Baka hindi nyo na-slide yan, Your Honor, kasi maliit masyado.
Paki-airdrop mo kay Fatima. So, let me skip first from the Bureau of Maintenance to the Bureau of Safety. 1 billion ang IAW na ginastos sa report na to for 2022 until September for testing. So ang point ko nga, ba't hindi na lang ilagay yung 1 billion sa Bureau of Testing, yung sa Standards and Safety? Tapos kung kailangan mo mag-testing at ikaw ay DE o Regional Director, hingin mo sa bureau mo. Hindi ba ganun ang pagka-setup natin? Secretary, USEC, ASEC, Director, Regional Director, and then DEs?
Your Honor, the Secretary is telling me that the IAW is project deducted, meaning it's a part of the project cost.
Yes, and then everyone does their own standard ng testing. Hindi na sinusunod yung bureau. Dekorasyon na lang yung bureau eh.
It is the Bureau who sets the standards.
Yes,
Your
but you
Honor.
don't give them any power to look over it. So kung sasabihin mo yung DepEd, yung Bureau of Curriculum, pero may IAW sila at iba na lang magpapublish ng libro, ano mangyayari doon?
According to the Secretary, from time to time, the personnel of the Bureau go out to the regional and district offices for compliance with the standards which they have set.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not questioning the need to go out. I'm not questioning the need for pre-construction activities. I'm not questioning the need to test the materials. I'm saying, why deduct 3% and then iba-iba gumagawa when meron ka ng structure ng DPWH na dapat yun ang ginagawa. So kung napakagaling mo na DE sa testing, gusto mo sanang malipat din at mapunta sa regional, di ba? Kasi yun ang promotion mo eh. Pero ayaw na ayaw mong mapunta na sa Bureau of Testing kasi wala ka ng trabaho pagdating doon.
Your Honor, if I may turn the question
I'm
on
not
its
saying
head.
walang trabaho per se. I mean, walang trabaho ka with regards to the 200 billion worth of maintenance projects.
Your Honor, I'm trying to understand where you're going. You're trying to say, why not have a greater institutionalization of the costs?
I'm saying in other departments, sir, walang IAW, but sa bureaus na yan, nandyan yung pera for what they have to do.
Opo.
So like ngayon, yung maintenance, they have nothing to do with the 200 billion maintenance projects. So why do we have the Bureau of Maintenance? Why are we maintaining them?
Yes, Your Honor. So you want greater specificity, or you want, where would you,
I'd like
what is
to
the ideal
understand-
outcome for you, Your Honor?
I'd like to understand the accountability because if this was a budget hearing, I'd like to ask the director ng maintenance, ilan ang roads, bakit ganyan paggagawa, ganyan. Pero right now, even the secretary, even the USEC can't answer it. Because kanya-kanyang submit ang mga DE at saka mga regional director dun sa 200 billion na maintenance dito out of the 700 billion, di ba? Kasi kinat out na yung Bureau of Maintenance from maintenance eh. Hinati na dun sa support to operations at saka to operations. Ang hirap kaya ang dami ko nito. Mahirap himayin eh. Kasi nga, you have projects na nakalagay construction with maintenance, meron rehabilitation with maintenance, meron na sa support, meron na sa operations and etc. And It's the first time na nakakita ko. Can they confirm or deny that? Meron ba talagang preventive maintenance for foreign assisted projects? Or it's the first time na nagkaroon ng
Meron
ganon?
bang preventive maintenance for FAP? Yes or no? Wala daw kung ganun.
Oh, it's the first time, di ba?
There's none, Your Honor.
Are they saying there's none now?
That's the answer I've been given, Your Honor.
Ito, under foreign assisted projects, asset preservation program, you have 891 million for primary roads, and for rehabilitation, reconstruction, upgrading paved roads, under foreign assisted, you have 662 million. I can look for it to tell you what page, ano yan.
Pakihanap niya. Pakihanap niya.
Sabi niya, sila nagsabi na wala. Oh, wala. Your Honor, apparently in the past there was a component, but for 2023, wala na daw po yun.
So how much is the budget for 2023 for foreign assisted projects?
We'll give you the figure under the HGAB, Your Honor.
Is it
Or
53 billion?
the Senate Committee report, rather, Your Honor.
Is it 53 billion 539?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is the organizational outcome ensure safe and reliable national road 35 billion 939 million 925? Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, hindi ba under that meron preventive maintenance 891 million 710,000? O, hindi meron.
According to them, it's a separate item from the operations, Your Honor.
Yeah, but it's under foreign assisted projects.
Because the projects now is separate from the operations. Unlike before, the FAPS is integrated in the operations.
Dati ho, yung FAPs or foreign assisted projects naka-integrate sa operations dahil hiniwalay na daw ho yung operations tsaka yung programs. So dun ho siya sa projects, hindi sa operations, Your Honor. Yun ang sinasabi nila. It's a bit of hair splitting, Your Honor.
Yeah. So let me understand that. So when you have a budget for foreign assisted projects, di ba usually yung local counterpart yung nag-a-appear sa budget? Tama? Including
Including the loan proceeds, Your Honor.
Yeah. So when you say 53 billion 539, that's the that's the total cost, no?
Yes, Your Honor. So that's the subtotal for foreign assisted projects.
So why will you have preventive maintenance for a project that you're still doing? Meron kang 55 billion for a foreign assisted project, ginagawa pa lang. So bakit may component na preventive maintenance? Hindi ba dapat ang preventive maintenance, gawa na yung project, saka mo i-maintain?
It's a very lengthy answer. I've asked them to write it down, Your Honor.
Yeah. My only point there, Mr. Chairman, if it's using the word maintenance, kasi ginagawa mo pa lang yung project eh. So bakit
Yes, Your Honor. I
mine-maintain
understand.
mo na, diba?
I understand what you're saying. It's a project. It's a loan.
And while they're doing that, Mr. Chairman, that's why I want to relate it nga, di ba, na hindi ba dapat yung Bureau of Maintenance ang nag-explain yan? I'm trying to understand the organizational setup of
Yes, Your Honor.
DPWH. Why do you have 6 bureaus na hindi naman yung bureaus na yon ang in charge dun sa nasa pangalan
Taking the
nila.
lead, Your Honor, taking the
Yes,
lead with
di ba?
the...
Oo.
I beg your indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, would you like me to move on? And
They are
I think the point was made naman.
As for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, before we suspended, the gentleman from Taguig was inquiring about the budget for a certain project for and preventive maintenance item in the budget amounting to 891 million under the foreign assisted projects, Your Honor. According to the department, this is a JICA assisted program for the long-term performance-based maintenance contract, the road upgrading and preservation project from 2014 for the period 2014 to 2023, and the 2023 cost is 1.191 billion pesos, with the GOP or the Philippine counterpart amounting to 891 million pesos, and the load proceeds equivalent amounting to 300 million pesos, Your Honor.
So I'd like to make 2 points now. First, as a statement of fact, it is in the budget.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's on page 806 of the GAB. And I stand corrected. Hindi lang 891 million ang para sa maintenance, because asset preservation under the ensure safe and reliable, 35 billion, GOP is 14 billion, loan proceed 21 billion. Preventive maintenance is the 891 million, pero pang rehab, reconstruction, 662 million. And then hiwalay yung road network development na 21 billion. So we're borrowing even for maintenance. Precisely my point, Mr. Chair, and again, I'd like to address our friends and our families at DPWH, both in front of me in the gallery. We have a Bureau of Maintenance, not a Bureau of Maintenance Standards. Magkaiba yon. So kung meron kang Bureau of Curriculum, siya ang gumagawa ng curriculum. Pag meron kang Bureau of Curriculum Standards, ginagawa niya yung standards. So if we're saying now, let's convert the Bureau of Maintenance to maintenance standards, then that's up to you. If you're saying the Bureau of Safety and Testing, gawin natin safety and testing standards. So yan ang parang academy nyo, na yung inyong mga DE at regional director dyan pupunta para sa standards. Okay, pero hindi ganun ang setup eh. Ang present setup ngayon, meron kayong Bureau of Maintenance at meron kayong Bureau of Testing. So, any other foreign contractor who comes here and say na kailangan magpa-testing, they would think you go to the Bureau of Testing, no? The spirit of this, Mr. Chair, is simple, no? This is a new administration. Mas madaling mag-ayos sa new administration. Bakit? You learn from the past, di ba? Kung ano mga successes ni PRRD at saka ni Secretary Mark. But whatever you want to change, you have a free hand. And that's a benefit of having a secretary who has a knowledge and experience, has a good reputation, pero took a break and is now back at the secretary there, di ba? Secretary Jokno, the reason why he has so many reforms is kasi ilan beses na ba siya naging DBM? I think 2 or 3
Twice, Your
times. Di ba?
Well, I think he as secretary twice and then as USEC another
Once.
time under Cory. Your Honor.
And then Central Bank Secretary and now Secretary of Finance. That's why yung pabalik-balik niya gives him both the hindsight, di ba? The benefit to change all of this, no? So I'm not saying take out EAW and take out the 20 billion and bahala na kayo DPWH sa buhay nyo. I'm saying what's the better way of getting all of this money and spending all of this money in a way that will help people from DPWH have a career path that is very clear, no? So I want to go to the next point with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
no?
Your Honor.
But for the record, no, palaki ng palaki nga yung maintenance budget, no? So can you go to the next slide? Yeah. Okay. So the slide before, planning, no? So who does the planning for? Is it a bureau, yung planning? It's a service. So how does that work? Do they do the, except for the foreign assisted, di ba, na meron foreign study and then may consultant and then, you know, I think Secretary Bunon is an expert sa foreign assisted, so I won't go there and let him explain later on. But in terms of the ordinary project. So eto halimbawa sa road network, where does the planning start here? Does it start with the RDC? Does it start with the service? Does it start with the DE or the regional director?
Again, Your Honor, there are several conversations here going on, so I'll ask them to just write it down so we have a uniform answer, Your Honor.
Well, the follow-up question kasi there, Mr. Chair, is, and when we went to take a 1-minute break is, yun nga, I was concerned about the ratio between the new projects and the maintenance and the ratio between road networks on one hand and flood control on the other hand. I'll go to flood control later on. And I think, susi dito yung planning, di ba?
Yes, I think the planning and the direction, the structure given is important, Your Honor.
So when you say a service, is that above the directors, above the bureaus, or? So for planning, it's a undersecretary, tama po ba? Or a assistant secretary? It's a undersecretary. Yeah.
That's you, di ba? Or the USEC for planning, di ba? Si Secretary Kat, USEC Kati is the USEC for planning.
Yes. So would it be the USEC of planning who would balance between the maintenance, flood control, new networks, etc., or does she basically forward all the plans and then it's the office of the secretary? What's the process?
Your Honor, there are regional offices and district engineering offices with their own planning and design, and they are the ones who prepare the plans. They collect the data, the engineering designs, and they submit their regional budget proposals to the planning service.
And because they're the one on the ground, of course, they know more of the
yes, Your Honor.
terrain and everything.
Just to complete it, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's the planning service who prepares the consolidated annual infrastructure program based on the submissions of the regional offices and the DEOs, Your Honor.
I think the key word there was consolidated. That's what I meant, no? Na syempre lahat ng district engineer, mas alam nila, mas kausap nila yung mayors, yung congressmen, yung barangay captains, yung pare, yung businessmen, yung pastors, yung imams doon. But of course, the regional director has to also plan, di ba, mauna ba yung flood control, mauna ba yung bagong highway, etc. All the way up to the office of the secretary. But yun nga ang concern ko na pag tinignan mo kanina sa chart natin, napupunta sa maintenance at saka sa flood control eh. No? And that's my question. One question sa maintenance before I move to flood control. Hindi ba meron rule of thumb yan na for every kilometer of road kung magkano ang maintenance niya and when? Meaning halimbawa, a new road, let's say you build another EDSA, do you have to have a maintenance budget in the second year or kasama pa ng warranty ng contractor yon? When does the maintenance work start?
For new construction, it's a 1-year warranty, Your Honor. As to when the maintenance starts, I suppose it's on the second year. Second year onwards, Your Honor. May maintenance na po yan.
Yes, and that's preventive maintenance. Hindi yan yung mga rehabilitation. Kasi kung 1 year pa lang, i-rehab mo na, may mali sa pagkagawa nun. Unless there's a calamity or...
Routine maintenance is what the Secretary is saying,
routine maintenance.
Your Honor. Yes.
No? Well, what's the difference between preventive and routine maintenance?
Routine and preventive. Hindi, that's asset preservation. He's asking about routine versus preventive. Your Honor, akin na yan. Where's ano yung routine? Your Honor, routine maintenance is the proactive, simple, small-scale activities associated with regular and general upkeep of infrastructure or assets against normal wear and tear. Whereas preventive maintenance is done on roads in fair to poor condition. It is more extensive than routine maintenance and aims to prevent and or delay deterioration to a bad condition state where ultimately rehabilitation is required.
Okay.
So preventive maintenance includes the following types of works: asphalt overlay with corrections, and selective reblocking, Your Honor.
Sorry, the asphalt overlay is preventive or routine?
Preventive po yun.
Preventive. No? So it's a matter of degree. Una yung routine and then preventing, then rehab.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Is it true that during the time of Secretary Singson, walang overlay, or was it a general rule, or was it a...
Alam ko yung emphasis, if I recall correctly, it was concreting ang gusto niya. Even yung graveling, ayaw po niya yun eh.
I had the same rule in my district. Bawal ang dredging unless may riprapping and may programa talaga, and bawal ang asphalt overlay. So I wanted to find out, institutional memory, was it successful?
What,
Kasi
what, Your Honor?
Yung no asphalt overlay. Kasi parang bumalik tayo sa asphalt overlay. What will be the policy? Will the secretary test it his first year, or study it, or does he believe that overlay is better? Or I'm talking a general rule.
Yes,
There's
Your Honor.
always an exception. So I'm talking about a general rule. No?
Well, they're saying that preventive maintenance prolongs the lifespan of the road, Your Honor.
But on the ground, practically, ang daming kalokohan. So, tapal lang ng tapal, asfalto lang ng asfalto. I mean, sarili kong bahay, the main road going to my house, bagong asfalto a few years back, sinabi ko, bawal ang asphalting sa Taguig. Hindi nila umuwi ako ng alas 3 ng umaga. Ina-asphalto nila ng alas 3 ng umaga, bagong asphalto naman. This was more than 10 years ago. I'm just saying it does happen. Tapos, some of us had the privilege of traveling. Like if you look at New York, i-block off nila yung kapiraso lang at tatapusin nila yung asphalting in one day. Diba? Tayo, yung butas nandito, yung buong kalye, i-overlay eh. Diba? That's why nga yung MVUC, yung pinalitan kasi their options before was simply overlay or, diba? That's why we abolished the board and everything, no? Again, my point goes to, do we have or will we have under Secretary Bunoan a rule of thumb or a scientific measurement of per kilometer at per time? Siyempre, the older the road, mas kung ano yung maintenance para hindi tayo nanghuhula. Kasi despite studying this, and it took me a couple of nights to look at all of this, and the good sponsor have been doing this for years, pero it's the whole budget, hindi lang DPWH. But shouldn't we, parang bakit pwedeng last year kalahati ang maintenance budget, next year doble? I do understand it's not always their decisions. It's sometimes Congress who cuts their budget for maintenance. But if this was a private subdivision and we were the developers, we would have our own manual, di ba? How much for the new roads? How many new roads are we going to build? How many parks, swimming pool? At magkano yung maintenance? I don't think a black hole is welcome, not only in this administration, but in any administration when it comes to this, no?
Yes, I'm awaiting the answer from the department, Your Honor, as to whether there will be a scientific basis for... They will submit an analysis, Your Honor.
Yeah. I mean, there are a couple of reforms we can do in this budget, and to at the proper time, nalalakihan talaga ako dun sa maintenance. Unless before the BICAM, they can show na yun talaga kailangan, ano magagawa natin. But I'm a little bit concerned na especially we're borrowing heavily for this budget, na panay maintenance rather than opening up. Every time you open up a new highway, the gentleman is from Aurora and he's one of the best examples, di ba? The more roads that were built, dati ang hirap-hirap pumunta ng Aurora. Pero nung binild mo yung roads, and then I think it was it on Chris TV or nung na-feature, I remember you told me one time,
Double.
sa dami ng turistang pumunta, hindi pa nga tapos yung ibang hotel, di ba?
Yes, Your
So,
Honor. Yeah.
so sure, we need to maintain roads, but we also need a lot of new roads, especially going to the tourist sites. No?
I agree, Your Honor. I agree. In fact, in theory, that's the theory behind our convergence program, Your Honor, sa roads for tourism, because it's
Yeah.
it's a proven
So-
formula for rural development, Your Honor.
Yeah. So, next slide. So, if the secretary and the USEC for planning was asked, what are your priorities? And, di ba, if you had 100 billion now, where would you put it? Di ba? Would you have the same ratio? Would it still be almost 1/3 of your sa maintenance? I'm trying to figure out no? So kung ang budget niyo ngayon is 770 billion, kung gawin naming
800.
800, 850 o 1 trillion, will this ratio still follow or will you still start putting it in new projects? So meaning kulang pa ba yung
Sa asphalting
pang-maintenance
daw
nyo?
nilalagay.
Pinagkasya nyo na lang ba yan dyan? O
Sa asphalt.
sagad-sagad na yan?
I'm just kidding, Your Honor. I'm trying to stay awake. I'm just waiting for the answer, Your Honor. What I heard is the USEC for planning and the secretary conferring, and I heard the phrase big ticket items, high impact projects, Your Honor.
Okay, so anyway, the point I want to make, maybe in the DPWH committee or the Public Works Committee, you show us ano ba talaga sagad-sagad na sa maintenance at saan at paano ito para we can do the budget, how do I put it, with you in a more educated way in our side. I'm sure you're very educated sa budget and we want to be able to debate with you and to brainstorm with you on an apples to apples basis, di ba? But kailangan namin maintindihan yung mga rule of thumb. So, kung 4-lane highway to o 6-lane, usually
yung
ilan
maintenance?
years yan bago rehab. Pag yan ay preventive mo, how many years that is forestall the ano, di ba? Yung rehab kasi et cetera, no? Can you go to the next slide? Ito. Next slide. Okay. So, if I look at your 770 billion budget, marami ba akong makikita dyan na hindi priority? Now, let me leave that as a rhetorical question. Next slide. That was the point I was making kanina na definitely the district engineer, the regional directors, all of their people do the groundwork. They're the heroes on the ground. Having said that, kaya nga tayo may hierarchy eh. So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin teacher ang pinakamagaling kasi may principal, principal pinakamagaling kasi may supervisor, supervisor may superintendent, di ba? So I just want to make sure that functional ang bawat opisina sa DPWH or abolish it. So if you're saying it's better to outsource or better yung EAW than that, then let's fix it. Pero I don't think it's logical to have a bureau of maintenance, then they're not involved in maintenance work, di ba? Next slide.
That makes sense.
Checks
Your
and balance. I'll go that. Yeah, what are the check and balance as you get the projects from the DE to the regional director to the bureaus going up to before makapasok ng NEP? Can I go back to that question? I have one more question kasi yung pagkaayos lang nung slides ko, no? Can you go to the next slide? I showed this during the budget hearing, committee level. So, sample to ng isang region, 21% ang, no, district pala to, district, congressional district, from 2.5 billion to 2 billion. Next slide. From 2 billion to 1.4 billion. Next slide. from 2 billion to 1.4. Next slide. Next slide. Yan. Ito, 45% na nabawas, 1.1 to 6.51. Next slide, 1 billion to 477. Next slide, 5.9 billion to 2 billion. Sa amin ata to Next slide. 5 billion to 1.3 billion. Mas malala to. Next slide, 13 billion to 1 billion. 13 billion ang distrito, naging 1.5 billion. Next slide, 2.3 billion, naging 160 million. 93% ang nabawas. So, stop there. I want to relate that sa EAW. Kaya nga, ang rule ni Secretary now, Senator Mark Villar, is ano ang level ng distrito mo, ng district engineer, more or less. Kung nasa 1 billion level ka, more or less, nasa 800 to 1.2 billion ka maglalaro. Pag nasa 2 billion ka, maglalaro ka sa 1.8 to 2.5 billion. Bakit? So that you develop the expertise. 'Di ba? Yung testing, safety, pre-construction activities. Pero kung 1 year, ang budget mo 5 billion, the next year, ang budget mo 2 billion, 1 year, ang budget mo 13 billion and 1 billion. And again, there are exceptions. 'Di ba? May mga paborito talaga So, okay lang yon. Pero etong NEP na sinabit sa atin, ang daming distrito na 20 to 60% ang nawala. So, simple question, has this been remedied sa GAB? I didn't have time
Actually,
to go
they're
from
not,
district to
I
district.
don't think the department has seen the whole gap because they were asking us a few questions. But
Can the secretary confirm that?
that they have not seen the gap.
Have you seen the whole GAB?
No, Your Honor.
No. So may I ask my colleagues through Senator Angara, are we changing our rule? Our rule under Senator Lacson is that we need an RDC and endorsement of the DPWH before we change the budget. So are we now allowing our counterpart, the House, to insert projects without the agency's knowledge? Because I don't want Secretary Bunoan to start out that way. He will lose control of his budget and surrender it to one or both houses of Congress. Maybe we should discuss that in caucus.
Well, it's up to us what we want to include in the
Yes.
budget, Your Honor. I think
Yes.
the power of appropriation under the Constitution is lodged with
Yes.
the legislature, Your Honor. So
I agree. That rule was self-imposed between the two houses. I did not necessarily always agree with it when I was in speaker, but I did agree that it was a good safeguard. No?
it was proposed by then Senator Lacson and adopted by DBM Secretary Abisado, Your Honor.
Okay.
So when DBM Secretary Abisado was or left his position,
Yes.
then that self-imposed policy was
So
no
th-
longer enforced.
So it wasn't a perfect rule, but there were there's some logic and there's definitely a safeguard in it. No? And I'll show you what I mean by that. No? Can you go to the next slide? Pero ito hindi GAB to, NEP to, no? There's a 145 million for the construction of coastal road and slope protection of San Luis, Alitagtag Road, San Luis, Batangas. Is anyone from DPWH familiar with this?
Ano to, bro? Double pa to. Double.
I'm sure there is somewhere, Your Honor. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
It's such a special road that it appeared twice in the NEP, exactly the same. So let me show the Secretary why I'm concerned about this road. Can you go to the next slide? Okay. This is a map. So makikita niyo yung San Luis and makikita mo yung Alitagtag, no? Ayan yung Alitagtag Parish Church. Nakita niyo yung bandang gitna.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then makikita mo yung San Luis. It's above the Maranan Support and below the Bawan San Luis Road.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Saan ang coast dyan?
Seem to be bodies of water on
On the left side, no?
west of San
Yeah.
Luis and also north
Yeah, because
of San Luis, Your Honor.
meron po kasing Alitagtag at meron pong San Luis. Pero wala pong coastal road with slope protection sa San Luis Alitagtag Road. So paano nakalusot to sa NEP? May slope protection pa.
Your Honor, that's why I think then Senator Lacson insisted on very precise tawag doon? Yung
Yes. Vetting.
yung what's the word for that?
Terminology or
Huh? No, di kilometer ganito to kilometer ganyan.
Yeah.
Stationing, Your Honor, stationing. Sorry, I was looking for the term, but that's why. So to prevent any duplication and because he would show, I remember he would show projects like parang it would be line items which would fund the same thing because they are too generally described, and as a result of that, it would lead to a more specific description of the projects, Your Honor. So I think that's something.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at the map,
That is something. If I may finish, Your
yeah,
Honor.
sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's something that we should maintain, Your Honor, to prevent double entries, etc. Your Honor, I think that's your point.
Yeah. But even without that, Mr. Chairman, kung titignan mo yung ibaba ng water sa left side, San Luis yan. When you go up, Taal yan.
Opo.
So kung magkakaroon ng coastal road, it will be a San Luis Taal coastal road, di ba? Okay. But it's a San Luis Alitagtag coastal road. Wala namang coast ang Alitagtag eh.
But perhaps the stationing would come into play there, Your Honor. If you know the stationing, then there's no more guessing about which coast is being referred to.
Yeah.
Kasi may stationing.
But this is a new road and there's no such road.
I see.
And twice pa na ilagay.
Well, that's. I remember that was discussed also previous budgets, and then you have to kind of find a notable a landmark, like church, ganito, the church in front of the church up to this point because in terms of barangay roads, wala ngang stationing ho yan. So,
Exactly on this point kasi may slope eh. So saan yung slope dyan? Di ba? So it's difficult but it's doable with technology na bantayan yung kalye. Pero pag ganito ka cavalier na nakakapasok ng NEP tapos ganyan yung description mo, medyo malilito. Pagka gumamit ka ng Siri o gumamit ka ng Waze, hey Waze, where's the San Luis Alitagtag Coastal Road? Kahit kaboses ni Cheese yung Waze, malilito pa rin yun.
yes, Your Honor. Definitely, we should be careful in this respect because we've made some progress in previous budgets in preventing duplication and best practices. So sana.
Well, the good news is I don't think it's widespread. That's the good news. But I'm not that familiar with the names of the roads. So again, kakaumpisa pa lang ni Secretary, January yung budget call, pumasok siya June 30. So I just want to bring things like this to his attention para matignan din. Saan ba nag-emanate yan? Kasi I doubt ang regional director will make a mistake na ganyan kasi familiar sila dun sa buong lugar eh. No?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sure the Secretary appreciates your interventions because a better budget will result, Your Honor.
I asked about the double appropriation during the committee hearing. And just quickly lang, can you go next slide? Like in page 148 of the NEP, you had 2 Davao City Diversion Road. Again, wala naman description at walang kung phase 1 or 2. Next slide, you had 2 appropriation for construction of flood control in Tacloban City. Next slide, you had 2 appropriations for construction of flood control in San Nicolas, Pangasinan. Next slide, next slide, next slide. Go until the total. So total of 1.06 billion. So na-address na ba itong lahat ng double appropriation? Na-address na to sa GAB?
According to the department, they've already submitted their corrections to the House.
Okay. So,
Maybe we should check the gap, Your Honor.
Yes.
Kung nandoon pa yung...
so I was going to ask nga kung may double appropriation sa GAB, pero baka hindi masagot ng DPWH kung hindi naman nila kailangan nakita yung buong GAB, no?
Yes, Your Honor. But
Yeah. So ako na lang sasagot, Mr. Chair. Uh, can you go to the next slide? On page 350, same page, 5 million for the construction of Barangay Road, Candelaria, Quezon. Next slide, same page, construction of road Barangay Sigkay, Banga, Aklan. Next slide, Las Piñas. Dalawang 5 million, exactly the same, multi-purpose building. Next slide, rehabilitation of multi-purpose building, Las Piñas, the same. Isang 5 million, isang 10 million. Isang rehab pala, isang construction, so it might be different. No? Next slide. Rehabilitation of multipurpose Marikina, isang 10, isang 7, same page, same description. Next slide. Poblacion, Pilar, Abra, 5 million, same description. Next slide. Barotac, Nuevo, Iloilo, 20 million and 5 million, but same description ng project. Next slide. Barangay Bangkal, Charles, Iloilo, parehong completion, walang phase, parehong 3 million, etc., etc. Ito medyo malaki-laki yung susunod. Sa Davao Occidental, no, multi-purpose building, municipal hall, 30 million. Then the same, 50 million naman. No? So, next slide. Construction of water system 2, 5 million. Yung susunod man may various level 2, but same municipality. So, can you go to the end? So, a total of 1B din, no? So, naayos yung 1B na double, pero may double pa rin na 1B. No? So,
gap na ho yun. So,
yeah.
well,
Maybe
we
the
assume,
DPWH can invest in some kind of software that will pick out. Kasi kung meron namang, let's say, phase 1, phase 2, siguro mahirapan yung software unless it's artificial intelligence. Pero siguro, kasi ang point ko dito, baka kayo pa masisi.
yes, Your
Kung
Honor.
masingil
We appreciate
yan
that.
or
Yes, yes.
ma-savings or whatever, di ba? Tapos nandyan. Like in this case na hindi nyo nakita or hindi nyo nakita lahat, di ba?
Maybe, Your Honor, if with your permission, we can ask the department to do a sweep of the gap.
Yes.
And if there is no satisfactory explanation for these duplicate projects, then we will
That's right.
we will on
Right.
our own.
Thank you for
in the
that.
period of amendments,
Yes.
perhaps
And,
eliminate the
And
duplicate
a lot of
projects.
members were asking kung may pondo, wala daw. Ito may 1 billion na doble.
Right, Your Honor.
So, next slide. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Lump sums. Next slide. I'll skip the definition and the Supreme Court case, Your Honor, being a lawyer, and we all know the PDAF cases and the definition, no? So next slide. Yeah, next slide. So we went through in the committee level yung lump sums, and I think a number of senators asked, and can you go to the total? And the total was only 2.5 billion. And correct me if I'm wrong, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, ang agreement naman natin, pagka naman contingent yung fund, di ba? Halimbawa, it's for calamity or quick reaction, anything that you cannot naman predict, di ba? E de, wala ka naman choice kung hindi ilamsam.
Yes, Your Honor.
But anything that you can line item, hindi dapat ilamsam.
Agree, Your Honor.
So may I ask, sorry, I'll be asking myself na naman pala. Sa GAB, magkano ang lump sum? Was the Secretary informed kung magkano yung lump sum sa GAB? He's shaking his head either at me or at my question.
Well, admittedly, they have not seen the gap, Your Honor.
Okay,
So,
so let me go. Can you go to, I have a summary slide. Pakita na lang, I'll just give the Secretary. It's a summary na. So, from 2 billion, naging 28 billion ang lump sum. No? So, next slide. nilagay ko na rin yung page para hindi na po kayo mahirapan. So like EDSA rehabilitation, for example, ayan, sa page 350, dalawa yan na. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So anyway, we'll give you summary. Baka naman may isang word, letter, or na hindi din namin nakita. But I think sa final form, we would like to avoid any, can I use, Mr. Chairman, the word, any lump sum that is, what's the right word, disallowable, or I wouldn't say illegal in the sense that may flexibility naman ng Congress, but
We should give them a chance, I think, Your Honor. This is what we used to
agree,
in
Your
past
Honor.
budgets.
Yes.
Ask them to itemize the.
Yes.
If not, then if they don't take advantage of that opportunity, then we have the power to realign.
Yes, yes. That's what I meant, Mr. Chairman, that whatever we decide, you decide, the body decides to do with the money, that ang matitira na lang lump sum sa DPWH will be those that are based nga on contingencies,
Yes,
no,
Your
or on expenditures that cannot be predicted now, but it will be good for them to have the money in hand, no.
Yes, Your Honor. I think
Okay.
there's that's a reasonable. We used to do it in the past, Your Honor. With
Okay.
Senator Lacson would call out the lump sums. Your Honor.
So my last item is unused appropriation. Okay. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, nakita ko lumalaki na yung braso mo in arm wrestling with members of Congress, governors, mayors, cabinet secretaries, I don't know, sa senators, sa pagbubulong braso who gets projects given the hardship na napagdadaanan ng buong bansa and the economic prosperity na dala ng infrastructure projects. Pero kung makikita natin, halos every year, ang laki ng unreleased at unobligated. In 2016, total available was 570 billion. Pero ang unused was 144 billion. I don't have the 2022 for obvious reasons, but 2020, this was during the pandemic, 41 billion pa rin ang hindi nagamit despite the NFLR and everything. 2021 of the 749, yung unused is 87 billion. So it's divided into two, no? Unreleased appropriation, which we discussed with Secretary ng DBM. And, she gave assurances, di ba, na kung ano na sa budget, marirelease yan. And I'm sure there will be discussion sa BICAM. But on the part of the DPWH, may I request the Secretary to look at the unobligated, on the unobligated. I'm sure there are certain reasons for some of them, no? But I think if this was 1 to maybe even 10 billion, yan yung mga hindi na ayos yung right of way o kaya nagbago yung isip kung saan dadaan yung project or whatever, di ba? Pero pag umabot na ng 48 billion out of 662 billion, so that's what? That's about 8% of the budget. No? So we've been discussing EO, which is only 3.5%. We've been discussing, double appropriation, which is just 1%. We've been discussing lump sum, which is 28 billion. So lahat yun ay pera, lahat yan importante, bawat piso importante. But here we're talking, the smallest is 37 billion. No? So can the Secretary look into this in the next few months para January, February, March, as the different procurement entities in the DPWH starts bidding out, we can be sure na mas maliit yung unobligated, and on our part, we will also ask the DBM to make sure na maliit yung unreleased.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. I'd like, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, to take up, just to confirm, I will also take this up. TRB is under DOTR, no? Tama ba?
TRB.
TRB.
Toll
Toll
Regulatory.
Regulatory Board. But
Sa inyo.
I,
DOTR, Your Honor.
DOTR. So, but the right
Tomorrow, Your
of way will be coming from the DPWH. So when I was speaker, I asked everyone, ang hindi lang dumating yung Toll Regulatory Board. So can we check, may I ask the LBRMO na bukas yung kung nandyan yung head at kung siya na yung dati kasi 6 na taon na siyang hindi nagpapakita sa akin. So in 2013, 2014, food terminal was sold, privatized partially, and part of the deal was the new development will be connected to the Skyway. And various problems came about. When I was speaker, I got everyone except TRB in one room, including the private sector. And every year they promised me na ayos na. And I had a meeting with the good secretary, and it's only his first few months, but he said mukhang mariresolve. There was only one pending issue that napag-usapan namin. For the information of the body, no, from 38,000 per square, 38,005 na nabenta ng gobyerno, the going rate there now is 500,000 per square. So with that ramp, the contribution in taxes, no, both local and national, will really, no pun intended, ramp up talaga, no? But the traffic will be the concern. And in fact, the FTI version of the PITX cannot also get underway, considering na mas maganda location nito dahil dito din dito din dumadaan yung PNR, no? Dito din yung dating Kadiwa, etc., no? Right of way na lang natitira. The last I talked to the secretary, ang sagot daw ng TRB or ng counterpart ng DPWH, they will get a legal opinion from DOJ. My response was the law is clear, and any law professor will teach us that when the law is clear, you just apply the law. You do not ask for interpretation. So the law is very clear that if the government needs the land for public purpose, you allocate the money, you deposit it, and you ask the court to be allowed, that the expropriation be allowed. Because if we get the legal opinion, madi-delay tayo ng 1 year kasi hindi natin lalagyan ng right of way ngayon. It's already delayed ng 7 years. If you lose the legal opinion, we will still file it in court. The law is quite clear when it comes to public works. You file the case. So when the secretary and I left off, he said he will again consult everyone and he will find an allocation for right-of-way of that project that will bring in so much taxes. And to be fair to the Ayala Group who purchased the 70, if I'm not mistaken, 70 hectares from FTI, on their side of the right-of-way, they donated every square inch that will be given to the ramp, even if the going rate is already at 500,000 per square. No? So it's really yung mga katabi. And actually, I predict na pagka nagawa to, yung katabi, the prices will go up to the same level. So it will actually benefit them. No? So may I just get a confirmation from the secretary if the plan is still to get a legal opinion, or because I'll ask the same questions at TRB tomorrow, or will they now put the right-of-way money in and move toward expropriation or negotiations next year?
They will move for expropriation, Your Honor, to expedite the process.
Okay, that's good news, and I hope the laws passed by both houses regarding that. Remember, again, the secretary being an expert in foreign assisted projects, I think nabibingi na siya every time he's in Japan. At ang sinasabi ng Japanese counterpart is, can we have a faster right-of-way? Kasi dun medyo nabibitin yung ibang project. So I think nakadalawa, 3 amendment na tayo sa batas. And I think the Supreme Court has helped also brief judges, no? And I think the only thing left is really for naman both houses to really try to reconcile yung fair market value dun sa zonal ba? Ano bang ginagamit ngayon? Sa BRR zonal di ba? Tapos, pero kayo, pag nagfa-file kayo for expropriation, zonal din. Zonal, no? And of course, the argument is that most of the time, not always, zonal is lower than fair market, di ba? But, you'll be allowed to enter already, and then, if the court judges na mas malaki yung fair market, then you appropriate and pay for them, no? So just one question on that. Are you not, does COA stop you or, we don't, wala kasi tayo, Mr. Chairman, na pre-audit ngayon eh. So, yung iba umaangal sa pre-audit, but personally, mas gusto ko may pre-audit because at least alam mo na kung pwede hindi.
Safe, it's safe.
Kasi ang mahirap sa ginawa mo na, tapos sasabihin isoli mo o disallowed, paano mo isosoli, hindi naman sa'yo napunta yung pera. Di ba? And I'm talking about specific case, for example, no? For example, the DPWH family has to expropriate 2 meters along a 1 kilometer road and the zonal value is 5,000. But the last sale of 10 houses there was, so let's say zonal is 5, pero the last sale of the 10 houses then is 10. So my question right now, if it's negotiation at hindi expropriation, can you offer them 10 or sasabihin ng COA 5 lang kayo?
5 lang to.
5 lang, no? Or if you do 10, then you take the risk na kakasuhan or i-disallow, no?
Anti-graft implications.
Yeah. So maybe, the good chairman who is a good lawyer and our fathers work together on this here sa right of way. We can look at that part.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think COA is just being careful na walang maging right of way scam na parang if it's in the same example, bayaran sila ng 20 instead of 10
Yes, Your Honor.
para may kumita at hatiin ng taga yung may-ari at saka kung sino man ang nangurap ng tig 5,000. But it also leaves the DPWH family and anyone expropriating, including the LGUs and DOTR, in a bad place. Kung malayo naman talaga ang appraised ang zonal value doon sa sa fair market, under the local government code, you have to negotiate first. Pero sino naman may-ari ng property ang papayag sa zonal kung ang fair market ay mas mataas? At sino man mayor, governor, or DPWH o DOTR official ang papayag sa fair market kung makakasuhan din lang naman sila at pagbibintangan pa sila ng nangungurakot. I don't have the answer right now, right here, but I think it's somewhere there and I think it will really help speed up, especially the foreign-assisted projects, those na mangungutang natin in very friendly terms, no? Yeah. Before we end, Mr. Chair, may I ask for a minute suspension?
1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before I move for a minute suspension, may we ask the Dole and Tesda family to proceed here in the plenary, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, Office of the Secretary, Institute for Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Wages and Productivity Commission, Professional Regulation Commission, and Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, its attached agencies, is now in order for today's interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the said budget, no other than our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda. I so move, Mr. President.
Our Senate President pro tempore, our forever beautiful Senator Lauren Legarda is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a very important agency that we are about to defend and sponsor. I appreciate our colleagues. It would be best to just support the budget. And if you have concerns regarding policy, we can even have policy briefings after this. However, this representation is ready to defend the DOLE and its agencies under it: Office of Secretary, Institute for Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Wages and Productivity Commission, Professional Regulation Commission, and finally, TESDA is back to DOLE. So we have a total budget of 49. Yes, any comment from the Majority Leader? I'm not finished yet, Mr.
I'm not commenting. I just said thank God.
Oh, yes.
Because
okay.
they're supposed to be with DOL.
Correct.
As its charter
Yes,
states.
Mr. President.
Thank
So
you.
Allow me please to state that the budget is 49,223,122. Yes. So having said that, Mr. President, we had quite an extensive meeting separate. We had a TESDA budget hearing of several hours and another briefing meeting for DOLE, where PowerPoint presentation, we spoke about many programs, and I think we have comprehensively addressed the issues. And we would like to ensure that the issues of unemployment and underemployment and the plight of our overseas Filipinos and those who have lost their jobs during the pandemic and all the underemployed, unemployed will be helped with this budget. We would be happy if we will receive amendments for an increase in the budget of these agencies. Otherwise, I would be happy to answer any and all questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the province of Isabela, Senator Rafi Tulfo, to ask questions, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very easy lang po ito mga katanungan ko. Just like what Senator Lauren Legarda said. Ito po ay more on policy making. Wag ho kayong mag-alala. I'll make it short and sweet. But before my questions, my queries, I need to issue a manifestation of support for the budget of DOLE. Good afternoon, Mr. President, and to the distinguished sponsor of this committee report, Senator Lauren Legarda, and to my dear colleagues who are present today in the plenary. I humbly stand before you to reiterate my support to the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment and its attached agencies. The Filipino worker has always been my top priority. Alam naman po natin na sa loob ng maraming taon, sila po ang kadalasang tinutulungan po natin, lalo na mga manggagawang hindi nabibigyan ng tamang pasweldo at benepisyo sa trabaho. Sa panahon ng pandemya, nalaman natin ng mga manggagawang Pilipino ang lubos na nahirapan. At ngayon, unti-unti na silang umaahon. Tila pilit pa rin hinahadlangan ng biglaang pagtaas ng mga presyo ng bilihin dahil sa inflation. Nagiging matumal na naman ang negosyo kaya nagatubili mga negosyante na mag-hire na mas maraming empleyado malapit ng Pasko. Ang dasal ko lang po sana ay lahat ng manggagawang Pilipino ay makapagdiwang na hindi gutom at salat. Thus, it is incumbent upon me to ensure that the government's arm tasked to promote gainful employment, govern and protect the rights of every Filipino worker, has sufficient budget to effectively execute its mandate. The Department of Labor and Employment cannot function and deliver its deliveries or deliverables to the Filipino people unless it is adequately equipped with resources. Their role is very crucial during these trying times. Kaya naman po, buong suporta ko sa kanilang budget para matugunan ang mga problema sa ating labor sector. With the budget given to DOLE, the areas of improvement which we aim to realize in the labor sector can be attained, which includes, among others, speeding up the process of resolving disputes before NLRC to ensure that judgment awards for employees can be executed fully and timely, increasing the number of arbiters to accommodate more cases. And number 3, full digitalization in the filing of cases. That said, I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I hope our sponsor and the department would gladly enlighten us on this. Umpisahan ko po sa tupad. Ang inaprubahan po ng DBM sa tupad is 4,884,879 or 14,000,000,8. Tinaasan po agad ng House, ginawa pong 20,000,000,6. Sinangayunan po ng Senate, 40,000,000,6. Ang akin na po pinagtataka, bakit po pag ibang mga departamento, ibang ahensya ng ating pamalaan, left and right po ang pagkakat, pag-slash ng budget at sinasangayunan po ng upper and lower house, lower and upper house. Bakit po pagdating sa tupad, mukhang sa halip na slash o questionin, tinaasan pa talaga? Ano po
Magandang katanungan po, Ginoong Tulfo, Senator Tulfo.
Yes, sir.
Tatanungin ko rin po yan pag ako ay first-term senator. At ako po ay naging congresswoman, kaya nakita ko po ang kahalagahan ng ayuda, grassroots support, ng cash for work. Ang ibig pong sabihin, ito pong tupad, lalo na po nung panahon ng pandemya, ay nakakatulong sa mga tao.
Okay.
Unang-una po, ito ay cash for work. Marami pong mga out-of-school youths, meron pong mga unemployed, underemployed, meron pong mga gusto ng extra na pagkakakitaan. Pwede pong 10, 20, 30 days po. At sa tingin ko po ay mahirap po ang corruption dito. Dahil diretso po ito sa ating mga benepisyaryo for the TUPAD. TUPAD, by the way, is an acronym for a longer word, disadvantaged, tulong, pangkabuhayan, para sa disadvantaged, displaced workers. Okay, TUPAD. When I was a new senator also, maybe in my second term, I would wonder why congressmen would always amend the budget. But I realize it is effective. And I can say, when I represented the Lone District of Antique in 2019, people were calling, Tupad, Tupad, Luwilier, Luwilier. I said, my name, the candidate is Legarda, not Luwilier. Yung pala, dun pala dinideposito sa Luwilier ang mga pasweldo sa Tupad. In short, ang laking tulong sa mga magsasaka na siguro ang kinikita lang ng mga kada buwan ay 2,000-3,000, tapos sila po ay kikita sa minimum wage sa 10 hanggang 20 araw, ang laking bagay po. Maaring sa atin ay, ano ba naman yun, 10, 20 days, it could be life-changing. Especially for rural areas where there are very little job opportunities. But let me say this, aside from TUPAD, there is a GIP, the Government Internship Program. So, if you don't like to make it TUPAD, they have a GIP where even the youth of our country, less than 30 years old, right? Warren? Yeah. Can have jobs and can train in government offices. But there's another program which is one of my favorites because as the author of the MSME law, we have the Dole Kabuhayan. It's a longer process, and this I would ask them to expedite the process of application so that in times of pandemic recovery, we can provide, makakabigay po tayo ng kapital o equipment o tools o gamit sa mga gustong magnegosyo na mga nawalan ng trabaho. Kaya GIP, kabuhayan, or tupad, ang laking bagay po. Kaya sang-ayon po ako sa pagtaas ng budget
ng tupad
ng House of Representatives at ng Senado. At kung kaya pa, sa absorptive capacity nila, ba't hindi pa amendahan? Magandang tulong po sa pamilya ng inyong mga pinaglilingkurang mahal na mahal nating overseas Filipinos, malaking bagay po ang tupad. Basta walang corruption.
Walang
And
corruption.
we make sure there is no corruption. You know, I work with these people and even those in my district and I tell them, please talagang diretso sa mahihirap ang inyong mga binabayan.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, Madam Senator. So, kung wala pong korupsyon at malinis po yung pagdidistribute ng tupad, meron po akong suggestion. Bakit hindi na lang po natin ipadiretso sa DOLE, magbibigay po diretso sa tao? Ba't kinakailangan pa po idadaan sa mga politiko?
Hindi po to dinadaan sa politiko, Mr. President. Ang tupad po, okay, paano ginagawa ang budget? Tatayo ako ha, sa katalikod ko. Una po, yan po yung NEP. Tapos po, sa House, tapos nga sa Senado, based on our amendments. Sorry, I have to stand because of my backache. Hindi po to binibigay sa politiko. Sa senador, hindi po tayo humahawak ng pera. Congressman, hindi rin sila humahawak ng pera. Gobernador, hindi po. Hindi rin po ang mayor. Siyempre, hindi rin po ang kapitan. Hindi vice mayor, hindi po konsehal, hindi board member. Ito pong central ay dina-download po sa region.
Okay.
Ang region po ay merong mga provincial DOLE officers
Opo.
na siyang makikipag-ugnayan po sa mga lokal na pamahalaan hanggang sa kapitan, hanggang mag-ugnayan sa mga CSO, POs, sectoral representatives para po ilista yung mga posibleng beneficiaryo na vinivet po nila na hindi po ghost.
I'll give you an example po, Madam Senator. Sa
hindi
district,
teka po,
sorry.
tama ba ako? Hindi dapat i-download sa probinsya o sa LGU. Di ba? Hindi dapat. Sa pagkaalam ko, ako hindi ko ginagawa yon. Diretso sa tao. O sige, yun ang pagkaalam ko.
Okay.
I speak from experience, Mr. President. If there is another way of implementing tupad, I've never done that. Right? Because what I do is I allocate it through our GAA amendments,
Opo.
and I can see that. Why are you laughing? No, because I have a backache. Yes. Because I can see it's really life-changing. Yes. I am not certain that it can be downloaded to an LGU. Pwede ba yun? Okay. Because like DOLE Kabuhayan, if you are an accredited entity and local governments are accredited, aside from cooperatives and associations, then they can be partners of government in its implementation. However, hindi naman pwede yung LGU ang naglilista, tapos hindi manunood, hindi magatrabaho si province na DOLE. Nakanood. Nakanood din si congressman. Nanunood din ang senador. Nanunood lahat. Of course, we're not a perfect world. How can we, with the trillions of budget here, watch every centavo? But I am saying this, and I'm standing also for emphasis that dapat diretso sa mahirap
Tama. I agree.
at tupad. Yan ang dalawang paborito, lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya.
Yes, ma'am.
Nangingilabot ako habang sinasabi ko sa inyo.
Wag naman po.
Iyak. Dahil po, that has been the life-changing government programs that helped Antique and many districts and provinces during times of pandemic. Believe you me, while we were working on Zoom and legislating on Zoom, those who were not immediately helped because of the lockdowns were helped because of tupad.
Okay. Ma'am, okay na po, Madam. Sa aking pong karanasan, Madam Senator, ang nadidistribute po ng tupad ay mga politiko. In fact, I'll cite you an example sa District 2 sa Quezon City. Politiko po ang nag-distribute ng tupad. In fact, kumikwak pa po. 10,000 halimbawa ibibigay sa bawat manggagawa, kinukupit po yung 6,000
Bawal yun.
at yung
Nakulong mo.
alam ko po bawal, kaya nga po ang 4,000 ang ibinibigay lamang po doon sa mga recipient. Ang akin pong pinupunto, Mr. President, Madam Chair, sana po kung pwede from now on yung tupad diretso na po sa DOLE because ang DOLE po may kakayahan para maghanap kung sino po talaga mga qualified beneficiary. Ang nangyari po kasi dina-download po sa mga politiko and then the mga and then the politicians are the one who identifies kung sino po yung mga beneficiary nila. Sometimes po, ito po yung mga campaign manager, kaibigan, kamag-anak, inaanak, kasambahay, karpintero, driver, lahat-lahat, bodyguards, yun po ang tumatanggap ng tupad. Okay? And then pagdating po sa bigay ng tupad, si politiko po nandoon po sa harap, nag-aabot ng pera, samantalang po yung mga taga-dole nandoon po sa likod nagtatago. So bidang-bida po yung politiko at ang hindi alam ng mga benepisyaryo na yan po ay pera ng gobyerno at hindi po pera ng politiko at yan po para sa akin po dapat talaga ang magbibigay niyan diretso mula sa dole and then dole aabutin po doon sa mga beneficiary at ang dapat po mag-identify ng mga beneficiary kung ako po masusunod dapat po ang dole because they are the ones who has the qualifications and the know-how kung sino-sino po talaga ang nangangailangan ng trabaho. It is not the politicians. The politicians are supposed to do legislation. The politicians are supposed to manage the affairs of the local government.
Di na kayo kailangan magpahaba dahil sumasang-ayon ako sa inyo at dahil po sa inyo, idadraft nyo ako ng special provision para bawal na gawin yan at hindi na magmumowa sa LGU ang tupad. Pero ang dole kabuhayan hindi kaya ng iba ng LGU. Kailangan, hindi kaya by administration, ang dole kabuhayan by experience. Kailangan may partner LGU at may partner cooperative or organization. I know whereof I speak because I was a local representative for 3 years. However, pagtupad, sabi ni Secretary, kaya ba nyo? May mga tao kayo, may absorptive capacity po kayo.
Meron, no? Sabi ni meron sekretary, ano?
Na hindi
O approve.
po. Ayan, tapos na. Tapos
Dole na.
Ayan,
Huwag na po idaan sa mga politiko.
okay.
Kasi po ang lumilitaw, nagagamit po sa eleksyon yung tupad. Yun lang po pinupunto ko rito. Sabi ko po, okay, gusto ko po yung tupad, taasan pa natin yan, gawin pa natin 50 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion. Kung ang pag-uusapan po natin, just an example, kung ang pag-uusapan po natin ay para mabigyan ng trabaho yung mga pobre nating kababayan, why not? I'm for that. What I'm against is yung bang sa distribution na kuminsan hindi po patas ang pagbibigay ng tupad sa mga tao sapagkat ang nakikinabang po yung mga kamag-anak, kaibigan, inaanak, kasambahay, driver, what have you na mga politiko at nagagamit po sa eleksyon at the same time para ma-identify nila kung sino yung mga botante nila. Yung mga botante binibigyan at hindi bumoto sa kanila, hindi binibigyan. So it's not fair. Yun na po yung sa akin. So, gusto ko po sana
You're
yung...
correct. You're very correct. We should not use it for political purposes and give only those who supported us. In fact, I'll tell you this. I speak from experience. I hope I don't hurt anyone.
Hindi kayong, inaano ko yung
Alam ko,
dole.
hindi ako. Ini-example ko lang po
Okay.
na minsan, pag nagbibigay po, kamukha sa probinsya ko, nagtataka yung iba, bakit ba nasa listahan yung mga hindi naman bumoto sa atin o yung mga kalaban,
Correct.
followers ng kalaban? Sabi ko, taxpayers money to, gobyerno, at kailangan tulungan ng mga hihirap. Mahirap ko, mahirap mo, mahirap ng kalaban, mahirap yan, kailangan tulungan.
Opo.
Kaya maganda nga ang dole, ang siyang magpapatupad ng tupad
Yes.
para walang kulay ng politika. Kaya dahil po sa inyong mungkahi, ay magkakaroon po tayo ng special provision na
Ang tupad,
diretso by administration po ang dole tupad.
Okay.
Ibang programa, kabuhayan, kailangan
Okay.
po may partnership po
yung sa akin
mga
po,
accredited organization.
tupad lang po yung sa akin, ang pinupoint out ko. Kasi po, ang lumobo yung...
That we appreciate it
Okay.
and we will, with your help, draft a special provision with the 25th Senator, Attorney Doblon.
Okay. Salamat, Madam Chairman. So, ang gusto ko lang po sana pakiusap sa DOLE, pangalagaan po natin itong malaking perang bilyones na in-entrust sa inyo ng Congress na para magkaroon po ng trabaho through tupad ang mga naghihikaos nating kababayan. Use it properly. Huwag ko sana mapunta to sa mga politiko o magagamit ng mga politiko para magpasikat, para kumuha ng boto o para mapaboran ang kanilang mga taong gustong paboran sapagkat tumulong sa eleksyon, sapagkat kamag-anak nila, etc. Huwag po sana ganun ang maging sistema natin. Okay? Yun ang pong pinupunto ko. Pero yung pagkakaroon po ng tupad sa budget ng DOLE, I agree. I agree. Kailangan po ng mga trabaho, especially nowadays, nakatatapos lang po ng pandemya, marami po na walang trabaho, so itong tupad, makakatulong po ito not only na para magkaroon ng pera ating mga labor sector, yung mga walang trabaho, makakatulong din po sa ekonomiya. Dahil siyempre yung pera na galing sa tupad, na isinesweldo sa mga temporary na magkaroon ng trabaho, siyempre gagasusin po nila yan, so magkakaroon po ng movement sa ating economy, so to speak. Okay? So okay na po tayo dyan sa tupad. Right? Okay na, approve.
Maganda.
Meron pa akong sunod. Okay, ito madali na to, Madam Chair. napapansin ko po, Secretary Leguesman, dito kayo. Kapag meron pong complainant against employer at nagkakaroon po ng mediation sa DOLE, ang complainant po, yung manggagawa, walang representation. Pero ang complainant, nirepresent ng kanyang abogado, sometimes battery of lawyers. So ang gusto ko pa mangyari from now on, kailangan pagdating sa arbitration o sa mediation, walang abogado na makisali sa mediation kundi maging yung manggagawa lang versus empleyado ng employer. HR kung pwede. Kasi in some cases, hinaharap po sa mediation, abogado po ng employer. So kung ang isang manggagawa, pobre, kulang sa pinag-aralan, duduruin na po, titiris-tirisin na po ng abogado at tatakutin hanggang sa yung pong pobreng manggagawa, makikipagseto na lang kahit na magkanong amount na i-offer because there's the abogado who has so much experience na para magtawad o para i-outsmart ang mga complainant ng kanilang kliyente. So pwede po ba from now on sa mediation, ipagbawal na po yung mga abogado?
Sa mediation po, conciliation po, kinonsulta ko po ang DOLE, sang-ayon po sila at kaya pong gawin ang inyong minumungkahi.
Okay. Good. Thank you po. Pangatlo, many times in the past, pag kami po'y sumasama sa mga manggagawa nagreklamo sa amin na inapi po ng kanilang mga employer, pinapalayas po kami, yung aming mga reporter, pinapalayas po ng sa pagdating po sa mediation. At bakit pinapalayas? Your good is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. Dahil si mediator at saka si representative sa employer, pumupunta po sa loob ng kwarto. Paglabas, nakangisi na po yung taga-dole na nang-mediate. At si pobre manggagawa, malungkot. Uwi, luhaan dahil hindi niya nakuha yung kanyang gusto. So dapat po i-open po. Kung pwede, i-open po yan, yung mediation na yan, doon po sa mga gustong sumama
Mr. President.
ng mga kasamahan po nito mga manggagawa. Kasi in
Mr.
some
President.
cases po, hindi ina-allowed po ng representation ito manggagawa. Only the employer na kadalasan ay mga abogado pa.
You may want, Mr. President, to file a bill to amend the labor code because it is in the labor code that during mediation that is deemed confidential and we have to follow the law.
Okay?
That's what they say.
That's okay with me. Pero yun na lang po siguro. Sige. Doon po sa pagdating sa mediation, reconciliation, kailangan po walang abogadong present. Kung magkaroon po ng abogado yung employer, dapat po magkaroon din ng abogado yung manggagawa through public attorney's office para patas.
Yes.
Kasi in some cases po, yung may abogado lamang, yung employer, pero po yung manggagawa, wala. He's all by himself
That's
or by
unfair
herself.
and unjust. That should
Tama.
not be done. Yes, both parties, especially yung mahirap na hindi maintindihan yung kaso, ay dapat may abogado.
Thank you po.
Napaw. Sang-ayon po ako dyan.
Thank you po. Pangatlo, ang request ko po, Secretary Laguesma, pag nag-inspection po yung mga taga-dole, kung pwede po sana wala silang bulsa.
Paano yon?
Kasi po, pag pupunta sila, yung kanilang bulsa, wala pong laman. Paglabas po, punong-puno na po.
Ng barya.
Hindi po. Punong-puno na. Ewan ko kung ano. Paki-guess na lang po kung ano yung laman noon. Anyway, ito po ang sasabihin ko sa inyo. Base po ito sa reklamo ng mga manggagawang lumapit sa amin. So they will file a complaint or they will call DOLE about their hinaing about their employer. And then DOLE will send a representative doon po sa company. So natimbrihan na po yung company. So pagdating po ng inspektor ng DOLE, dinadala po yung pong inspektor sa loob ng kwarto ng HR o ng manager. At wala po doon sa harap. Sa harap po yung complainant. So it's just between the employer and the DOLE inspector. Sana po pag nag-inspect po yung DOLE, nandun po dapat yung mga complainant. Ang nangyari po, pagdating sa inspeksyon, doon po sa opisina, sa HR, ay yung company representative at yung pong taga-DOLE. At ito nga po sinasabi ko, paglabas po ng DOLE inspector, nakangisi na po, punong-puno na po yung bulsa. Kung ano po laman ng bulsa, kayo na po manghula at mag-guess. Kung minsan pa po, meron pa pong dala makakapal na ng envelope. Hindi ko po alam kung anong laman ng envelope. Yung po ang sinasabi ng mga complainant ko.
You're correct. We urge you to continue exposing it because the rules in inspection says that will require that. If there are any violations, it is helpful that you expose it in media.
Thank you po. Now, pangatlo,
Panglima na po yan.
panglima. Akala ko makakatipid ako. Panglima po. Secretary, well, si Secretary Laguesma to. I already talked to you, I think the other day about this, Secretary Laguesma. When the DOLE inspector oftentimes goes to a establishment that is being complained, there were several instances na pinapalayas po kayo ng employer. Parang wala ho kayong ngipin. Ano ba? Kailangan natin ng legislation nang sa gayon mapipilitan itong employer to open the doors para makapag-inspect kayo based doon sa reklamo ng employee. Wala ho ba kayong tinatawag na visitation rights?
Meron po eh. Meron po silang visitation rights.
Meron po kami visitorial power.
The visitorial power.
Visitorial power. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that.
Yes, yes.
Assume that meron silang violation.
Yes, it would be a violation if they don't allow it because
So,
they have...
paano po dun sa mga insidente na pinapalayas po, yung nakita ko po with my two own eyes, na pinapatsupi ng employer through the security guard, yung mga taga-DOLE, kasama na po yung reporter namin.
Well, pwede po niyong idulog sa DOLE. Ngayon po na kayo ay hindi lang broadcaster na nag-document, ay meron po kayong access at plataforma bilang senador, ay makakatulong po yan at iparating po natin sa probinsya, sa syudad, sa rehiyon. Kaya nga po represented ang ating departamento all over the country.
Okay. And number 7, I don't know if this is the last.
6.
Number 6. Oh, in advance ka talagang accounted for ni Secretary Loren. That's the reason why I really like you, Secretary Loren. Senator Loren. You're my favorite senator, MFS. Oh, di ba?
Anong MFS?
Anyway, this is my my next question.
Rinig ka ng iba.
Senator Loren. Favorite. Totoo yan. MFS, my favorite senator.
Thank you.
Sabi nun. O, di ba?
Na salamat. Sige. Kasi marami po siyang
Nandito ho ba yung taga-NLRC?
NLRC.
Is he here? Hello? Oh, nandito ba si Chairman? Wala si Chairman. I've heard Chairman's been in his position as NLRC Chairman for 23
The
years.
chairman is on bereavement leave.
Oh, I'm
Namatay
sorry.
po yung kapatid.
I'm sorry. Ako
Today po ang living.
po'y taus-puso nakikiramay sa pumanaw ng kamag-anak po ni Chairman Nograles ng NLRC. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I got really pissed off to the point na ako po'y inatake ng high blood. Why? I had several complainants who came to my program and they were complaining na after waiting for 10 years na nanalo na po sila sa NLRC, nang kamatay na po yung kanilang mga kasamahan, hindi pa rin po nila nakukuha ang kanilang pera. And it has been happening the past 2 weeks, the past 2 years, the past 5 years, the past 10 years, the past 20 years. Again and again and again. At 23 years na po sa kanyang pwesto, si NLRC Chairman Nograles. Bakit po? Bakit po hindi nagagawa ng paraan yan? Bakit po matapos po may panalo yung kaso sa NLRC, hanggang sa mga kamatay na po sila, hindi na titikman yung kanilang pinanalunang pera.
Are you referring to the case? They're referring to a case where the property or the company has closed and wala na po silang makuhang properties kasi nagsara
Yes.
po yung company.
Well, ganun po palagi nangyayari. Dapat po, gumawa tayo ng paraan. Kayo sa NLRC, 23 years na po nakaupo dyan sa pwesto ang inyong chairman. Dapat nakapag-isip na po siya ng way na para pagdating ng time, nanalo po yung employee, meron pa rin po siya nasisingil. Kasi what happens is, 9 out of 10, yung pong mga company, pag na-file po sila ng case sa NLRC, dinidispatch po yung kanilang mga properties, yung kanilang mga lupain, yung kanilang bank accounts, and then nag-change ng name, change yung pangalan ng kanilang company, nag-change ng ownership, wala na pong mahabol. Palagi pong nangyari yan for the past, as far as I'm concerned, for the past 25 years, me as being a broadcaster. Bakit po walang magawang paraan ang taong nakaupo dyan for the past 23 years? Hindi niya po nagawa ng paraan? He could have come to us sa senators o congressman para humingi ng tulong para makapag-pass ng legislation para ma-address ng problem na ito. Bakit siya kahit tahimik lang?
He's not here to assist me in answering that.
Okay.
But there's a bond that is deposited. Pwedeng i-forfeit yung bond, but it may be small.
Well, kung meron pong ban, nasaan po yung ban? Kasi marami po na ako natatanggap na complainant na sila po ay nanalo na 7 million, 8 million, 20 million at sila po yung mga 50,
Bakit po
100.
ay nabibigay?
Wala po. Nope.
According to them, nabibigay po yung bond, pero
Wala po.
kulang po.
Wala po.
Mabagal nga execution at kulang yung bond, kaya mag-isip tayo ng legislation to
Okay.
address the problem.
Okay, we have to address that problem. Kasi nga po, nakakaawa po at masakit po sa aking kalooban na yung mga manggagawa na sila po ay naapi na dahil hindi po sila binigyan ng maayos na sweldo, tapos sila po ay sinipa sa kanilang trabaho for no reason, illegal dismissal, and then they went to NLRC na hoping that they can get justice. Pagdating po sa NLRC, they were forsaken. Napabayaan po sila, pabalik-balik po sila from namamasahe po sila, yung iba sa kanila pupunta ng probinsya, babalik lang tuwing hearing. Kuminsan po, abono pa sila, gumagastos sila by the thousands pagdating sa pamasahe, accommodation when they come to Manila. And yet, at the end of the day, wala po sila masisingil. At ang pinakamasakit, namamatay na po sila, wala pa rin po silang titikman na perang pinanalunan nila.
Yeah, I feel for them, and I know that it's a long pending problem. As I say, it's decades long. That is why jointly, the DOLE and the Senate could think of possible solutions to this. Sila na po nagsabi, under the term of newly installed Secretary Laguesma, they will come up with solutions for possible legislation.
Nag-uusap na po kami ng aking legislative team. Dapat po yung ban na ipopost or yung escrow na ipuputap, it should be equal to the amount of the claim. Hindi po yung maglalagay ka ng ban na barya-barya lamang, parang nang insulto pa, parang na binobobo ang taong bayan.
That's the rule. I believe that
Well, then we have to change the rule.
yun po dapat ang ginagawa.
Opo, kung ganun, wala man lang sa inyo nakasilip sa DOLE, sa NLRC, ang tagal-tagal nyo na dyan, tinubuan na kayo ng mga buhok kung saan-saan. Hindi nyo pa naisip yan na dapat yung ban equal doon sa claim. Hindi kayo magpo-post ng ban na mas mali sa claim, for God's sake. Parang lokohan to, parang binobobo nyo po ang taong bayan. Parang binobobo nyo po ang mga manggagawang Pilipino. At hindi po ako papayag, not under my watch.
Equal naman po ang claim. Kaya lang pag mahaba po ang panahon at nagpupunta na po sa korte, sa Court of Appeals, ay tumataas po yung award. So, maski magsimula sa equal sa claim, nag-iiba po yung presyo ng award, kaya po hindi na tugma.
No po. No po. Marami po ako nakausap ng mga gagawa, wala po silang tatanggap ni Singkong Duling. Yung nga po sabi kanina, kamatay na po sila ni Singkong Duling, wala po silang titikman doon sa pinanalo nilang case sa NLRC.
I would suggest that your long list of complaints of those who've already won, ibigay po nyo para ma-execute kaagad.
Okay. And then siguro po, turuan natin yung mga sheriff. Siguro mag-aral sila, mag-seminar sila kung paano po mag-identify ng mga properties, paano po maghabol, mag-garnish ng mga properties. Because some of these sheriffs, sorry hindi naman siguro lahat, ay tamad. Ang ginagawa po nila, sasabihin po nila doon sa claimant, sige, maghanap ka ng account nung dati mo employer, pumunta ka sa LTO, tumingin ka ng mga plate number doon ng iyong amo, bantayan mo yung kumpanya ng iyong amo, paglabas ng sakyan, kunin mo yung plate number, o tingnan mo kung may back account yung iyong amo. Bakit kinakailangan po yung claimant o yung employee ang magawa niyo, yung ex-employee ang magawa niya? Di ho ba dapat trabahohin ng sheriff?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. According to the NLRC, they ask assistance from the sheriff, but they don't order, right?
Well, palagi hong nangyari, yung sheriff po ang nag-uutos doon sa mga nanalo na mga manggagawa ng kaso sa NLRC. Inuutusan po sila ng sheriff na hanapin yung properties o bank accounts. Pupuntahin pa po sila sa Land Registration Authority kung meron mga lupain ang kumpanya. Anong alam po ng employee? Anong alam po ng manggagawa? Kulang po siya sa kaalaman. Especially kung kulang po siya sa pinag-aralan. How would we know? How would he start? Where is he gonna start? Wala po siyang kalam-alam. So ang nangyari, he comes to me to complain because the last resort is coming to me. Hindi nila alam kung anong gagawin. Babalik sila kay sheriff, sige, kahit saan kayo pumunta, wala mangyari dyan kasi ginawa ko ng lahat. And then I asked the sheriff, what did you do? Wala. Nga. What the sheriff did, he picked his nose and he picked his teeth. That's what he does. That's why wala pong nahanap. I'm sorry, hindi naman po lahat. Wala pong nahanap na pera o properties para pambayad po sa pinanalong kaso ng pobreng manggagawa. I'm sorry if I'm being emotional kasi nag-build up na po to sa akin na nakikita ko po kung paano po talaga naapi yung ating mga manggagawang Pilipino. And I promise myself, pagdating ko po sa Senado, I'll do something.
We appreciate that.
And now I'm here, I'll make sure na lahat ng hinanakit ko na pang-api sa mga manggagawa, hindi na po mangyari. I'll make sure under my watch, it's no longer gonna happen anymore.
We
And
appreciate
kayo po
that.
dyan sa NLRC, humanda na kayo because hindi ko kayo titigilan hanggat hindi po ayusin ang inyong mga trabaho.
Ibigay po nyo yung listahan ng lahat ng mga hindi natulungan, maski po sila nanalo na, para malaman po ng DOLE, Secretary, at ng NLRC ang mga tinutukoy po ninyo. At po po'y nakikiisa
Thank
sa
you
inyong advokasya sa pagprotekta ng karapatan ng ating manggagawang Pilipino.
Salamat po. Yung po bang NLRC position, yan po ba ay fixed term o fixed term, 23 years?
Until 65 years old.
Until 65. Wow, kaya pala.
How old is the head?
Parang
The
40.
head is turning 65.
Oh, okay. So kahit na pagpawara-wara siya, magwawal-wal-wal siya dyan, come what may, siya po ay hayahay lang na makapagsilbi hanggang sa siya mag-retire.
Okay.
Siguro that's something na through legislation, I'm gonna try to pass na para ma-minimize po yung term ng NLRC chairman sapagkat nakita ko for the past, yung 23 years na nakaupo dyan, mukhang kulang po yung ginagawa niyang trabaho para maayos yung problema na matagal, dekada-dekada na po na naranasan po ng ating mga maliliit na manggagawa. Siguro it's about time. Anyway, mag-retire na po ata next year. Praise the Lord. Okay. So, next year mag-retire na. Okay. Senator Loren, huwag ka magalit. Nakangiti na si Senator Loren. Oo, nakangiti. Yan. So,
Bakit po? I can never get angry.
no, I'm not angry and mad at you. I'm mad at the system. I'm mad at the policy because time and time again, it keeps repeating. Okay, I've done...
That is righteous anger.
Thank
Did I
you.
share that with you?
Thank you. For so many years, people comes to me, the labor sector, with the same problem again and again. And I'm able to give solutions to those problems. Pero band-aid solutions na bibigay ko. Pero ang gusto ko po sana, permanent solution, long-term solution. And this is it. Gisingin ko po yung mga tutulog-tulugan sa ating gobyerno, lalo dyan po sa NLRC at DOLE, nang sa gayon naman po, magkakaroon po ng hustisya ang ating mga malilit na magagawa. He who has less in life should have more in law. Yan pong sinabi ni Ramon Magsaysay.
We reiterate the statement of DOLE that they are willing and happy to receive all the complainants, all the complaints from you, so that the people watching your show can be helped ASAP.
Okay. And
You can inform me of any move after the passage of the budget, what action they've done.
okay, very good. Thank you. And also my request doon po sa mga taga-NLRC, pag tumawag po, hindi lang po kami, pag may tumawag po, be that imang magagawa themselves o people that represents the manggagawa, sagutin niyo naman po dyan sa NLRC. Kadalasan po, umiiwas kayo, especially po yung mga top management, nagtatago po sila. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sila nagtatago. Pangalawa, tigilan na po natin mga fixer dyan. Pwede ba, Secretary Laguesma, palayasin na po yung mga fixer dyan, yung mga ambulance chaser kung tawagin sa NLRC. Talamak po yan. Inamin po yan sa akin ni Chairman Nograles when he was here during our budget deliberation. So, stop na po yan. Kasi one day, pupunta po ako dyan, I'm not kidding, kapag naabutan ko po may mga fixer, kakalad ka rin ko po palabas ng NLRC mga yan at papahiyain ko po sila. Okay ba, Secretary Laguesma? Can you tell NLRC Chairman? Okay.
Makakarating po.
Okay. Ngayon, ito na po. Sana yung ano? Yung closing remarks ko. Ito. Ito po. Maraming salamat po sa pagsagot sa aking mga katanungan. Naway magampanan po natin lahat ang ating mga katungkulan para sa ikaunlad ng bawat manggagawang Pilipino. Thank you to our Senate Pro Tempore Senator Loren Regarda. Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Oba, maraming
Thank you.
salamat. Marami po ako natutunan sa sektor ng labor. At I'm happy that our neophyte senator who has been helping the poor, the downtrodden, lahat po ng inaapi. At inuulit ko po, to summarize, you will give us a list of all those who have gone to your station, to your show, so that the DOLE secretary himself can look into the complaints in the NLRC. Second, the special provision on TUPAD only, that it will be by administration of DOLE.
We're gonna mag...
And third, the possible legislation that you will introduce
Paano mo ba sa TV?
regarding the confidentiality of the mediation proceedings. So see, I'm summarizing what we discussed in 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Mr. President, for your enlightened and wizened interpellations.
Thank you. And I'd like to also say thank you to our distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, because he's one of our colleagues that walks the talk. Hindi po siya, minsan sa politiko, maraming packaging, di ba? Packaging. He's what you see when he does his show and helps a lot of people. And I really appreciate that he really helps the poorest of the poor, yung hirap na hirap, all the way to his work here in the Senate. We appreciate that, Senator Rafi. Kaya idol ang tawag sa iyo. Thank you for that. Majority Leader, I believe we have one more on the list.
Yes, Mr. President, the last but not the least is the distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from the great city of Cagayan de Oro, a former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairwoman, let me commence my interpellation on the budget of the Department of Labor and the attached agencies.
Yes.
Supportive naman po ito. It's really a
Yes.
supportive interpellation because yung tupad actually ngayon ko lang din actually nalaman yun. Parati ko naririnig. Sikat na programa. So that means our constituents appreciate the program. Nakita ko rin na in 2022 which is an election year, sumipa ang budget for TUPAD. Sa NEP 2023 bumaba na back to realistic level. So the mere fact na sumisipad during election year, baka nga may gamit sa election. So anyway, na-pursue na po ni Senator Tulfo yon at may guarantee na tayo na mechanics will be made better or tighter requirements. Kasi actually, ang tupad po ay hindi naman tulong ito dahil sa mahirap yung recipient, no? Ang tupad ay tulong dahil sa naapektuhan ang employment ng recipient. Tama po ba? Kasi, ewan ko kung, Madam Chairwoman, did you hear my question? The secretary gave a thumbs up sign, pero I don't know if the TSN will be able to reflect that.
Yes, yes.
Kasi kasi kung actually kung si Tupad ay tulong sa mahihirap, naging ano siya, naging DSWD program siya. So something to do with labor, employment, somebody losing or recently having
Yes.
lost his or her employment. Okay po
Yes.
'yon. So, napakagandang programa nga at parang people are clamoring for it. Siguraduhin lang po natin na what happened ito nabasa ko, it's before your term, Secretary, something happened in Pampanga. Let's just make sure na hindi maulit yun. Andito yung detail sa akin, pero alam niyo na siguro ito. And given that you know this, how do we now tighten the rules, Secretary, para hindi po ito maulit?
Actually, Mr. President, to be fair, this instance that was mentioned is an isolated case. That's the only one I've heard. I haven't heard of others. If there are problems in the implementation, we will accept your special provisions to make sure that the TUPAD goes to the needy, the unemployed, those affected by calamities, those are in need of jobs, because that is the intention of TUPAD. It's a temporary cash for work while you're looking for a job. But of course, there are millions, 2.6 million of unemployed Filipinos. But we will accept the special provisions that will ensure that the funds that we allocate for TUPAD goes to those in need.
Sige po. I think klaro naman yung idea na yung concept behind TUPAD. It's just in the implementation. Anyway, we all learn from experience. DOLE has learned from that experience kasi mga 2,600 recipients had similar IDs or ID numbers. So, wag na lang natin in one incident in Magalang, one person collected the pay of 35 TUPAD claimants. Mga ganun ba? Wag na natin sana po hindi na maulit kasi nga maganda po yung programa. Okay, sige po.
Just an example of transparency. During the times of pandemic, what I did was, where there is Wi-Fi, I would be virtually present. So I would see the DOLE distribute a TUPAD, let's say to 315 people who were street sweepers or those who were cleaning the coastal areas. And I would like to see how the orientation went and how the payout is being done. That's how
Yes, ma'am.
micromanaged
That's correct,
I
ma'am.
am.
Yes.
And I go on Facebook and I tell them, walang kickback dyan, walang rebate dyan, walang middleman dyan. Kung hindi i-Facebook ko mga pangalan ninyo kung kayo'y kumubra dyan, walang paulit-ulit kasi meron din rule ang TUPAD, di ba? Pag ikaw ay beneficiaryo, ilang taon hanggang sa susunod? 1 year. Or 1 year. Hindi pwede yun ang taong yun.
Tama.
Pero syempre, in this world, it's an imperfect world. And while the intention is good and the program may be helpful, may marami na nagkakaproblema. Kaya nga, let's do all the special provisions and I will do and perform my oversight of the DOLE budget, especially to BAD. Yan, para akong policeman eh. Ano ko kayo? Tignan ko.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyway, ang point ko lang naman, we learn lessons from our experiences. Yun lang point ko. Okay. It's nothing wrong with the program. Let's just improve the implementation. Ngayon, when I came in, sabi ko kay Madam Chairwoman, I'll be asking on the NLRC. Pero na-raise na po ni Senator Tulfo yung aking point na umabot na rin po sa akin yung concern ng mga practicing lawyers, some complainants, and even respondents, mga small and medium-term enterprises. Siguro yung mga oligarchs, big businesses, walang problema dyan. But meron din, there's an allegation that there is some syndicate controlling the outcome of cases in the NLRC, the labor arbiter and the NLRC. Okay, I'll get more information pero sinasabi ko lang po ito na I share the concern of Senator Tulfo na medyo meron na po kaming feedback na nakukuha rin sa ground na gano'n eh. Pagka gano'n na po nangyayari, we have to react. We are representatives of the people. Pagka ganyan na po ang ano. So it's not only the employees but the small and medium enterprises, yung mga as employer. So they experience a pattern of defeats then in the NLRC. So parang I'm sure the oligarchs natin wala namang reklamo na ganyan. So
Mr.
So,
President,
yes.
hindi naman po sa budget lang pwede erase ito. We are senators for 6 years. At anytime po, pwede kayong dumiretso kay Secretary or sa NLRC. Kung di pa nyo makontak, nandyan si ating Dole Majority Leader at nandyan po ako bilang Chair. Ibig sabihin, yung advokasya nyo ay TESDA,
Yes.
Dole, oo, labor. We can always, whenever you have those cases, it's important the Secretary knows, not just during budget hearings.
Yeah. Sige po. So the importante that we raise this matter up, the NLRC is put on notice and then kami rin naman we will have to pursue this matter. No? Now, Mr. Secretary, Secretary, you released a statement about the eradication of child labor is a priority of DOLE. Eradication of child labor. Sige po. Do we have any data on the status of children being used as workers and
Ay, naku,
more or less ano yung
On the PSA.
how will you bring to reality of fruition your plan?
on child labor.
Eradication of child labor.
Kailan yung batas ko? I'm the author of the anti-child labor law, I think at my first term. May batas na po tayo eh. And let me just read this report. According to special release on working children and the child labor situation by the PSA, but this was still a year ago, December 2021. Results of the child labor survey in 2020 estimated that there's 597,000, more than almost 600,000 children, 5 to 17 years of age, engaged in child labor. Mostly in Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Region 5, Bicol, BARM, Region 7, and 4A. What can we do about that? We already have a law.
Families of child labor, ma'am, we provide everyone.
So, instead of course, wala naman pong magulang gusto paghirapan o pagtrabaho, mga anak. Kailang ito'y dulot na rin ng kahirapan and especially worsened, number one, by disasters, calamities, and second, by the pandemic. And so this has pushed us to worsening poverty, and that's what I told them in the hearing. How do we cure intergenerational poverty? And child labor is a large part of that. So how do we do it? Through livelihood programs, by providing them not just avenues for employment, but making them self-employed individuals and groups. So we have livelihood assistance, we have emergency employment, we have job placement, employment facilitation, we have skills training through TESDA, financial assistance, diretsong ayuda, housing assistance, medical assistance, and of course, a convergence program with other agencies of government like the SWD, the 4Ps program, where we have, of course, the 4P annual monthly allowance, conditional cash transfer, and the sustainable livelihood program for the 4P families. Marami po. But being a population of 110 and having a poverty level of almost 20 million, 19.99, and 2.6 million unemployed, hindi po madali. Kaya ang aking sinasabi nga sa kanila, importanteng bigyan natin hindi lamang ng one-time na ayuda, kung hindi nga puhunan para we create small industries, micro enterprises, nano enterprises, even self-employment para po pagbigyan mo ng bigasan para patuloy ang kanya, hindi lang isang ayuda or 10 days na tupad tapos mauubos naman niya kaagad yon. So really, I admit it's a challenge, and being the author of this law in my first term, gusto ko talagang tumutok dito at I will, together with you, work with the secretary on how we could, during our watch, lessen, and I will monitor this perhaps quarterly on how we help eliminate child labor. The more, I'm sure this PSA 600,000, marami pa dyan.
Mas marami. Yes.
Mas marami pa dyan.
Yes, so PSA, sige, we'll hear the budget of PSA. So tanungin ko na lang how often do they survey the number of child workers or laborers? Because the answer is it's not really direct. So it's an anti-poverty intervention set of programs. Yun ang nakuha kong sagot. And let's just hope na it really addresses the problem of
It can't be a
child
one-aid
labor.
solution. It can't be just one agency. It's a convergence of agencies and various programs of government. At saka, masama na yung child labor, mas masama pa at its worst form pa kung slavery, kung sex trafficking. And I'm also the author of the Anti-Trafficking Persons Act. That's why it breaks my heart that this still exists despite the existence of laws. It shows us that laws are not enough and funding the laws is not enough, but we must exercise our oversight functions in the implementation of these laws so that we're able to curb, if not totally eliminate
Yes, ma'am.
child labor.
But since the secretary made that statement, tama po ba? Is it a factual? Is this a factual statement that the secretary made the statement that eradication of child labor will be a priority for DOLE? And since you made that statement, siguro meron tayong standout program of DOLE directly addressing the problem.
There is a
Kasi
bureau.
otherwise, if it's the general intervention programs, hindi po siya, parang hindi rin siya naging priority.
Hindi po. Meron po tayong child labor prevention and elimination program. I wonder if this
magkano po?
program is born out of the law that I authored in my first term by the Bureau of Workers in Special Concerns. It aims to remove children from child labor. And what are the strategies? They profile child laborers. It aims to locate, identify children who will be referred to appropriate agencies to provide services. Assistance, nego carts, starter kits, materials needed for livelihood undertaking. Tas meron silang Sagip Batang Manggagawa is still ongoing.
Yes.
Oh,
Sagip
it's an
Batang.
interagency quick reaction mechanism which responds to cases of child labor in difficult conditions. There's Project Angel 3, meron pa ba ito? Wala na. There is. It provides social services that range from food, clothing. Huy, para na silang DSWD. So talagang
Sige po. At sana yung suma total ng budget na yon also reflects that they are the priority of the DOLE. Yung mga programs or projects na nabanggit po ng chairwoman po natin, hindi ko alam yung figures ng budget nila. Sisilipin na lang natin after the
yun.
hearing. Opo.
Kayo po.
Sige po, basta yun lang po. I mean to be consistent with the pronouncement of the secretary, the budgets of those projects or programs mentioned on to combat child labor must reflect that it is a priority of DOLE. Okay. So it's ano lang po yan, relatively speaking, titingnan po natin. Anyway, and then another statement of the secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, na you're also studying the idea of a legislated minimum wage. Is that correct? Tama po ba yung naling?
May hirap.
Ma'am, Okay, sige.
Yeah, it's, there's an existing wage board, no? The tripartite wage body. Yeah.
So given
Sila
that
ang sila yung nagtatalaga. Sila nagtatalaga. Oo.
it's a tripartite system, yeah.
Wage board is the one that identifies silang nag-aaral sa region, kung ano dapat, kinukonsulta ang manggagawa, kinukonsulta ang mga employers.
Yes.
They take into consideration inflation, everything, no? Oo. Ano ang kaya, employer-employee. Including countryside development, oo.
Sige po. So given the answer of the secretary, I will interpret it to mean that he is not that eager on the idea of a nationally legislated minimum wage. It's okay. Let
A
let the,
nationally
let
legislated
let
minimum
the
wage.
current system work. Okay. Kasi okay, pero of course nothing prevents Congress if Congress believes that even the highest regional minimum wage is no longer sufficient to maintain in dignity Filipino family of regular size, then nothing prevents Congress from pursuing this concept of a national minimum wage. Then, pwede naman yata, Secretary, i-reconcile, no? We have a national minimum wage, could still allow the regional tripartite wage system to continue. They can, in the future or after the law designating the minimum wage, they can add to that. They can provide for an amount bigger than that, just in case hindi na siya nga sufficient to maintain in dignity a regular size Filipino family. Tama po ba yan conceptually, Mr. Secretary?
Yes,
Yes.
conceptually, yes, Mr. President.
Good answer yun para wala ng follow-up question.
Yes. Thank you.
Kasi kung no, baka may follow-up question pa. Tama po yan, tama. Theoretically, I think that can be. Okay, so I'll move on to the PRC po, Professional Regulatory Commission. They're part of the, are they part of the agencies the budget we are talking about?
Parang hindi ko hiniring.
Sige po. Ito po, na-disappoint po ko rito yung ating continuing professional development program. Akala ko noon, ito parang MCL ito ng lawyers na, di ba? We are mandatory continuing legal education, equipped po kami we're informed of the latest developments in law, in the different fields of law, even siguro sa court procedure, rules of court na inform kami. Pero ang feedback ko po dito parang sa mata ng ating mga professionals or PRC licensed professionals, naging financial burden lang. And the feedback I get now from the ground is that the clamor is to, if not to revisit the system, is to abolish or repeal the system. What happened here, sir? Bakit parang hindi siya appreciated ng mga covered individuals or professionals covered by this program?
Bago lang yung batas sa amin naman.
2016 because
Parang sa amin to kami may MCL. Ang second na MCL.
professionals.
It's a 2016 law, and you're correct, problems raised by professionals, and there's proposal for amendments to the law, Mr. President. I've not studied it though.
Yeah, yun ang problema. If we amend the law, change the name, tweak a little, tapos yun pa rin nasasabihin ngayon ng mga covered people na extra expense. Ganun po ang feedback. Parang akala ko kasi when I supported this law na they will feel, experience the value of continuing education in their chosen field, in their chosen profession. Pero even yung kaibigan ko pong vet, kasama namin ni Jojo Alejar po sa Rotary Club, reklamo. It's just, sa mata nila, it's an additional expense. Sayang. I mean, I thought they would welcome the continuing education in their field.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, please take that into account when you review the entire program.
It's a new law, 6 years old. They have amendments, Mr. President. Again, in an oversight function, we can see whether it's ineffective or, and see how we can further improve.
Yes, ma'am. So it's a new law, pero 6 years of experience na rin yun. So, well, anyway, if there are positive feedbacks, pakibigay rin po ako, sir, from the PRC, kung may positive feedback ba. So, ano pa ba? So, that's all I want to raise sa PRC. Ngayon sa secretary, yung committee hearing natin, ito, minimension ko to kay Majority Leader Senator Villanueva parati to. Well, on the way here, may nakikita po ako dyan sa mga construction, mga building na may mga workers sa ledge. Hindi naman nakaharness. Or nagpipi-painters na walang protection. Sabi ko kay Senator Villanueva, Joel, ano nangyari dun sa law na occupational safety,
Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law.
Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law.
Yes.
Who is implementing this law? How come in the very heart of the Republic of the Philippines, Metro Manila, in Pasay siguro yan, on the way here, Pasay, I could see it, and if the implementer cannot see it, bakit? What's happening?
Na USEC or ASEC.
Sir, ay magtanong may mga question or Senator Risa. We do inspect.
Hindi siya pupunta rin.
Horticulture cluster.
Workers, welfare.
They have a workers welfare protection cluster, and USEC Benavides is in charge. And they do random inspection, but we would urge them to be stricter, maging masinop.
Kasi po ako, yes ma'am, I'm a senator, trabaho ko legislation, nakita ko. So sila, they're in the dole, sana nakita din nila. I mean, ganun po, I mean, I know si Senator Villanueva will confirm this. Nakailang bulong siguro ko sa'yo? 5, 4, hindi pa siya majority leader po noon.
If I may, Mr. President, I remembered that instance when Senator Coco Pimentel asked this representation to inform the Department of Labor and Employment. In fact, Mr. President, I've been I'm closely monitoring the implementation of POSH. If you recall, Mr. President, I am not so sure if it was last Congress or the 17th Congress, when we add additional some 200 million, if I'm not mistaken, for the additional inspectors, Mr. President. That was a year or 2 years after the passage of the Occupational Safety and Health Standards. Perhaps it would help the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City and the August Chamber, our distinguished colleagues, to find out the status of the implementation of the law, if we have enough inspectors to look into this sites, Mr. President, because I myself, every time I get a chance to or see some dangerous yung mga cranes po dyan sa BGC, dumadaan ho yung anak ko dyan syempre nakakatakot po. I always call the attention of Dole, and the good thing about it, Mr. President, and I will report it to the body, I get an instant response. And the next day, I don't see these cranes anymore na nakahambalang dun sa kalye sa part ng BGC. So, I hope na, yun nga ho, and I share the sentiments of the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City, our minority leader, to look into this and perhaps give us an update as to how we are implementing the law, how many inspectors do we have right now, and what is the target perhaps of these inspectors? Ano ba yung universe? Ilan yung tina-target? Nare-reach ba natin yung target para ma-inspect itong mga establishments po na ito? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a new law, as you know, is it 2018? Yes, and the compliance rate after correction increased by 10%
Five-year-old law.
from 2019 to 2022. And there's a table here of establishments covered every year. Let's say in 2022, there's 69,369 establishments that were covered by the labor inspection program, and 3,973,195 workers were covered by this in 2022. So it's a long list
Yes.
of people of inspection that was conducted. There's been an improvement, but
Yes.
again, in an imperfect world.
Yes.
And in the implementation of laws, there's always much to
Yeah.
do for improvement.
And of course, I agree, the world is imperfect. There will always be accidents. Pero, if we, merong avoidable there are avoidable incidents. And so, yung mga ganun, if you let them,
Definitely.
if you let them paint sa ledge on the 6th floor without harness, you're inviting an accident. Hindi na po accident yun. Violation of the law na yun. So anyway, sige
No,
po.
you're
So
correct.
thank
In
you.
fact,
Yes, ma'am.
there was one morning when I went on a skyway, and I was wondering why there was a man who was on the cement side of the skyway looking down with nothing. I don't know if he was
Working.
working,
Working.
silip, but there was a
Ayan.
van. He
Yun.
was there, and I was so scared for him. Then he jumped back to the skyway. I don't know what they were trying to monitor.
Yun na.
With nothing on his body.
Sige po, so that unit led by an undersecretary, yan po. So we wish you the best. Andito naman kami to support you.
Yeah.
It's a relatively new law, but not really that new. May 5 years na. Dapat meron na po kayong system ngayon. And that's Pasay City, not Cebu City. You know what happened in Cebu, no? Something happened in Cebu. Yung sa machine. Baka hindi alam ni Chairwoman yun, but something happened in Cebu.
Yeah.
Tama. Anyway. Yung, ano ba yun? Yung sa meat packing company?
Aray, ano yun?
Okay.
Si Yolito Blanc.
Hindi alam ng Yusek, alam mo? You know what what I'm referring to?
Ayoko na. Huwag na lang.
You know, Yusek? You don't know yung kinain nung parang machine yung isang worker?
Aray.
Oh, di sa Cebu? Di nyo alam?
Kinain ng makina yung worker. Ano ba yan?
I'm beginning to worry, Madam Chairwoman. Part yun ng occupational safety, right?
Oo. Of course.
Hindi alam ni Yusek, bakit ko alam ko? I think you penalized the I think you imposed the penalty on the company. Ako sa news ko lang po ito nakukuha. I think you imposed the fine.
Hanapin ko lang.
Well, at any rate, basta alam nyo na. Basta alam niyo yung concern namin. I mean, at any rate, Madam Chairwoman, I will terminate now my interpellation, but I'm going to begin the interpellation of my companion in the minority. Meron po akong may iniwan po si Senator Risa Ontiveros na mga katanungan. Okay. Sige po, TESDA. For TESDA. Mr. President, my question is about the assessment and certification of the middle, medyo 6 paragraphs po ito. Pati, medyo hindi ko na po isisigaw kasi masakit na rin yung lalamunan ko. Okay. Mr. President, my question
Wala naman
is...
po yung nagtatanong. No, you can submit it and then the questions can be answered and given to you by tomorrow when we open session. Kung nahirapan kayo.
Meron kasing informative function din ito eh. Believe it or not, may nagsusubaybay sa atin eh. Meron nga nag-email sa akin, tinanong ko sa DPW. So ituloy na lang po natin ito, just with your indulgence po. Okay. Mr. President, my question is about the assessment and certification of the middle-level skilled workers through Philippine Technical Vocational and Training Competency Assessment and Certification System, PTC-ACS program of the TESDA. Based on this program, you need to hire competent assessors who will conduct competency assessment process for persons applying for certifications. Mahalaga po ba ang role na ginagampanan ng mga trainers and assessors? Kung bago kasama sila sa core program and mandate ng TESDA, kasi kung walang mga trainers and assessors, walang mabigyan ng certificates. Tama ba? Tuloy ko na lang po, lahat-lahat na tuloy ko na. May I know from the TESDA how many accredited assessment centers does the agency have and how much budget we allocate for each of the accredited center?
Assessment center.
From this allocation, how many trainers and assessors can the agency hire? And how much does the agency pay for each assessor? The reason why I ask this, Madam Sponsor, is because my office received a complaint from a group of assessors. They claim that they received a very minimal amount of payment, 300 pesos per person, with no security of tenure and social benefits like SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. Aside from this issue, some of them are exposed to hazardous work, especially during the training. Pwede po bang malaman bakit ganito ang sitwasyon nila? Pwede ba silang mabigyan ng pagkakataon na madinig ng TESDA ang kanilang mga issues at makapaghain ng proposal sa kanila? Yeah, that's the end of the question.
Yes, of course, the complainants or those who were requesting the Senator Ontiveros' office
Yeah.
may reach TESDA either through our office or directly, that's okay. Now, to the question of the trainers, there are 21,737 TVET trainers, National TVET Training Certificate holders, and 7,516 accredited competency assessors. That's the latest as of October of this year, Mr. President.
Sige po, just take, TESDA, just take note of the amount that was mentioned in the question and tingnan nyo if per regulations, ano ba? There's no violation?
So the assessor's fee is 3,192 per one batch of assessment schedule